recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Howdy, folks. Double J here. That's right. That's J-E-F-F, J-A-R-R-E. Well, folks, y'all know that. You know the deal. And obviously, my partner's not here, so we don't get to hear him say, and we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer. That's right, Double J. No. Old Connie's internet's out. His outhouse is out. His internet's out. Lord, them folks in Alabama have a tough time this time of year. But anyhow, all kidding aside, Conrad's internet, we've had some difficulties. So we've put together a megasode. That's right. A little research online, and we get all the different kind of feedback. And internally at the ad-free team, took a little poll. And so we're going to do, again, a combo episode. It is a megasode, and we're going to take a walk down memory lane. And Conrad and myself, we went at it a few times. We got to tell a lot of stories behind the stories. That's right. We're going to take a walk down memory lane. We're going to be talking about when I led not one, but two of the greatest factions of all time. No, we're going to talk about my time with the Four Horsemen and my time with the nWo. It's a lot of fun. Sit back, enjoy. Hope everyone is having a wonderful holiday season. I sure am. You know, say your prayers for old Connie that he makes it to the outhouse, and maybe he gets the internet fixed one day. So, folks, sit back, enjoy. Welcome to my world.
I enjoy talking about, the late 90s and specifically 96, 97. Those are my two favorite years from that era. And that's what we're about to be talking about is your run as a horseman from 96 to 97. Of course, October to October, Reggie Jackson before you was Mr. October. Turns out you're Mr. October in the Monday Night War era. Your contract is expiring with the WWF. You've been sitting out due to an injury, and we're going to have a whole episode at some point on the end of your WWF run in 96, but the focus today is WCW with your contract coming to an end and it being obvious that you're not going to be headed back to the WWF. What was your injury status when the contract came to an end? Were you just trying to rehab? Were you already where you needed to be and just sort of sitting it out? Chat me up.
No. So, I'd been in a car wreck in I don't know, 90. That's the only time. I don't think I missed more than about out of the ring. I don't even think I was gone 2 weeks. But as the time went along, I continued to fill out, push the weights. It was still a different era in professional wrestling. Me and Sean were the small guys, if you will. WCW, Dean and Benoit and Eddie. But, it was still a really big man's game. So I was always trying to put on weight and push the weights. And I was just too heavy. And my back finally sort of, I'll say gave out, but I had a L4 and L5. Road Dogg used to laugh at me walking through airports because he'd say, Jeff, you're crooked today. I'm like, and I feel crooked. But this was the first time that I'd ever gone to a physical therapist, Dr. Tim, as we'll get in here in one of these days. But my low back, and I had, sciatica is the easy way to describe it, but it's much more than that. At one point for about 3 weeks, I thought, man, surely, because you hear about all the surgeries and the discectomy back in those days. But anyway, my low back. And so I literally just shut everything down for a while and healed up. I think that's the first time I'd really, really chilled at home and healed up, but I felt good. And then little did I know that reaching out to Eric, your partner of 83 weeks, the ad-free family, how the next year, how much fun I was going to have, how I was going to spend my 30th birthday. We'll cover that today. Mongo McMichael, maybe the strongest human being I've ever been in the ring with. And just the next year was a lot of fun, but my back was fully healed up and I was ready to get back to work. But it was some excruciating pain for about 8 weeks.
Can you tell us the story of the car wreck, or is that a long story for another time?
Oh, it's another story for another time, but me and Frank Morrell, remember old Frank?
Oh yeah.
We were headed to actually a a softball game, a celebrity softball game. So we left early. So we were on I-40 between Nashville and Memphis. This is a long story, but I'll make it real short. And we're just past Jackson, Tennessee, headed toward Memphis, and a car coming the other way, a station wagon, the old station wagons, with 9 people in it, blew a tire. They started fishtailing on the other side, went down in there, went down in the gully backwards, and came up and hit my driver's side. It was crazy. It's a wonder we didn't perish. My car blew up, flames, right as me and Frank got out of it. But both of us walked away from it. It's a miracle, But that was sort of the beginning of my back troubles. But also, I think I was just too heavy for my back. Once I cut weight, went from about 234, 235 down to about 220, which I'm kind of at now. I never really had constant back pain once I dropped the weight.
220 is like your wrestling weight? 220,
225, yes. I'm probably at Top Guy weekend, I was about 174. No.
So WCW is now on fire when you're coming back in. Do you just see what's going on with the nWo, and you obviously didn't have the best experience with Vince? Is this like, man, I got to be there. Whatever's going on over there, I got to be there. Or did they approach you? How do you remember that coming together?
It was red hot. Scott and Kevin were there. Scott Steiner, one of my, best friend going way back. Gosh, it's just too many to name. Savage, a family friend. We could go through a list of who all was there. But I wanted to be there. It was hot. And, I'd watched Nitro and the debut of it and how it rolled along, and knew, and we can get into this, but for lack of a better word, a lot of wrestling going on bell to bell. And I thought I could excel at that. And, I wanted to get in there and be a part of it. For the short answer, the non-granular answer, I wanted to be a part of it.
So you reach out to, do you go through Scott, or do you talk to Kevin Sullivan, or is it Terry Taylor, or is it Eric Bischoff, or JJ, or who are you talking to?
Actually, it's funny. I tried to do the research. I don't recall who the first contact was. I kind of believe it would have been either Steiner, Nash, or maybe JJ Dillon. I don't really know, but all roads, regardless of the three, would have pointed to Eric.
Are you having some sort of preliminary financial conversation with those guys? It feels like it would be natural that you would say, all right, Scott or Kev or whoever you're friends with, give me an idea of, what type of money these guys are paying. Do you have that sort of preliminary conversation?
It's almost, I don't remember any specifics, but it was pretty well known that guaranteed money, which was so foreign. And that's where, getting into this type of conversation, it's so hard. And I'm sure on your other podcast, Conrad, you've probably, whether it's JR or Eric or Bruce, I had just come from a contract with Vince that guaranteed me 10 dates at $150 per shot.
Yeah.
That's it. And so any type of guaranteed money was just foreign. That wasn't how my brain was geared. And they weren't running house shows, live events, very few of them. So it was like a 1 day a week gig, or maybe a little bit more than that. But Kevin, always a great businessman. But I don't remember any specific money conversation, but it was well known, guaranteed money.
So,
Conrad, let me ask you, I'm sure you've covered that on many of your other podcasts.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I just wanted to know, did you have obviously any guaranteed money is better than none, which is what you had, but did you have a frame of reference for, hey, guys are trying to get 175, or guys are trying to get 350, or guys are trying to get 4 1/4? Did you have any sort of inclination going in as to, what the pay scale might look like?
Oh, I'm always pretty good with a memory on this, but I remember for years, and I'm going back to 90 when Dusty and all that, it was 52, 104, 156, those type numbers of 208, a grand a week, $2,000 a week, $3,000 a week, $4,000 a week, those type numbers. And that was general. But, you know, Kevin and Scott, you know, just the timing of their contracts, the leverage they had, and the agent they had. Candidly, you know, all the stars aligned. And then with the Nitro money coming in, it was a game changer across the board. So, you know, that's a pretty big gap from 52 to 750. But, you know, I knew that Hogan was there, guaranteed money. Savage was there, guaranteed money. It was a wide array of guaranteed money.
And let's mention too, you know, through all of the legal wranglings that WCW had to go through, all of the details for most of the contracts were here. For instance, we show in 1996, according to court records, so that would have been October, November, December, you made $62,788 through WCW. The next year in 97, you made $177,718 with an additional $10,676 in merch or licensing rather. So you're at $188,394 in 97. And when you would come back, you had, a different existence, obviously. The year 2000, you're going to make 539 grand, again, according to the court records. But what they showed in that latter contract, which we'll explain another time, was year 1, 275, year 2, 300, year 3, 325, with a maximum 115 days. But each additional day, you would be $2,500. If you went over 185 dates, you'd go to $3,000 per event, a $7,500 pay-per-view bonus, and a signing bonus of 30 grand. So all of that research has been done by, I believe, Bixenspan and Harrington and Thurston, and all those guys have dug it out from old courthouse records. So interesting to take a look and sort of see what was then and what's now. Do those numbers sound relatively close to you?
I was going to say 250 or 275 would have been that one Horseman year. I think, yeah. Were you asking about later? Because that was.
No, I mean, that's pretty close because you were at, as we said, 60 something for the first 3 months and then 177 the next year. So over the course of that year, you're within spitting distance of 250.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you sign a 1-year deal. You know, a lot of times you see pro wrestlers come in and they don't want a 1-year deal. They want a 3-year deal. They want a 5-year deal. And of course, a few years ago when AEW started to become a thing, there was a big push internally, at least according to the rumor and innuendo of the WWE, to lock up this talent for a long-term contract. Was the 1-year deal your idea or their idea?
I threw it at Eric, and I remember getting guidance from my father and just sort of sitting on it, thinking on it, and talking to, at that time, I had an attorney out of Atlanta, talked to my accountant. And, you know, it's betting on yourself. It just drills right down into that. But I also think Eric, I don't say was happy, but he certainly was agreeable because he knew I wanted more. You know, he knew I wanted more. And for however we landed on it, hey, let's come in there. Again, in my mind, I was basically thinking out of the gate, it's 1 day a week. I can get $5 grand a shot 1 day a week and be a part of this machine that's red hot. I'll take it. So I think me and Eric's financial discussion call was less than 10 minutes.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was very quick. And I sort of wanted to, again, I think it just depends on how you look at it. I always looked at it as, I don't want to come in. Look, I'm going to come prove myself. It's, you know, is my leverage like Scott and Kevin's? None. I had left Vince and then gone back, and it was a disaster in a lot of ways. So I'm not even going to pretend to, well, you know, Eric, I could go to Japan or I could go to this. Oh, yeah, you could, but are they going to pay you guaranteed money? No. So I didn't want to play the negotiation game. I'm not sure that he wanted to or would have, or, you know, me and him have never discussed that. But I wanted to come in and, hey, man, I'm betting on myself. There's no doubt in my mind, I'm betting on myself. And he referenced, and this is a little recall, I remember him having a conversation that he had said, yeah, I've talked to Kevin Sullivan and a few others. Let's see how it works out. in a real upbeat, positive way. And I'm like, that's all I needed to hear.
So there's no creative talk. You just got a good vibe from him and, hey, the money's right, I'm going to do it.
Again, I never had a really heart-to-heart creative talk with Vince before I signed my deal. It was like, come on in. Again, I was born and raised that way in this territory. Hey, get on board and navigate your way through creative, financial, prove yourself. I was ready to come prove myself.
Well, let's talk about it. The nWo is on the tip of everyone's lips when you come in. I mean, they had Hulk Hogan really turned that whole thing, the volume way up in July. And now here you are coming in October. Was there, I mean, and let's add this context to it, because I realize a lot of people are going to say, well, why would they have done that? But where had we most recently seen Scott Hall? Where had we most recently seen Kevin Nash? We had most recently seen you on WWF TV. It feels like you would have been a natural to slide into the nWo. That didn't happen. And I'm trying to figure out why. Was there a discussion at all at any point about you joining the nWo here in 1996?
There wasn't with me. And I was glad. It was, again, living through this, obviously I did, but just the whole context of Hall, Nash, and Hogan, 6, DiBiase, I think Virgil. There was this, the time frame of the WWF guys, because the Attitude Era and the North versus the South and USA Network versus TBS, TNT, all of that was real, tangible storylines. And Hulk was a WWF product, and Diesel / I don't have to go through it. It was all WWE product. And me coming in the door, I knew, okay, so we'll tease it, but I didn't think it was going to be beneficial, and immediately lost in the shuffle, because nobody's going to dominate over Hogan, period. In a lot of ways, including Hall and Nash. I mean, Hulk, the biggest box office attraction that this industry's ever created, the first truly, I don't want to say that the territory guys weren't national stars, but everybody knew Hulkamania at the same time and was selling tickets and pay-per-views and all that kind of stuff. So the nWo was dominant. And on the flip side of that, what was essentially a staple of WCW was the Four Horsemen. And, I didn't exactly know the landscape coming in, but the Horsemen had they had issues in their health. And we'll get into that. But there was no discussion with me whether they put Jeff in or out of nWo. But I was not really enamored. I can remember, hey, what do you want me to wear on this opening night? Oh, it's sort of a tease, but we're going to get right into it later. Oh, okay. A tease of the nWo. So I wore black and white that night.
I just am fascinated by what ifs, right? And what if, instead of brushing up with the Horsemen like we're going to be talking about today, it would have been with the nWo. I don't know that a country music singer persona would have necessarily worked, but I mean, you could have dropped that much like the other guys did. Let's talk about Kevin Sullivan, not your pal who works in TV for AEW, but the devil himself down from Florida. He's helping sort of drive creative. Eric has given him a lot of credit as being one of the masters at quote unquote booking heat. When are you having preliminary Kevin Sullivan conversations, or what was your Kevin Sullivan experience like here in this era of WCW?
Kevin worked for my father in the territories, and Kevin was a booker. I want to say that in all sense of the word, not a script writer. He was a booker. And if Eric referred to him as a booker of heat, a lot of successful bookers through the years. And it's almost the flip side of the WWE model, where you have a babyface champion and he just is sort of the flag bearer around a la Hulkamania. The bookers was build to heat and make the people pay to see the heel get beat. in so many ways. And that's what Kevin was. And night one, he pulled me aside and he said, I'm working through some things, but because my deal to come to WCW, it wasn't something that was signed months in advance. I was healing up from the back issue. My contract was going to be available in October. I maybe have talked to Eric maybe mid-September. I don't have that recall, maybe even early October, but it wasn't a long deal. And, we had agreed, I'll talk to Kevin when we get to TV. How times have changed, but that was sort of the agreement.
It's really fascinating to think about how different wrestling has become from 25 years ago. I should be able to make mention here of what's going on the other program. We never really paid it off, and they're going to expose that Jesse James is the actual person who sang With My Baby Tonight. The road dog, the roadie. He was the real performer. You were a fraud all along. And boy, the timing of that couldn't be more convenient. They happened to do this big revelation when you're debuting on WCW TV. What'd you think of that timing for the big reveal?
I loved it. Get talked about on both TVs.
How do you beat that?
And no, you don't. And Road Dog, we had both left together, and Brian had worked the territory, USWA. So I was happy for him to be getting the opportunity. No doubt about it. He is a hell of a singer. Not as good as me, but he can sing all right. But no, I was happy for him. I was curious to see really where that story went, because how do you talk about the real Double J without
paying it off with you
about Jeff Jarrett?
Right.
It's a tough sort of deal. And when you look at that storyline and then you look at Rockabilly, it's like, how do you talk about Rockabilly without talking about the Honky Tonk Man? And the New Age Outlaws were born down the road. But, both of them were put into characters that were, I know this sounds ironic, but the real Double J was a ripoff of Double J. Make sense?
Yes.
It's just tough. It's like the original Four Horsemen, the original members of NWO, the original members of the Bullet Club. That is what is ingrained in so many people's eyes. And, you can't kill a memory, as Dutch Mantel says.
He can't kill a memory. How about that? Mm-hmm. So Ric Flair's injured before you arrive, and he's going to need surgery for a torn rotator cuff. And that really leaves a big hole in the Horseman and all of his storylines. And that theoretically opens the door for you to be involved in their story. In hindsight, do you think you would have done this sort of Horseman brush up no matter what? Or did Flair's injury create an opportunity for you?
I think Kevin looked at the grand picture of everything and realized that he had 16, 17, 18 segments, whatever it was during the time, or 2 hours. So it's 11, 12. He had to fill out the whole show. And Arn was dealing with his nerve, neck, that issue. And I see him on TV today taking bumps. I think back to those days, and even his WWE run, you can't touch the agents, all that, Arn's health. And I love to see him get in the position he has today. And we've always known his promo skills and all that. But, back in these days, walking in the door, the two cornerstones of the Four Horsemen are injured. And so, me and Sully, the Devil, Kevin, had our conversations. And when you sort of looked across sort of the roster of Dean and Eddie and Benoit and myself, and there was a group, it was like, okay, where is Sully going with this storyline? But the original Four Horsemen were, 10 years removed. And so what was going to be the rebirth of it, or the reorg of it?
So let's sort of take a look at where things shake out from a babyface heel NWO WCW standpoint. On the NWO side of things, it's Hulk Hogan, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, the Giant, Six, Ted DiBiase, and Vincent. WCW, of course, is being defended by Randy Savage, Sting, kinda. Lex Luger, the Steiners, Arn Anderson, and you're going to make your debut right in the middle of all this, October 7th on Monday Nitro in front of 4,300 fans. Meltzer would say Jarrett looked good and did a good babyface interview, although he worked a heel style. The announcers hinted he was coming in for the nWo, but apparently the plan is for him to replace Ric Flair in the Four Horsemen.
Chat me up, Conrad. Go ahead.
I'm looking to hear from you. Did you ever hear that you were going to replace Ric Flair in the Horsemen?
Well, his injuries. I mean, and you didn't know. I mean, yes, I heard that multiple times. But when I just want to back up a little bit on something you said. Let's sort of weigh out things, because I can remember specifically asking Kevin Sullivan. So, I just want to understand what you want out of me. And the reason I'm going to ask you this, I said, you have the nWo. Are they heels? And I know this sounds so old school because you had the WCW side of everybody you just mentioned, Sting and, well, he's the Crow, but, Lex and Savage, I'll call it the baby faces. But you still had a roster of heels, antagonists on the WCW side of things, which I think as time wore on, not in the early months, the early days of nWo, but as time wore on, I think the audience, it's one of those things, at some point you got to give a resolution. So who's heels and who's baby faces, and you got nWo black and nWo red. But yes, I that's why when Meltzer reports worked heel, I asked Kevin Sullivan, do you want me to work heel or babyface? I know the promo is babyface because it's anti-nWo at the time, which will make me a babyface. But how do you want me to work? He said, work heel. I literally think that's the path that I was headed down. And you'll see as we get into this episode where it's hard to stutter, tell the audience one thing one week, another thing the next week, another thing the next week. But I believe from day one, there was a little bit of confusion, not just with myself, but with everybody.
And let's take a listen to your post-match promo. This is from October 7th, 1996. I think you wrestled Hugh Morris that day, your first match here in WCW on TV. Interesting little trivia note. Goldberg's first match on WCW TV, also with Hugh Morris. How about that? Let's take a listen.
We're going to be talking to Jeff Jarrett. He's standing by with Tony Schiavone. Take it, guys. All right, Eric, thank you very much. And yes, you guys are right. It was a most impressive debut here on WCW Monday Nitro for Jeff Jarrett, making his World Championship Wrestling debut. And I say World Championship Wrestling, we saw you arrive in the black limousine. And it's apparent to all of the announcers that you are part of the nWo. But I need to ask you, are you another in the long line of these vandals that are coming out of the woodwork of the nWo? What's the story, Jeff Jarrett?
Well, Tony Schiavone, I'm going to give you the answer, and I'm going to make a few statements in reply to a few things that Hulk Hogan has been saying the last couple of months. Tony, Hulk Hogan, because I've had a few months off and I've had time to reflect and listen. And Hulk, you said that you were bigger than the wrestling industry itself. You said that you made the wrestling business. You said if it wasn't for you, that promoters like Vern Gagne in Minneapolis would have never existed. That if it wasn't for you, that my father, Jarrett, another promoter in Tennessee, if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have existed. Well, you didn't put one meal on my father's table, and you damn sure didn't put any food on my table. No, sirree. It seems like you seem to forget about history. You forget you, Hulk Hogan. You started in Tennessee. Hogan, history might not mean anything to you. The names like Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, the Funks, the Briscoes, I could go on and on. History doesn't mean much to you, but it means something to me. So maybe Sting said it best a couple of weeks ago. Hulk Hogan, you and the rest of the nWo can stick it.
How about that? How about that from Jeff Jarrett? Ladies and gentlemen, what a statement here on Nitro. And we'll have more, after this time out.
Well, what do you think?
Tony Schiavone called the NWO vandals.
Well, they were breaking shit and spray painting stuff.
It's great. No, it's great.
So when you head back to the locker room after your match with Hugh Morris, your promo there, this is your debut for WCW, a fresh start. As Bruce likes to say, a fresh paint of coat. What'd you think? How'd you feel?
I can tell you, I was really excited. It felt good. The crowd reacted good. And I saw where Kevin Sullivan wanted to go with this. That was seed one of the Jarrett Flair connection that, I think he actually used the word traditionalist, history, a heritage. He had me mention my father and Vern Gagne and, just the anti NWO guy coming right in the door. And, for me to make my opening promo talking to Hulk Hogan, it doesn't get any more high pecking order than that. And so I was really happy, again, happy with the crowd response. Little disconnect, me working heel, but I got it because Flair was always the dirtiest player in the game. But I was super excited, been on the sidelines, been at home injured, it was more than a new fresh coat of paint. It was a new house.
So let's talk briefly about your experience. The next day you do a Saturday night taping where you defeat Billy Kidman. He was being pushed as a cruiserweight after this. At least at this point, he's still not necessarily working all cruiser matches, but you're in Greenwood. What do you remember about your Saturday night taping, sort of making towns? You knew what the WWF routine was like, but now here you are, Nitro, and then the next day, a Saturday night taping. Was this business as usual, or did it feel a little different?
Oh, Nitro was different when I walked in the door that night. It was different than they're two different run organizations in so many ways. It was different. Like I said, just every aspect. But Billy Kidman, Billy could always go from the day I met him. Very talented. And so, Kevin Sullivan wanted me to start getting wins and, again, day 2 in the territory, get over kid. And that was sort of the, no other real highlight other than, I'm going to be figured in, as they say back in the day.
And what do you know? The next week you're in Memphis at the Mid-South Coliseum against Big Bubba. Dave would write, Jarrett pinned Big Bubba in 6 minutes and 41 seconds of a good match. Jarrett got a huge reaction since it was Memphis, and they made the point of saying that Jarrett can't sing a lick. That doesn't matter in WCW. Fans were loudly chanting Double J, which was never acknowledged in the commentary. And then afterwards, you do a promo with your old pal Tony Schiavone, where you're expressing that you'd like to replace Ric Flair in his match against the Giant at Halloween Havoc, and that you'll make the NWO respect Flair, WCW, and yourself. In hindsight, do you think you should have debuted here in Memphis, given the reaction and whatnot? Or why not push it off a week?
Vince, WWF could have cared less. Sometimes I think by design, they went the other way. If you perform in your home territory or your hometown. So, I'd like to say, oh yeah, I could predict that, but I had no idea that the reaction was going to be this good. But the product, it had nothing to do with me in that the product was red hot. Yes, I'd had all those years, but man, Conrad, it's one of those nights where you go, okay, I'm a baby face. I'm really doing a honorable thing as a knight in shining armor. I'm going to take the Nature Boy's place. I can remember Kevin Sullivan coming to me and laying this out to me. And I said, do what? I'd never, this is my first, exposure to Paul, the Giant, but I was excited, and I had worked with, big man, little man style, lots and lots during my career. And Paul was so damn athletic, but I was excited. And the Memphis, and here's something that I think, Conrad, you will be able to relate to or understand, and maybe get your feedback on it. But Big Bubba, Ray Traylor, he's a guy that I watched beat up Hulk Hogan. He was a megastar in the late 80s. And, you know, Big Bubba Rogers with the Four Horsemen and you know, all his WCW run. But when he went to Vince and they put that from Cobb County, Georgia, the Big Boss Man, and he had a hell of a run.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, coming in the door in Memphis when they matched up against him, yeah, he wasn't the Big Boss Man, but he was still a very well-known talent and could go. And so I you know, I don't, not then or not now, do I lose sight of the fact that was a hell of a win on Nitro week 2 in. I mean, a really good win.
Anybody from your family attend a show like that?
No.
You know, given how hot the product was, none of that, not the wifey or none of that.
No.
Interesting note I want to bring up to you from the WWF TV. Gorilla Monsoon's on commentary, and well, this is written in the Observer. On the Superstar show sent out of the country, which is done by Kevin Kelly and Gorilla Monsoon over the weekend, they aired the Double J segments. Monsoon screamed out in the next match that Jeff Jarrett was nothing but a liar, just like his father.
I have seen this on social media for years. Who's our buddy in the UK? I've seen it for years. And look, God rest his soul, we can't go back and get it in Gino's mind, Gorilla. But Gorilla, knowing him and knowing my father's relationship with him, you know, my dad spent a lot of time in Titan TV.
Yeah.
And Gorilla, and maybe people don't even understand this or even know this, he was a territory promoter. I mean, he was a promoter of a territory. And so him and my dad had a hell of a relationship. So having fun, poking fun at it. I didn't ever read anything into it other than Gorilla is doing a international feed, and it's not so far out of Double J's a liar. You know, he comes from a family of liars. His father lied, his grandmother lied, his grandfather died, his uncle lied, his dog even lied. That type deal. I never took it personal, never thought it was given personal. I know that may disappoint a few folks that have created this narrative that they poured the gas on, but I personally don't believe that to be the case. And the reason I say that is me and Gorilla had a great relationship. I would actually go to him and ask him certain questions about, because he's commentating my matches back in the studio. He would give me, he'd love to give me pointers and this and that. And he'd always say, you know, speak into the camera at ringside in the ring, but then pause. And this, this is the recall I always thought of him is after I say something into the camera, give it a 3, 2, 1, maybe a little bit longer by staying in the camera. That gives him time to you know, in the studio, the color commentator gives him time to follow up on it. Don't go right on to the next move. So anyway, Gorilla and myself and Gorilla and my father had a great relationship. Although maybe he was fed that in his ear and came up on his own. He wanted to call my dad a liar. I don't think so, but it's fun to talk about today on My World, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Next week in Minnesota on Nitro, you're going to defeat Ron Studd. But a lot of the real news happens before and after the match. Ric Flair is going to come out and invite you to strut and then shakes your hand. This is a pretty monumental moment in your career, a strut off with Ric Flair. What did you think of that creative?
I loved it. You know, I don't think anybody, Rick, myself, Rick's going to do what Rick wants to do, but Kevin Sullivan and just not just the three of us, but also with the NWO and Rick's health and Arn's health, but doing this in a lot of ways, it just highlighted the fact that, okay, where are they going with this? You know, the Bruno Sammartino, Larry Zbyszko drew a fortune off the mentor and student storyline. Not that Rick was going to be my mentor, but there could have been some type of bond there. But having the strut off was very cool to a 29-year-old Jeff Jarrett.
Super cool. And then afterwards, we get a little bit of a ringside promo from you with Tony Schiavone and Ric Flair joins you. Let's take a listen. This is from October 21st, right before Halloween Havoc 1996, Monday Nitro, right there in Minnesota. Let's take a listen.
Jeff, come on in here. I tell you, you really... Yeah, come on, strut on through here. Jeff Jarrett, I know you realize the importance of your first big matchup in WCW coming up against the Giant. We're inside a week, 6 days and counting. The big bad Giant. Oh, yeah. Well, it's time for Jeff Jarrett to put up or shut up. It's time for WCW to start playing some offense instead of all defense. It's time for everyone who's ever watched Ric Flair, who respects WCW, to start being the hunters instead of the hunted. At Halloween Havoc, he's taking Hall and Nash out. Savage is taking Hollywood out. And Giant, I got a big bullseye right on your leg. That's right, I'm telling you. I'm putting a figure 4 on you. And you may be thinking, you're gonna choke slam me? You've choke slammed them all, but you hadn't choke slammed Jeff Jarrett. And I guarantee you won't do it in Havoc. How about it, Nature Boy? Flair, it's good to see you out here. We gotta have it silent here for a minute, because I want the nWo to hear every word comes out of my mouth tonight. Last week, I sat home and I saw a man stand up and talk good about Ric Flair. That don't happen in life. In our sport, we don't cry. We don't ask for forgiveness. We just keep on keeping on. Now, you know what? Sometimes we get so good at what we do in life that we take everything for granted. So the nWo, I'm going to tip my hat off to you. You outsmarted the Horsemen, you outflanked us, and worst of all, you played the game dirtier. And thus far, you've won. But starting Sunday night, when I get off that operating table and go to Las Vegas to stand in Jeff Jarrett's corner, everybody in the nWo, remember, for every ounce of blood, for every stitch I take, the day I can get back in that ring, along with a man like Jeff Jarrett and the Horsemen, we will kick the nWo's ass. Boom! We're gonna be in Vegas side by side all night long. Oh, yes. Back with more live on Nitro. How about this after this timeout?
So how about that, man? Brushing up against the Nature Boy.
Telling you, a 29-year-old Jeff Jarrett was digging every minute of it. Yeah, and you know, Big Ron, they talked about who they had me work against. He was as tall or close to Paul White. So Kevin Sullivan wanted to show that visual of me, the little guy, being able to take down the big guy, and then Flair giving that endorsement and fitting into the storyline. Life was good for old Double J in October of 97, but there's a lot of fun, and there was a direction, and Rick laid it out there. You know, he was going under the knife. He wasn't a spring chicken at this time, you know, so there was a lot up in the air, but I was very comfortable at the direction I was headed at this time.
It's got to make you feel good. I mean, a guy who had been looking for his big break and his opportunity, and maybe thought he was going to live his dream once upon a time on the WWF side of things. But here in WCW, after it didn't work out the way he wanted with Vince, brushing up against the Nature Boy on the hottest show in wrestling, doesn't get any better than that, does it?
No, you know, I'm obviously from Tennessee. I grew up on what happened when. You know, I was a Saturday night 605 guy from, you know, way back. And, you know, my father booking Atlanta and then running shows up in Ohio with Tommy Rich and the crew in early 80s. And, you know, the Great American Bash going on tour those years. And I was working the territory. So in so many ways, I had a lot of roots. But then on top of all that, Hogan and Savage and Hall and Nash, they were all in this organization. You know, Eric had built, it was candidly, I mean, it was not just the hottest thing in wrestling, but it was and we'll get to that. It is, you know, I had a mark out moment later in this run that, like a little kid, I'm like, I had to pinch myself that I'm really in this dressing room, and we'll get to that. But the product was so red hot. Later in this year is when first time I think in my career, I was booked to do an on sale, and they came to me at the Nitro and said, oh, they canceled that. And I'm like, what? Yeah, it sold out in the first day. Oh, okay. They don't need any ticket sales, because the tickets went on sale, I think, on Monday, and I was scheduled to go on Friday for a promotional push. Anyway, business was red hot, Conrad.
So you're off to Las Vegas right after this. It's Halloween Havoc. And boy, Halloween Havoc in 1996. I mean, it's their tentpole event. And a lot of fans like myself often assumed it was actually Starrcade. Bischoff corrected that and said, no, in his mind, it was always Halloween Havoc. And so you're going to be taking on the Giant here. I encourage everyone to go watch your pre-match interview, which is right after the Malenko. I don't even want to play it here on the program. It doesn't do it justice enough. You need to go watch it, but it's on Peacock right after Malenko has his match. We go to the back, and they're staggerly talking to Jeff Jarrett, who's making some promises, and boy, it tickles me to this day. But I'm not going to play it on the show because you need the visual. But let me just say, it is my favorite Jeff Jarrett promo of all time. So the Giant is going to beat you by DQ after some interference from Ric Flair right around the 10-minute mark. Meltzer would say Jeff did a really good job carrying the Giant, who was difficult to pull a good match out of. The finish would see Jarrett get the figure 4 on the floor, but Giant grabbed Jarrett by the throat and broke it and was about to choke slam him when Flair, who was at ringside, hit a low blow, and then referee Nick Patrick called for the DQ. After the match, all the Horsemen got in the ring, and the Giant walked out. So 2 stars. And hey, you didn't, I mean, I guess you lost by DQ, but the great news is you did not get choke slammed, Jeff Jarrett.
Conrad, you may beat me, but you're not going to choke slam me.
God, it's such a great promo.
You tell? No, anyway. I can remember working with Giant and wanting to really have a good match. It was really a big deal. To put this in context, the NWO was beating everybody. I mean, you know, Hall, Nash, Hogan, they were, and this is the granddaddy of them all. Mania in the spring, Halloween Havoc in the fall. It was the big 10-pole event. And I kind of expected the Giant to go over me. However, just because NWO and the Giant and all that, but when they sort of laid that out, and I can remember, you know, laying out the match, and I'm like, drop kick, and to this day, it's one of my favorite drop kicks because I got him right in the kisser. Back then, I had some hops, but yeah, I was very happy with the match. It was, the people responded to everything. You know, Paul had only been working a few years at this time, so I was very happy. And Kevin Sullivan, I just remember him like, he was like, I knew you'd do it. He says, lots of heads turned backstage. One of those deals. I'm like, huh? He was happy with it.
You had been around the WWF for a lot of the big events. This is your first Halloween Havoc. How did it compare to some of those major WWF events?
Well, being in Vegas, that sort of throws everything by the wayside, just because MGM Grand Garden Arena, obviously it was sold out and everything with that, but early start time because of West Coast time zone, you know, the Manias, and even a Royal Rumble or the SummerSlam, you know, 95, I can remember doing the Rumble, you know, the different appearances just leading up to this. It wasn't the, you know, on the Sunday, huge event and mirrored in a lot of ways. But the pre-build up, the Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, I wasn't a part of anything. And I don't think there was an enormous amount. They always had to take care of sponsors. I don't think I did anything with Cricket this early in my career, Cricket Wireless. I ended up doing a lot of stuff with those guys. But it was, and look, we'll get into this midway through the year, but it was just a different run organization. It was so corporate in every sense of the word. And I don't think that's all bad, but it was definitely run differently.
So if you had to compare it to a show, it's not quite, Cricket Wireless was started in 99. It's not quite WrestleMania level, but maybe SummerSlam level.
I mean, you knew it was, well, just because of the card, it was blow off. It was a really, really big creative event. But
I just mean, as far as when you walk in the building, does it feel as special as a SummerSlam, as a WrestleMania, as a Royal Rumble?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the fanfare around, WrestleMania feels big, and I'm sure everyone understands that. And
it's a whole week now. It's not just a day; it's a whole week.
Oh, and it's just how it's grown too. But even in the 90s, it was huge, the pageantry with it. I didn't really ever feel the whether it's Starrcade or Great American Bash or Halloween Havoc or any of the events, they were all big events, but I can't say that one outweighed the other in any spectacular fashion out of all of them. Again, that's sort of the difference in, I think in a lot of ways, the booking and the promotion, the marketing. I mean, Vince McMahon, by design, built his company on 4 big pillars, but he didn't come out of the gate with 4 big pillars. He came out of the gate with Mania, and time rolled on. He added WCW when Eric rebranded and had to get in the game. All 12 of them were big. He never even went with the in your house that you have 4 big ones and 8 small ones. Came out of the gate and they were all big.
The WWE experience has changed a lot over the years. Back when you were there originally, Vince is on commentary. So as you're wrestling a match and you come back through the curtain, these days, we all know that's where we'll see Bruce Pritchard or Vince McMahon or what have you on headsets and in the quote unquote gorilla position. Here in WCW, though, there is no Vince McMahon. There's Eric Bischoff, and Eric is not doing color commentary. Instead, he's leaving that to the likes of the Larry Zbyszkos and the Tony Schiavones and what have you. But when you walk through the curtain after a big pay-per-view match like this against the Giant, who is in what WCW called the Jody position, essentially the same thing, the gorilla position, who was there to greet you? Is it Kevin Sullivan? Is it someone else?
Funny you call it the Jody position. Obviously, we're referring to Jody Hamilton. I always remember it being called the Go position.
There you go.
It was called the Go position. That's what I recall. Kevin Sullivan, I would say in this run, he was the guy to walk, but he wasn't there every time. Because again, very corporate. And, a lot of times, Eric would be around and, hey, man, good. In super diplomatic fashion. And Kevin Sullivan a lot of times was great job, but he knew the next match coming out. It's just a different tone, a different vibe. Again, I'll go back to a family run organization versus a corporate run organization. Very different. It's just a very, very different vibe. And I'm also going to say this, that when you walk through the curtain, and this is something that I think is very prevalent in the NFL to this day, if you really know the nuts and bolts. The NBA at times, I think baseball anyway, but in the NFL, when a guy is playing 16 games and he's in his contract year, Conrad, and you always do a better job of me than explaining things, but you want to explain to our listeners what I'm saying by contract year?
Yeah. I mean, listen, the idea is all of a sudden you realize your contract is coming due. So we need to, if you're an athlete, you want to play out of your mind. You want to have your best season ever. You want to put your best foot forward, because if you have the best performances of your life, people think, boy, this guy's hot. We better lock him up. And while we're at it, pay him some more money.
Bingo. And a little bonus in there. WCW never had that. The day guaranteed money got locked in, the incentive to go out and have that WrestleMania moment or that SummerSlam moment or that Monday Night Raw moment did not exist in the days of guaranteed money. Now, it's not like you could go out and lay on your ass, but the incentive to make the moment of spectacular I'm never going to forget this. When it comes re-up time, they're going to know that I carried the ball in this match and I didn't just score. I dominated, blah, 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 blah. That didn't exist, whether it's Halloween Havoc, Great American Bash. And so, you know, as a talent, you're lying for me. I'm lying to myself if I think that you have the same incentive to have a good match. Your money doesn't change at all. I knew it wasn't changing for the next 12 months. I think that has a different mentality.
Let's continue the storyline here. After you wrestle the Giant here, you're going to wind up leaving the building to go to the hospital, wink, wink, with Flair after Arn loses to Lex Luger's torture rack. Of course, that's going to be Arn's last wrestling match, certainly his last WCW pay-per-view, but not too long after this is when he's going to have to get the surgery, and that's the end of Arn as a Horseman. I don't think everybody knew it right then. I think people were optimistic that they would be able to, you know, put Humpty Dumpty back together again, so to speak. What do you think of this storyline and this creative? I mean, as far as you're concerned, if in storyline you're going with Flair to the hospital to visit Arn, you're officially a Horseman, right? Yes,
In my mind. And I thought always, you know, whether it's a formality to do the storyline that we later did down the road, we're going to get into it with Mongo and all that. I was in the Horseman storyline, and in my mind, whether it's personal or it's on screen, if Ric Flair says you're a Horseman, aren't you a Horseman?
Yes.
I mean, that may sound so simplistic, but that's how I viewed it. But, you know, again, it goes back to what I said a few minutes ago. The real life injuries of Rick and Arn were as real as can be. And, you know, obviously Tully wasn't around, or, you know, they had gone through so many. When you think about, here we are, 96, 97, prior to this, Lex and Barry Windham and Tully. And I mean, just, you could go on and on about the different Horsemen up to date. And now here it is again. But the big difference that I thought was the product was so hot, and I didn't recall anybody, you know, the Nature Boy Buddy Landell 10 years before. I didn't, you know, me and Rick having the back and forth was new, was fresh. And man, I can't tell you how excited I was. But yeah, the Arn injury, it was, nobody knew, maybe Arn, but it was very serious situation. And we didn't know where we were going to go with it creatively out of Arn's injury.
And the next night on Raw, or on Nitro rather, you're doing a singles match with Ricky Morton. And boy, that's got to be kind of a fun deal, you know, working with you. Yeah.
But he, you know, in a lot of ways, I grew up, I'm the kid in the dressing room. Now look, people that don't know, Ricky Morton's father, Paul Morton, was a referee for my father's promotion. So Ricky grew up in dressing rooms like I grew up in dressing rooms. And Ricky had the angle with Ric Flair in the late 80s or mid 80s, and the Rock and Roll Express, whether it was in Tennessee or Watts or the Carolinas, a legendary tag team, just fantastic. But here we are, late 96, early 97. Ricky as a singles, you know, he was on the, I'll call it, on the backside of his career. So it was, yeah, hell, I love working with him, but also I'm like, wow, this isn't, I wish I could have gotten to work with Ricky 10 years prior, but that's, but it was just sort of a different time. But yeah, Ricky could go. He can still go to this day. I saw it not long ago at a convention, but yeah, Ricky, and shout out to him and his wrestling school. And he's a lifer like me. I mean, he's keeping on.
Let's play a little bit of audio from the night after Halloween Havoc. This is from Nitro 1996, October 28th.
Jeff Jarrett, those threatening words from the Giant. I want to talk a little bit about what happened last night.
Before we get into that, actions speak louder than words. If the Giant wants to get the job done right now, tell him to come on down in the ring right now, and we'll finish him.
Yeah, how about that? And I think he has gone, as a matter of fact. Well, that's typical NWO. Big night for you last night. Not only did you take the fight right to the Giant, the Horsemen got behind you. A show of force. As a result, you escorted Arn Anderson along with Ric Flair to the hospital. Had a little payback to the Horsemen. It was quite a night for you last night.
It was a big night. I said I was going to have it to style and profile, strut my stuff a la Ric Flair, and I did that. I said that the Giant would not chokeslam me, and he certainly didn't do it. Everything I've said I'm going to do when I got to WCW, I've done. Don't wind me up. I got something to say. I've got one challenge and a big, bold statement to say to you, Hulk Hogan and nWo. You will go down. The walls will crumble. But, Tony, one thing has to happen for the walls to crumble, and that is WCW has got to unite. You know, when I got here, I didn't realize there was going to be a bunch of different groups and factions and cliques. You've got the Dungeon of Doom jumping Benoit McMichael. You got Luger trying to permanently disable Arn Anderson. Then you got Sting. For weeks, you guys have been begging him to be the leader. Sting, if you don't want to be the leader, I damn sure do. Me and Ric Flair will unite WCW. Then you got Piper. He's out here and he says, oh, when he was 15 years old, Hogan was playing bass. He was wrestling. Well, I was born into the wrestling world. I got 3 generations in my family who've had a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. That's right, in this sport. So I've got more to lose than anybody. So Hogan, you will go down. That's a promise. That ain't no threat. Just like all these other powder puff organizations, one by one they've gone down. WCW's been around since 1905, and they're going to remain a long, long time.
All right, Jeff Jarrett here on Nitro. We'll have more on TNT Live after this time out.
Is that you doing your best Ric Flair out there? Don't wrap me up. I got stuff to say.
Kevin Sullivan, did you hear the top of the promo about the different factions?
Yep.
That's Kevin Sullivan sort of having me lay out the different directions. I can remember having that conversation, and because I'm like that. That's another thing, man. WCW. Did I do every promo after a match? I never could. It seems like I'm winded in every one of them, but that promo I remember, and yeah, I guess that was. I'm sure somebody was wrapping it up because they hit the music. Did I hear that right?
But you got played off, and at the last minute, he had to pull it away. Like, dude, we're going to commercial right now. I gotta go.
Yeah. Well, I was getting my promo in that Kevin Sullivan told me to get in.
You work with John Tenta for Saturday night in Rome, Georgia. You injure your ankle in the match. Do you remember that?
Yes, I had flying bulldog off the second rope, and I didn't get my feet out. Big John, John ain't going down until he's ready to go down. And so I sort of hung up in the air a little bit. Not his fault. It's just one of those things. And damn, it hurt. Just a severe sprain. But yeah, I can remember icing it like crazy and really doing rehab. Went to my the physical therapist anyway. I wasn't real sure what had happened, but it hurt, but it ended up just being a severe sprain. But there's another guy that I sort of grew up on who was a victim of Hulkamania. But John Tenta, for those that don't know, that's Earthquake.
Yeah.
And so Earthquake, Big Boss Man, those guys, monster heels. And so Kevin Sullivan, you can tell by my opponents, he was booking me against big guys to hang with. And Kevin, I can remember saying a couple of different times, not working with John, but just during this run, is like, Jeff, I'm like, dude, can you give me somebody besides a Giant? And he's like, no, you'll get a good match out of him. You'll get a good match. I'm like, yeah, I know that, but don't use that against me. But I love old John Tenta. We had a lot of fun. Sweetheart of a guy. And
another one of those guys who feels like he looked 40 forever. I mean, when he's 25, he looked 40. When he was 40, he looked 40.
Yep. A badass, but sweetheart of a guy.
So you cut a promo on November 4th for Nitro in Grand Rapids, and it's the first time that we hear from Benoit McMichael that you're not really a horseman. And then you take a shot at Sting. The WCW needs a real leader like yourself instead of Sting, more of what we just heard. And that leads to a match in St. Petersburg the next week on Nitro between you and Benoit. So now there's a debate amongst, we'll call it the underlings, not Flair, not Arn, but the other members of the Horsemen. They say, nah, you're not really a horseman. And so now we're going to have a match between one of those guys and yourself in St. Petersburg, when all of a sudden something crazy happens. Let's listen to it.
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, it's Sting. He is not
my friend. I think Sting has lost it. He's cracked.
Jeff Jarrett is out. A sneak attack from behind Sting. And you saw a woman. What's going on? We had no idea what brought this on. But the first time that he has actually come in the ring here on Nitro since the 16th of September. And the fans are absolutely stunned here. So is Benoit. Jeff Jarrett out cold. A sneak attack by Sting.
We don't know about that guy.
Sting
We
just
don't know about
disappeared.
him, but we know Jarrett's WCW. I think you should pick him up.
I don't give a damn about him.
Come on, Chris. He's WCW. We don't know who he is. Go ahead, pick him up. Help him up.
Well, I guess maybe he's going to try to pick him up. I'm not so sure, but that's not the question here. That's not what we're wondering about. Should he help him up? What was the motive with, I can only say this, Larry, the look that he had. We got to take a break.
Well, not now. Let's find out what's going on here.
We'll sort all this out, fans. We'll be back on Nitro.
So there you go. You get your hand raised, but it's because Sting interfered, dropped you with that Scorpion Death Drop. And you're one of the first guys to get dropped with that. That's going to become a signature move of his. But with this Crow persona, it's going to become more and more a regular part of his stable or repertoire, as it were. And here you are in the middle of this. Is he or isn't he a horseman? And oh, by the way, I'm challenging you, Sting, to be a leader, or I'll be the leader. You're in the mix, man, at the top of the card.
I was going to say, very high profile, and sitting here thinking that I think that was our first interaction, and so this is in 2006, and our episode last week, Conrad, was me and Sting, Bound for Glory, 2006. So our storyline had been going 10 years, but no,
Yeah.
you think about the ins and outs and me working with Sting, but I mean, super high profile. Sting doing that, like you said, it set it on its way, but on the flip side of that, it's sort of a microcosm that Benoit and McMichael, they didn't want me in, Flair and Arn, or Flair did want me in, and making the people choose. It just is a little bit like, okay, we love Sting. Sting is our All-American. I mean, if he ain't the cornerstone of WCW, nobody is, because Flair had, gone to Vince and come back. And so a lot of chess players on the table. You really had to follow the product intricately. And I think it's a tough balance. I think that's one of the things that has always been a challenge in modern era of professional wrestling, because you have so many segments and so much content done on TV that you can't do the same old, same old, same old. But if you get too fast, you can lose your audience, and confuse them, you lose them. So delicate balance that Kevin Sullivan and others were trying to navigate their way through.
Let's mention too, I believe you're the first person in WCW that Sting attacked since he became the Crow persona. Wow. Overall, what do you think of this? You're trying to earn a spot as a horseman. Do you like that creative in hindsight?
I loved it until it got lost in the weeds. I really thought we were making, and I always thought the money was get it to the right point, the right fever pitch, the right bowling point, and then I turn on Rick and basically have the winner take all, that whatever it is. And I'm not saying it's a head shaving, but something that Rick will continue to be the leader of the Horsemen, and I am whatever, out, done, taking it in a direction. That is what Kevin Sullivan told me. That's the direction that he wanted to get it to, somewhere where me and Flair finally lock horns and have a I don't say an extended program, but a really one-on-one program. That's where I thought it was ultimately going.
In the meantime, it's announced that you and Giant are going to have a rematch at World War III. Were you excited about working with him again?
I knew that match one was, we hit on all cylinders. I kind of saw that now I'm involved in, I'll call it the Horseman storyline. It wasn't the Horseman versus NWO. It was the inner, we'll call it the inner turmoil of the Horseman, that was my focus. And then all of a sudden I'm going back to the Giant. Wasn't going to be as easy.
It's interesting that the next week you're in Florence, South Carolina for Nitro, and you work with Bobby Eaton, and right at the finish, you and Ric Flair come out, and we're going to play a clip of that. But you just had Ricky Morton. Now you've got Bobby Eaton. These are all your old 605 favorites, and a lot of Memphis boys too.
615, my friend, not 605. Oh, you mean TBS 605? Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought because Bobby married Dundee's daughter. That's where I thought you, and Ricky's from this area. But yeah. My old Andy Griffith watching friend, Bobby Eaton.
November 18th, 1996 is what we're going to play here, which is kind of fun. Flair's out in a sweater and a sling. He's got his arm in a sling from that rotator cuff surgery. Mean Gene's holding the stick. Let's go to it.
In WCW, is there dissension amongst the Horsemen?
Gene Oakland, Mean Gene, I'm not out here to talk about dissension. I'm out here to talking about two guys uniting. I'm here to talk about WCW pulling it together. I'm talking about WCW going to war. Giant, I've chopped you down to size before when I did it at Havoc. And if I got to do it next Sunday, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Right, Nate? Mean Gene.
Welcome back, Nature Boy.
At this particular point in time, the Nature Boy is telling the world that Jeff Jarrett is good to go.
Oh, yeah. Wow. How are they hanging?
Brother, Dr. Jim fixed me up. I'm coming back down that road soon. But in the meantime, Double J, can you style and profile?
Oh, yes, sir. You know I can, Rick. Like nothing.
You walk that aisle.
Oh, walk it and talk it.
Can you dance all night? Dance a little longer?
Just give me a shot, Rick. Just give me a shot.
Can you stay all night and stay a little longer?
Oh, try me officer. Here we go.
Double A, Steve McMichael, and Chris Benoit. Listen to the lead horseman. Jeff Jarrett's in because the Nature Boy says so. Woo!
What about
How sweet it is, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute, Doc.
Yes.
Just a minute, Doc. One more time for Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Let's see it. Oh, my.
There's the big strut.
They're going to be shaking up the saloons tonight. Jarrett and Flair, what a pair to draw to. And stay tuned as we return with more WCW Monday Nitro live here on TNT. Oh, yeah.
So that entire time we saw Sting watching from the rafters, you and Flair having a little fun, doing all of his shtick, doing the big strut. The little kid fan in you had to be over the moon, man.
Huge. I mean, it's the episodic nature of where we were headed. We continue to reinforce it, and Rick being Rick and his status, not only in the industry, but there we are in his Flair country in the Carolinas, and him saying that it was just teeing it up in so many different ways. With Rick's injury in mind, with Arn's injury in mind, he did the, direct to Mongo and Benoit, and just, it just was all headed in the right direction.
Well, the rematch happens, World War III, and Ric Flair is not in your corner as most would expect him to be, but there's probably a reason for that. The Giant gets the win in 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Some might call it 6:05 with a choke slam. Meltzer would say Flair wasn't in Jarrett's corner as had been advertised, since it would have made no sense with the planned finish. This match wasn't nearly as good as their previous bout. After Jarrett threw Giant over the top rope, Sting came down and gave Jarrett a reverse DDT. Giant got back in the ring for the coup de grace, and the rest of the show saw the announcers speculate as to whether or not Sting had joined the NWO. Star and a quarter. So I'm kind of with Dave. I guess if Flair was there and he just watched Sting lay waste to you, that wouldn't be that cool. So he's not at ringside, and now you've been attacked officially during a match for the second time by Sting, this time on pay-per-view. What did you think of the match? And do you agree with Meltzer's assessment that the Halloween Havoc match may have been better?
The Halloween Havoc match was definitely better. It wasn't going to make any sense for Rick to be out there. And then the 60-man battle royal that I knew I was going to be going quite a while in. I don't want to say that this match was filler, but in a lot of ways, working twice, it was a rematch. And the real focus of the match was someone not in the match, built to the point of Sting. You know, for me as a character, what a way to protect me in the wins and losses. You know, it was filler to get us to the next step. Giant got over, Sting got over. It was what it was. But I definitely think Havoc was the much better match.
You're in the 60-man battle royal. You're eliminated by Kevin Nash. You're in there 26 minutes before you're eliminated. You're one of the last 7 people in the match. What'd you think? Is this pretty stressful as a talent, or do you hate them? I've never talked to a talent who liked the battle royal. They're
just so hard to tell the story. And I'm definitely of the big believer that moves don't just move sets. It just, you lose your audience. They may cheer, but they're not engaged. And I just think there's a huge difference. Whether it's 30 years ago or 3 days ago, just because people are cheering doesn't really mean they're emotionally attached. And a 60-man battle royal is really hard to get emotionally attached. That's why I believe we called them Gauntlet for the Goals. The original name is the Royal Rumble. You can get emotionally involved in a 30-man match or a 40-man match or whatever it may be. In a true battle royal, it is an attraction to get us to the finish. And so anything prior to, whether it's down to 4 or 6, or you said 7, it's all filler. And filler's not a lot of fun to do.
Let's mention you beat Alex Wright by submission with the figure 4 on Nitro. And the week after in Dayton, you beat Big Bubba again. And all of a sudden, it feels like creatively, you're sort of treading water. I mean, here you were strutting with Ric Flair and getting attacked by Sting, and you're in the middle of things, but you're still here, but it doesn't feel like we're advancing the storyline. We'll call it 2 months in at this point. Are you starting to feel, I don't know, a little bit like the bloom's off the rose, the honeymoon is over? Oh, it really is just like every other wrestling company? Or did it still feel different, fun, exciting?
It was fun and exciting because the Nitro, were sellouts and all that. But again, I said literally from day one, the first Nitro, you could tell is a different organization. And then it doesn't take long to realize the hierarchy and the politics and the navigation. But I just sort of landed on the creative direction. As much as the Flair storyline was going right, he was still injured, and Arn was injured. And we didn't really immediately follow up with Mongo or Benoit and just all of that. Mongo had been an announcer, and so he was transitioning, and he didn't have any matches under, his belt. So there was obviously the early signs were obvious that, okay, where are we going with this? But look, I come from the mindset that you're only as good or bad as your last TV. So however, a Nitro went, you could always retool it the next week. And so I had a lot of hope that it would be, okay, we'll get back on track. Because up to the point that, not to jump too far ahead, Conrad, I think we were on point and we were headed in that direction. But we had a run here where I'll call it the plateau, if you will, that we played 50-50 ball in so many different ways. Like you said, we already went back to the well with Big Bubba. It was the early stages of 50-50 booking.
Yeah, and you continue that when you're putting the U.S. title tournament and you lose to DDP in the first round. That happens after Scott Hall came out and gave you an outsider's edge, and DDP gets the win. And that's your first time working with DDP so far. But at this point, at least all of your losses in WCW have been due to outside interference. So they're at least trying to, I don't know, keep the nose up on this thing. Do you remember why Flair stopped appearing with you for a bit here?
I don't. I mean, I know his injury, and I also know that, again, knowing that, for the lack of a better word, there wasn't a, and when I say events, I'm talking about the very head of creative that literally nobody can go over.
Yeah.
You know, buck stops. I knew WCW was different with, you know, talking to Scott and Kevin and obviously Hogan and contractual and knowing Savage like as good as I did. It was just a different set of circumstances. And so, you know, Rick was Rick as well. So, you know, if Hogan wasn't answering to anyone and Hall and Nash weren't answering to anyone and Savage not really answering, you know, just that whole, you know, just the whole vibe, Rick was in that as well. And Rick, it was what it was, but you know, to answer your question, I'm not exactly sure why he quit appearing.
It's announced that you'd be wrestling Chris Benoit at Starrcade. We're continuing this sort of you're in, you're out stuff with the Horsemen. And in one of those WCW moments in the main event of Nitro on December 23rd in Macon, Georgia, you and Rick Steiner go to a no contest when the fake Sting appears and you pin him. What?
Yeah.
Is this like the first inclination you've got that, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Maybe this creative isn't as rock solid as we once hoped.
And I don't want to say night one, but Kevin Sullivan let me know early in our relationship or in this that he didn't have the ultimate say so, you know, in pitching things. Look, I don't have the ultimate this and that, you know, that. So I knew that it was a challenge. So things like this, what, you know, what, like, how does this make sense? And you just go, okay. You know, I didn't want to be that guy that early, like start bitching or what. You just don't. It just, okay. The proverbial, and this is shout out to our buddy Bruce. At times you got to make chicken salad, you know, out of chicken.
So let's go to Starrcade. It's a no DQ match with you and Benoit. Y'all get plenty of time, man. 13 minutes and 48 seconds. Meltzer would say Benoit was up to his usual standards and Jarrett hung with him. It was interesting to see that in Nashville, Benoit had at least as much, if not more, fan support. The two worked a fast-paced, good match. At one point outside the ring, Woman distracted Jarrett, allowing Benoit to blindside him. Finish of the match saw Jarrett go for the figure four, but Woman raked his eyes. At this point, Arn Anderson came to ringside, walked past Woman and Benoit, and went into Jarrett's corner. And at that point, Conan and Hugh Morris came to the ringside ramp, attempting to kidnap Woman. During the melee, Woman kicked Morris low. Kevin Sullivan came out, and Conan gave Sullivan a wooden chair, which he broke on Benoit. At the same time, Anderson DDT'd Jarrett on the floor and threw him in the ring. Jarrett rolled and ended with his arm on top of Benoit's body for the 3 count. Arn and Woman argued after the match, with Anderson telling Woman it was all her fault. Okerlund was then set to do an interview, but was all concerned about, you know, Sullivan to Anderson to Jarrett to Benoit to Woman, but everybody walked past him without saying a word. 3.5 stars. Oh, man. You're in there with one of the all-time great performers, Chris Benoit, and you're at a major event, Starrcade, for goodness sake, the precursor to WrestleMania, even the granddaddy of them all. And it's just a mess.
As my broadcast partner says, lot to unpack here.
Yeah.
It's all a box of, yeah. I mean, look, it's, I would ask you in jokingly, hey, can you repeat that? Because literally I was sitting there in my mind going, okay, the Horseman storyline is one.
Yep.
The Woman storyline involved with Arn is kind of a subset of a storyline too. Then you have Kevin Saul, you know, just there's like 3 to 4 storylines in a match. And here's what I philosophically disagree with: at a pay-per-view, at a high-profile pay-per-view, just very difficult, very, very difficult. And Dave says that, you know, Benoit got the cheers. Yes, by design, we wanted him to work babyface. Not me. The story was he needs to work babyface. Chris is a hell of a and heel, but I mean, hell of a worker. It just worked more that way. But all of a sudden, he has a female valet. A lot of scrambled eggs is what I like to say. This kind of stuff.
It's just too many moving parts. What were you told going into it? You know, I mean, when Arn comes out and DDTs you, that looks like more of the, you're not in the Horseman. I mean, is there any clear direction laid out, or was this just week by week at this point?
Week by week. I mean, you know, hindsight's 20/20, but this kind of went against the grain of Rick. I mean, you know, the positioning that Tony and the announcers had sort of laid upon that. Okay, Ric Flair says I'm a horseman, and Rick tells the world Jeff Jarrett's, you know, the leader of the Horsemen. It was sort of laid out there, but okay, so Arn is going to DDT me on the floor, but as we get into it, there was no follow-up to that either. No follow-up to any of this. It was a mess.
Steve and Deborah McMichael do a promo afterwards that you're Horseman material, and the next night on Nitro they say that again, and Benoit states that you could do anything in wrestling but become a horseman. And then in Monroe, Louisiana on Nitro on January 6th, the angle continues. Meltzer would write, Benoit and Woman weren't there, and Deborah McMichael was running down Woman, saying Jarrett should be a horseman. Jarrett came out and wanted to be a horseman, but Anderson said he didn't think so. And Jarrett said that Anderson was never a leader and was always behind Flair, Ole, and Tully. Anderson jumped Jarrett, and they had an impromptu match, which Jarrett won using the ropes. Anderson wanted to jump Jarrett after, but Deborah protected him. So Steve sided with Deborah, which left the McMichaels versus Flair and Arn. Although by the end, Flair sided with the McMichaels and shook Jarrett's hand and strutted with him while Arn just walked out. So it's continuing, but even at this point, you're saying we still don't know the payoff. We're just, this will get us another week, right?
Yes. And it was definitely week to week booking with a general direction. But again, that reading back, and I don't intricately remember this, but you have to remember. So now, and maybe, do you recall when did Mongo get put into the Horsemen? How far back?
The prior year.
Yeah. So, but he hadn't been in there a lot, and Steve didn't have a lot of matches, and everybody understood that Deborah was his wife, but the beauty pageant and the legendary all-pro football player, I always thought was somewhat oil and water. You know, you just didn't look at Chicago Bears and Mongo McMichael and everything with that. I always thought Deborah looked more like she should be walking out with Ric Flair. You know, it was just a little bit of a confusion through all of this, and then add that into the layer of Woman and Benoit. Whew, I'm getting confusing just recalling it.
Yeah, there's a lot, and you're going to continue the story in the New Orleans Superdome show the next week. It's you versus Benoit again. The match goes a little under 4 minutes. You get the win when Deborah stops Steve from hitting you with the briefcase. Flair's not there, and Arn's not happy about everything. And how about this for a weird match? In Chicago, you run the United Center. It's sold out. Yeah. 17,000 folks. You got Arn Anderson and Steve McMichael across the ring from you. You need a tag partner. So, of course, it's Eddie Guerrero. I'm having trouble figuring out what the hell's going on here. What do you remember about that night?
Eddie, goes without saying, getting Eddie in a match is always a bonus. And me and him working on the same side, and Mongo
in Chicago,
in a sellout. And, the United Center for years and years was the WWF building. SummerSlam 94 was there. So anyway, this is another really perfect microcosm of WCW. Mongo in Chicago, but he's in a tag match. And I think this might have been the first time on TV that I'd been teamed with Eddie. It just out of left field, completely. Wait. And so who was Mongo's partner? Chris?
Arn Anderson.
Okay. Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy.
So the next week you're going to be working the sold out pay-per-view, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It's commonly regarded as being one of the worst pay-per-views of all time. And you're working Mike Rotunda as his Wall Street character. You defeat him in a little under 10 minutes, but I'm more interested. Oh, and by the way, the McMichaels help you get the win. But what do you remember about walking out in front of this Saturday night sold out crowd? It's a little different.
And it was, I'd love to get a weather report. I'm sure. I mean, it was so cold in Cedar Rapids.
Snow out the wazoo.
I just remember, I want to say, if it wasn't Rotundo, okay. I was going to say Bubba and Rotundo, but they had to shoot a pre-tape on a dumpster. And they were waiting to shoot it, and they'd get out of the dumpster and it'd be freezing cold, and they had to do this and then go back inside. They froze to death. I just remember me and Mike didn't have a lot of time to go over our match. And Mike I'd known him as IRS. He was really good to me when I first arrived. Me, Fuji, and Mike Rotundo riding up and down the roads for several trips when I first got there. But it was a great education process. Great. I just saw Bo Dallas recently, and I told him, I said, your dad was always great to me. He smartened me up a lot in the early days on some ins and outs, especially Fuji. But no, it was freezing. That pay-per-view, I wasn't anywhere even near the top of the card. And our match meant nothing. And it was, again, very confusing because I was so ingrained and the people were dialed into, for the most part, the Jeff Jarrett, Ric Flair, Horseman storyline. And me against Rotundo had no build-up, no context, no nothing.
Let's also mention, I don't know, man. It's just weird to think about how you're navigating all of this, but then what do you know, on Nitro, you're wrestling Eddie Guerrero. So as much as it might be frustrating creatively, the hokey pokey, and there's no seemingly no direction or payoff, you're brushing up with some really all-time talent. And in Des Moines, that's sort of the same thing. You're working with Eddie Guerrero. Steve McMichael's going to hit you with the briefcase to give you the win. But it's a little interesting. The night prior, or 2 nights prior, it sold out. He helped you win, and now he's hitting you with the briefcase. You talked about 50-50 booking. It even feels like you got 50-50 friendships.
It's all over the place. And now we're 3 or 4 months, 5 months in, 4 months into my run there. And it was, it was so, gosh, and again, hindsight's 2020. But when you look at Chris and Jericho, I'm talking about Chris Benoit and Jericho, and Eddie and Dean, and I know I'm going to leave some out, but we always ended up somehow, some way working with each other, working in tags. I know this isn't an Eddie Guerrero episode, but I'm curious. I'd love to know what he was doing the week before and after, because it feels like we just got put together in some type of tag match or whatever it may be. But again, scrambled eggs.
I feel like we should mention the gist of the storyline here is that Deborah and Ric Flair like you, but Benoit, Anderson, and Steve McMichael, they're not so sure they can trust you. And you're doing what you can to earn their trust back. Just like when there's a Saturday night taping, you're going to do a run-in to help the Horsemen from a beatdown, save them from the Dungeon of Doom. But once you're in there, Arn and Steve McMichael just leave you to get beat down yourself. And all of a sudden, WCW, with the success of the nWo, starts running more house shows. As you go over Big Bubba in the end of January in Kansas City and West Plains, then you go over 6 and Cape Girardeau. You're scheduled to face Lex Luger in the main event of Nitro back at the Mid-South Coliseum, but Luger is attacked by the outsider. Steve McMichael's going to replace him. So now you're taking on Steve McMichael in Memphis. Deborah distracts Steve long enough for you to win by countout. And then it's scheduled for you to face Steve at Super Brawl at the Cow Palace with a Horseman spot put on the line. Were there talks here? Was it even discussed about putting Deborah with you? Not in the WWF, but here in 1996?
Well, you just, at the very top of that commentary, you talked about that if there's a vote, Rick and Deborah wanted me in, the others wanted me out.
Yeah.
And I can remember that was never, look, it made great theory. And that run-in you just talked about, I do remember that as well. But it's like on paper, sounds great. But the actual execution and the people needing to respond at ringside because they're like, wait a minute. Wait, Jeff just came to save these guys against the Dungeon of Doom. So I guess the Four Horsemen are baby faces. And we're supposed to be mad because Dungeon of Doom's beating up Arn and whoever was at him, but Jeff comes and saves, and then they walk off. Wait a minute, Arn, we're just cheering for you. But see where it's so hard to get emotionally engaged in this story because we were asking the audience to do so many different things, not just week to week, segment to segment. That's really, really hard to get your audience to follow that. Again, not raining on Kevin Sullivan. He was playing the hand he was dealt because at a lot of times, whatever the nWo wasn't doing, he got to book the rest. And so that's not easy either. Now finally getting to your answer, got a little granular there, Conrad, apologies. We get to the Cow Palace or that whole stipulation on the line. I was like, okay, now we sort of have like a progression of the storyline. Although Rick wanted me in, says that I'm in, we're going to have a match about it. But working with, Mongo, I just say this, and we'll get into it because we've had several single matches. Conrad, you played football.
Yeah.
And so you can relate to this, but I've been in the ring with gold medalists. I've been in the ring with basketball players, 7-footers like Kevin Nash. I've been in the ring with amateur wrestlers, Scott Steiner and Rick Steiner and others. But being in the ring with a not just good football player, a great football player, and by nature, you football players, you go against the grain. There's never a dance. In basketball, playing defense is really a dance. Amateur wrestling is a little bit different, but offense and defensive linemen, they are completely unique into their own. Mongo was the strongest human being I've ever been in the ring with. And when you wanted to not go where he didn't want you to go, I didn't have a choice. But trying to get him to go where I wanted him to go, and not like I'm going to toss him around, just lead him around, or we're going to go off the ropes or this or that. But I knew I had my work cut out. The reason I say all that is that we were finally going to have a match, but I knew my work was going to be cut out. Mongo hadn't had a lot of matches, and he comes from a football background, but also Deborah as a valet that had you couldn't do physicality with her. But here we are with the stipulation of if I win, I'm in the Horsemen. So, oh boy, Conrad, I'm getting exhausted. We ain't even 6 months through the run, but yes.
I'm almost wondering, should we make this a 2-part episode, do you think?
You're steering the ship.
You're working Eddie Guerrero on Saturday night tapings, and the next week you're in Jacksonville teaming with Chavo Guerrero, and you lose to Benoit and McMichael, but you're barely paying any attention to the match because you're talking to Deborah, which doesn't exactly look great. The next night on Nitro, you lose to Jericho when Steve McMichael interferes again, and Deborah is pissed at Steve. It just seems like the same story over and over. Are you offering suggestions, or are you just trying to be a good soldier at this point?
My frustration at this point was, hey man, I know I didn't call it the Attitude Era, but I would basically say, I know times have changed and I know it's a little bit different, but we are confusing the hell out of our audience. I remember specifically having that conversation with multiple people. we're making them choose between who to cheer for and not to cheer for, and we're changing it up week in, week out. I get it, you can do that, but we already have a roster full of tweeners known as the NWO. Although they're heels and anti-establishment, no, they're not. They're baby faces. Okay, so we'll settle on tweeners. We don't need any more tweeners, guys. It ain't. We're not progressing, and that was my frustration.
Now it's Super Brawl at the Cow Palace in San Francisco. Would this have been your first chance to work the Cow Palace, or had you been there before?
Nope. That was because yeah, no, that was my first, because we ran San Jose. I don't think I worked for Vince at the Cow Palace.
What did you think of the Cow Palace as a venue?
It's good. It's you know what? I did work there at WWF days. I did work there at the WWF, but it's an old building, and everything good with an old building and everything bad with an old building. But I enjoyed it. So much history. It's one of those buildings that I had heard from a kid, Pat Patterson, Ray Stevens, and Roy, just the legendary territory that was the Cow Palace.
So let's talk about the match. Meltzer would say, Jarrett pinned McMichael in 8-12, earning the right to join the Four Horsemen. This was the Deborah McMichael show. At one point, she stopped Steve from attacking Jarrett outside the ring, allowing Jarrett to clobber Steve from behind. However, when Jarrett used the ropes for leverage and an abdominal stretch, she clocked his hand with the briefcase. Better match than you'd think. Finish saw a referee bump. Steve tried to get the briefcase, but Deborah wouldn't give it to him and instead threw it backwards over her head right into Jarrett's hands. Jarrett clocked Steve hard and got the pin. Deborah acted concerned about causing her husband to lose, but then she winked into the camera, star in 3/4. What did you think of that?
Again, on paper, I understood it, but I wasn't the only one discussing it. I know Mongo. Hey, this isn't, I get it. It's sports entertainment, but the husband looks really stupid here. She's winking into the camera. Let's figure out something else. Let's do something more subtle. I think was the running conversation. But it was what it was. And we all got on board with what was asked.
Well, you're accepted into the Four Horsemen. I mean, obviously the greatest stable of all time, and people are going to debate that now with the NWO and DX to come afterwards. But at this point, I mean, you want to talk about innovators, and as a kid who grew up watching the TBS show, you had to think this is, even though maybe the creative wasn't the best of all time to get there, you're now officially a horseman. How about it?
We're joking about it, but still, that 12-year-old kid that would,
it's a big deal.
Oh yeah. Get home from my basketball games, in middle school or even before that, maybe. Yeah. Get home and the magazines that would be on my dad's coffee table, Pro Wrestling Illustrated and all that. So the Four Horsemen, and we already went through the original four, and JJ Dillon, that was the memory etched in my mind. And now here it is, X amount of years later. And not only am I a Four Horsemen, the man himself, the Nature Boy, knighted me, so to speak. And where this story, I still at this point had really high hopes that we could get back into this. And now I'm officially in, and me and Rick go down our way, whether we because there was talk, hey, we can tag, you guys win the belts, or maybe not. But, something to tell that Jeff Rick story. And I was still at this point, I did, maybe delusional, but I was highly optimistic we could head in that direction.
Well, we're going to head in the direction of wrapping up this week's episode. We'll be back next week with part 2 of your first run in WCW. So far, so good. How would you categorize your first 6 months in WCW overall?
I love it, Conrad. You're going to put a button in the first 6 months, because when we get into it next week, there's a couple things that I thought through the notes and the research, and I shout out to the researcher, that the worm turned, and I think it was not, hey, the Horseman Double J storyline. There was a a series of events. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. I've said that multiple times, but up to this point, you certainly can't give it an A+, but it's creative, and so it's subjective. But I was very excited, you know, in so many ways, because to take a step back. Well, let me ask you a question, and I won't get too long-winded. When did 83 weeks start? What week?
I don't recall. I mean, they were competitive week one. You know, week one when Nitro debuted, there was no competition, but when they were head to head,
yeah.
I mean, the very next week they were in contention.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll say this: the hottest program in professional wrestling was Nitro, and the nWo storyline and Sting at this point was just red hot. But the cornerstone of WCW all those years was Flair and Sting. And for me to be involved with Flair in this red hot television show known as Nitro, and the position, and you know, I'm 29 years old, dude, I was on cloud nine. It was really a highlight of my career.
I knew it was June. It turns out it's June 17th, 1996. That's when the 83 weeks started. And we're going to keep it going next week on the program. We're super excited to bring you part 2 of Jeff's WCW experience. And coming up in 2 weeks, we'll be talking about Genesis 2006. Of course, you can get all these shows early and ad-free over at adfreeshows.com. But Jeff, I don't know what I expected today, but I enjoyed sort of going down memory lane for all things WCW in 1996.
Can I ask you a question?
Shoot.
Hearing it back, because, you know, we have the luxury of completely, really, now we're 20 years removed, or whatever it is.
25. Yeah.
25 years removed. Is it better than you remembered? Because you remember the end result. Boy, that laid an egg. But is it better? Or
There was
worse?
there was good stuff in there, but I always thought the whole Mongo Deborah thing and you just lasted too long.
Yep.
And I wish it would have been shorter, but from my worldview, you were never a horseman.
Well, go to hell.
Why do you got heat about that?
Let me ask you something. Your father-in-law set us a Four Horsemen. Is that not good enough? I beat Michael. Is that not good enough? What would it have taken for me to be a freaking Four Horsemen for you?
All right. Well, I'm glad you asked. Number one, is there any merch out there with you on it that's Horseman related? A poster, an 8x10, you with a t-shirt, you with a hat. I don't think so. And
You know
candidly,
you know what a crepe hanger is?
no.
Okay, look it up. You're a crepe hanger, but go ahead.
Crepe hanger. I'm looking it up now. Oh, okay. I see me.
There it is. You just, if there's any merch, go ahead. Your next excuse. I mean, your next. Sorry for.
No, I mean, listen. I you said, well, Flair said it. Well, Flair also said once that he had a limousine a mile long, and that he spent more money on spilt liquor than Buddy Landell made. Okay, that one may have been true. You know, his shoes didn't cost more than your house. He was just exaggerating. He was trying to be entertaining, and you got to learn when to know that Rick's just kidding or Rick's being serious. And when he said you were a horseman, he was just kidding.
Conrad, you know what? You're just fanboy. You couldn't, the lines were too blurry.
Did Arn Anderson accept you? Arn Anderson was the constant in the Horseman.
Oh, Lord. Oh, and Rick wasn't?
Yeah, but Rick was just saying silly things.
Rick was the leader.
Yeah, but he said silly things. Arn was the enforcer, and he enforced. You were never a horseman. You were never in the NWO. You were never in the Bullet Club. You were never in the Horseman.
It
was just
chastising me.
It was just you in that light up cowboy hat.
Air. I was known as the Office Bullet Club, and I was.
It's almost like, hey, if you want to have the coolest faction, the coolest group in wrestling, and you want to kill it, just add Jarrett. You know, it's sort of like instead of just adding water, hey, you can make so-and-so, just add water. Hey, you got something with some momentum, got a big faction, got a big group, got a big storyline, want to kill it, just add Jarrett.
You're chastising me. You have really just, You can't see the forest for the trees.
I think you should have ran the LWO.
Oh, you think?
We would have just called it the lame world order.
Okay. That's not nice. I got you.
Your response, that's not nice, is the line of the day. We will not beat it. I hope you guys had fun trick-or-treating.
We're going to talk about the what ifs, because I love your what ifs. What ifs there would have been, because Arn, this is, essentially the end of his in-ring career. And we know where Benoit was headed, and Mongo, maybe not. What would have been the new Four Horsemen? So you bring your what ifs next week, because I'll bring mine.
I mean, I think it should have been killed by this point.
Oh, I agree. I know. Let me get up on my soapbox. They just they literally run their course. I think it should have been killed years before this.
Yes.
I sincerely do. I think NWO as well. When NWO went red, is over.
Well, the NWO went red to sell T-shirts. We'll talk.
I get it. Oh, folks, I hope you're enjoying this walk down memory lane. I always love to use that catchphrase. I guess you can call it that. The story behind the story, because we just get so granular here on My World. But now we're going to go on to part 2. 1997. And you know what? As I look back on this time, to spend my 30th birthday inside of a wrestling ring with the Nature Boy in Orlando, pretty unique. Not a coincidence. I think it was a convergence. Let's keep going. Carry on.
Can't wait. Let's jump into it. Part 2 of your WCW run. Of course, you had 2 WCW runs. This is part 2 of the first run, and we're going to pick it up where we left off. 1997. You're going to find yourself teaming with Mongo McMichael as you're sort of playing hokey pokey with the Four Horsemen. Go ahead.
Can I interrupt you just for a second?
Yes, sir.
Most of the time, Conrad, you get into, so how's things been going? And, that's sort of part 1 of things, and got a lot going on in my world, pardon the pun. But then you say, well, did you have any feedback? And then we sort of talk about feedback. Well, for some reason this week, you're not talking about feedback, because I believe I saw a couple of comments about our, it's not really a dust up that we had, but your debate, shall we say, that I wasn't a Four Horseman. And I know we're going to get into that this episode, but you just sort of skipped over on by that. So I'll get off my little commentary and give the reins back to you. So go ahead.
Oh, I didn't bring it up because you're not a horseman. Everybody knows that.
Oh, God, man. Stop it. Just stop it. You
So
calling Arn Anderson a liar?
No, Arn Anderson, in a loud and clear voice in the year of our Lord 2021, said, no, you were not. Jeff Jarrett, never.
Oh, you guys, it doesn't fit the narrative, huh? Is that what it is? So he's flip-flopped. And look, everybody can flip-flop. But in 1997, he said I was a horseman.
Yeah, they made him say it. I'm sure it was scripted somewhere.
So some things are real and some things aren't real. It wasn't real when he said it.
Yeah, it's wrestling, man. I'm talking about in our hearts and minds. I mean, when we think about Horsemen, we think about Ole, we think about Arn, we think about Tully, we think about Flair, we think about Barry. Even for a cup of coffee, we think about Luger and Sting. We think about Sid Vicious, in fact. And you're trying to convince me that Jeff Jarrett and Mongo and Dean Malenko and Chris Benoit and Arn Anderson. Nah, that ain't how we want to remember the Horsemen.
That's not how people remember it. Did you do your research and look at the clips? Did you hear the people?
Yeah, I heard the people. I heard them start reading the newspaper when you joined the Horsemen. I heard them open that newspaper again when you joined the NWO. And I heard a loud whoopee cushion when you joined the Bullet Club. That's what I heard. I mean, you can't get on the front end, a successful end of a faction. You're in the tail end all the time.
Got heat with you.
No, not at all. Just saying, if you have a successful faction out there, I don't know what you're calling factions, the elite. If you joined the elite, The Elite would be dead by spring. I mean, that's what's happened. You've killed the Four Horsemen. You killed the NWO.
I will say over the last 7 days, the engagement, and it is fascinating to see the different eras, the Paul Roma era, but it does go back to and is my shirt? No, I don't have the founder.
Paul Roma was way more of a horseman than you were. Paul Roma had a tag title run with Arn Anderson.
Old tweet coming, pal. That right there is some serious.
Paul Roma is way more of a horseman than you ever were. He was a tag champ with Arn Anderson. You couldn't catch your ass with both hands in 1997 in the Horseman.
Champion multiple times as the Horseman.
Yeah, but that doesn't count really. I'm talking about the associate. I mean, anybody could be a singles guy. I'm talking about you.
Hotter in 97, or was it hotter in late 80s when Paul Roma was a Horseman?
Well, that's not late 80s. That was a couple years prior to this, but let's run through that. I think we all agree that the business was just doing so-so. And then you showed up, joined the Horsemen, took off like a rocket. Wasn't the NWO. Fuck that. Had nothing to do with Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I knew I'd get you good in the weight.
Roll Tide. All about the strutting and this horse shit, and that's all they wanted, man. They were good to go.
Oh, happy My World Day there, Conrad.
So you immediately start teaming with Mongo. You're in Sacramento, huge crowd, 8,856 fans. And I know some of you are saying that's not a big crowd. It would be these days.
And just a footnote on that, Sacramento, that's West Coast time start. That's 5 PM when folks are getting out of work. It's a hell of a crowd.
It's the road to uncensored is what we're doing here. And the Observer would write, Public Enemy beat Jeff Jarrett and Steve McMichael when McMichael hit Jarrett with the briefcase on purpose. After the match, Ric Flair and Arn Anderson came out and said the two were both horsemen and we're going to have to put their differences aside and make them shake hands. McMichael said Jarrett was like his brother and that he may slap him around, but nobody else better do it. What do you think of that creative?
You know, we got into it, I guess, toward the end of last week's episode. A lot of, and 50-50 booking may not tell it accurate, but repetitive. And, to take a step back, you've already touched on it. We've had a lot of fun already here, but, the NWO, I think, from a 30,000 viewpoint, the NWO and Hogan and Hall and Nash and that whole storyline dominated everything. And Arn said, and seriously shout out to the researcher, my brother Derek, that he really dove in. And there's a lot of ups and downs here, but we were basically telling the same story over and over and over and over. But the reality was Arn was hurt, Rick was hurt, so you didn't have the main players, the main cogs of the Four Horsemen being able to wrestle. And so that made it difficult. And, Mongo was not a polished talent by any stretch of the imagination. And so we did have our work cut out. And then Chris was going off and doing his thing with Kevin Sullivan and the Dungeon of Doom. It was not an easy story to tell. And we told the same story a couple of times over and over. But we sort of always arrived at the same spot. Rick said I was in. We get to the point where I'm in, but 50-50 or repetitive would be my most simple feedback.
Are you enjoying your WCW run at this point? We'll call it, late winter 1997. So late February, March. Are you digging your WCW run so far? Is it what you expected?
Conrad, I'm loving it. It isn't what I expected. I think we've touched on that multiple times. It was inside of a month when I got there and really realized, again, I'm coming from the territories and just I'll call it the pecking order and the hierarchy and how that organization was run, and then go to Vince and the WWF and Pat and just how that organization was run. And I knew, literally night one when I debuted, it's a corporate run entity with a lot of moving parts and a lot of talent that had a lot of say-so. And Kevin Sullivan, he we would have those conversations. He had an incredibly difficult job, but was I having fun? I was absolutely loving it. 29-year-old kid, Ric Flair says I'm a horseman. We're doing strut offs. Who wouldn't? I was having a blast, to tell you the truth.
Let's talk about the Omni. Your next show is the last WCW event that was ever held at the Omni. March 3rd, 1997. There's 13,693 fans there. You grew up at the Coliseum in Memphis. It was like, you know, your home away from home, but an iconic wrestling venue. And for Georgia Championship Wrestling and the NWA and Jim Crockett Promotions, the Omni was one of those buildings. Did you recognize this as being a special building? What do you remember about working at the Omni? I guess this would have been maybe your first time and your last time there, right?
I think certainly my last, but I would assume my first, but you know, Tommy Rich is from Hendersonville, Tennessee. And, you know, Tommy broke in literally here in Hendersonville, father, and you know, the whole group trained him. And then, you know, when he went to Atlanta and really took off, I mean, Tommy and Omni and all of that. So I certainly, it's just a legendary building. You already touched on it. Mid-South Coliseum, legendary building. You know, me and Scott Hall and others, but, you know, we were on the very last show in the old Boston Garden. I believe it was me and Scott, or me and Diesel were in the very last wrestling show in the Montreal Forum. So it's during that mid-90s, new arenas were being built, old ones were being torn down or closed down and all that. And so, yeah, I was well aware of the history in it. My dad, you know, all the stories that he would tell me, went down and booked for Barnett and just, that's where he first met Ted Turner and, you know, the Ole and Gunkel and all the names of Georgia wrestling. It's legendary. And so, yeah, I certainly did. And wow, 13,000, you said?
Yeah, big crowd.
How long it had been before that there was a sellout? But yeah, I certainly did, Conrad, know the historical perspective of the Omni.
The last time WCW ran the building, or this is the last time that WCW would run the building, and you and McMichael lose again. This time it's to Conan and Hugh Morris when you accidentally hit Mongo with the briefcase and bust him open, and you killed him. What do you remember about that,
Conrad? I went back and watched this video, and you talk about jarring memories, and I can remember us sort of talking through it, and Mongo was like, no, dude, don't, because I was going to do it with two hands. That's the safety route, much more controlled. I said, if I have it in one hand, I'm going on the swivel and the handle of the Halliburton. You don't have a lot. It's like a swinging door. Don't have a lot of control on that. He said, just swing the hell out of it. And I said, all right. He said, don't worry. I'll protect myself. I said, look, when I'm yanking from Rocco, it's coming. He said, don't worry. I'm leaning over. I got my hand right there. All righty. If you see Brian, God rest his soul, if you see Brian Hildebrand in this clip, he literally, because it was, and when you hit somebody, you know it's a thud. It was a thud. And God, Mongo sold it perfectly. And there, down he goes. But I mean, Brian Hildebrand came over to me. He said, you killed him. Look, blood immediately. I mean, he was trying to let me know. I'm like, what the hell am I going to do? And I knew we had an in-ring afterwards. So if my world listeners, if you want to have and I don't know if it's a chuckle, or if you want to call me a complete idiot, or if you want to watch some wrestling, watch that Halliburton connect with Mongo, because it was a thud, and he got up, wiped off that blood, and we got us an in-ring done afterwards.
That's actually not the segment that's most remembered from this show. This is the show where the Piper Angle maybe hit the skids. He had three men come out to try out to be on his team at Uncensored. One of those guys, of course, was John Tenta. It's known as being one of the worst segments ever in the history of Nitro. It went like 20 minutes.
Yep.
Do you remember this angle and watching it in the back? And was everybody looking around like, this ain't good?
Well, when it got to about, I don't know, 12 or 13 or 14 minutes, my gut would tell me it was probably slotted for around that. But, you know, once you go 1 minute long, the next following minute and 2 minutes and 3 minutes, they feel like 10-minute intervals. I can remember going long, and people, but I was, JJ Dillon was in there. There was a bunch of us in a room sort of watching it. And God, if I recall correctly, Arn was in that room, and Arn was giving commentary like only Arn can give. I'll say that. But there were others, and it was just mesmerizing, a disaster, entertaining. There were several folks watch this come out with a hell of a rating, and I think it actually sort of peaked a number. Now, you don't have commercial breaks, and boy, this day and age, everybody wants to be the ratings expert when you dive in, but you really got to know how all that stuff ebbs and flows. But with no commercial breaks in an entire quarter hour, the number is going to be up. But it did a good number. But boy, it was a train wreck for sure.
You and Benoit are going to be teaming up at a house show in Columbia to beat Scott Norton, who replaced Kevin Nash, who couldn't make it, and he was teaming with Scott Hall. But hey, this is a main event in Columbia. Benoit is arguably one of the best wrestlers in the world here in 1997, taking on your old buddy Scott Hall, who you had got to know pretty well. Scott Norton was a man and a half, and hey, here you are going on last. That's a little faith and confidence from WCW bookers, is it not?
That was, like I said earlier, Conrad, I was having a blast. Chris, you ain't kidding, man. He could go. He worked his style. He was adaptable, but still it was a Benoit style, which made in and of itself stand out. But I can, again, looking at this match and others and going through the time that Scott Hall, the nWo, portrayed as heels, and the Four Horsemen through the years were essentially heels all that time. But when, in this setting, it was always a little bit difficult to, especially in live events, non-televised shows, house shows, if you will. What story are we going to tell them out here, guys? Because people pay a ticket. They want to come be entertained. They want to get engaged. And a lot of times if you confuse them, it's just a little bit more difficult than it needs to be.
Let's mention you get to work a very special Nitro the next week. It's a show at Club La Vila. Boy, people love these spring break Nitros. What do you remember of yours? You're going to pick up a win with your old best friend here, Mongo, over High Voltage, but it's a different type of venue for sure. Take us through it.
I love spectacles, Hog Wild, La Vila, you name it, just different. I think it just brings a little something unique. Now, is it for everybody every week? No. But these type spectacles every quarter or, once a month or whatever it is, something a little bit unique and different. I think it makes for great television. Now, the live event experience, at times it's challenging, and, Sting over the years coming into a helicopter, you can only do that in this type venue. You can't obviously do it, but it also the ambiance and a lot of distractions. And obviously you have to deal with the elements, the wind and what have you, but I loved it. It was different. The product was so damn hot too. You just look at these houses and going back and watching the clips and how the people responded. It was a lot of fun,
Have any fun? See if any of your friends having any fun that trip to Panama City?
Well, what do you think? That is the first time that, and that's where this, for those that don't know, Club La Vila is the location that the very last Nitro, took place. So this was
I don't think that's technically correct. It was in Panama City, but I don't think it was at Club La Vila, the last one. But we're talking about 97 is.
My bad. Club La Vila, you're right, because when Nitro closed, when WCW closed last Nitro, we went to Club La Vila the 2 nights before. You're right. Thank you, sir. But no, it's a cool spectacle. This summer, Conrad, when I went down to the beach, I walked past old Club La Vila and it shut down.
No more. It's the end of an era.
Yep.
Do you ever go there as a single man?
Like I said, there was a group of guys that went. No, never went there as a single man. No.
That's a shame. So you're in the ring with Ric Flair and Roddy Piper here in the middle of them cutting promos. As a wrestling fan your whole life. That's got to be like a dream come true, is it not?
Yeah. And you know what always was, you know, a lot of people that tuned into Nitro didn't really realize how much history Flair and Piper had in the Carolinas, but you can look at it just about every in-ring. I mean, up through their last one. I think the last one was when Flair was wearing a kilt in WWE. Maybe not the last one, but every time they shared the stage together, they had a certain chemistry, and you could tell it. And you know, this is where we sort of joined forces with Piper's group and headed into that pay-per-view. What a bunch of scrambled eggs we're going to get into, but yeah, it was very, very cool.
And Uncensored, you have a three-way match in the main event. It's the NWO's Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan, and Randy Savage taking on Team WCW, which is the Giant, Lex Luger, Scott Steiner, and Team Piper, which is you, Piper, Chris Benoit, and Steve McMichael. This just seems like straight chaos. What do you remember about this match? The rules are, in a word, crazy. 3 people start, and if you go over the top rope to the floor, you're eliminated. And then 3 more people come in after 5 minutes. You're eliminated in a touch over 9 minutes. But this just feels like a cluster from the word go.
Oh, if you ran this business long enough, you get to encounter these. These are like 30-man battle royal that start at the same time, and you try to tell a story, and the guy who lays it out doesn't really realize there's no way you can tell a story with that many folks in the ring.
Yeah.
So this is one of those. Again, and I'm not saying this was Kevin Sullivan's idea. I was just the creative, but looked a lot better on paper. But I can't tell you how many times I've written stuff down and tried to go out and produce things, and it just you lay an egg. But again, did the people pay money on this pay-per-view to see a highly executed? What would this be? A 12-man 3-team tag? It's almost like the Kevin Nash Invitational, X Division, Gauntlet, World Cup Battle Royal.
That's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Earlier in the show, you and McMichael would interfere in a match with Harlem Heat and Public Enemy, leading to Enemy losing, which I guess is to build your next program. What'd you think of working with those guys, Public Enemy, Johnny Grunge?
You know, I love working with them. I mean, they had charisma. They understood, you know, I knew their background, and, you know, the ECW vibe, the day they came into WCW, in a lot of ways, they stood out because they had a different vibe about them.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't think I only had maybe a few matches. I don't even recall, but most of the time I was teaming with Mongo, and Mongo, look, I think me and Steve had several good single matches. I don't call them great, but they were good because Steve could go, great athlete, but you know, he was a all-pro football player. So it's a completely different skill set, but he adapted well. I mean, like really well, but putting him in a tag against, for lack of a better word, hardcore wrestlers, it just didn't work. It didn't mix. Steve wasn't accustomed to that style. Hell, he was just getting accustomed to having a basic tag match. But I love Public Enemy's vibe and charisma.
You're eventually going to cause PE to lose the High Voltage on Nitro from Duluth, and they return to favor to you the next week in Roanoke. You got 8,700 fans there, and PE is going to cause you and Mongo to lose to the Amazing French Canadians. So the hijinks continue here with you and Mongo just sort of screwing up the matches together, or people are interfering. You just can't get the momentum because you're clearly the 2 worst horsemen of all time. Anyway, the Amazing French Canadians, any memories of working with them? PCO and man, the Heat Magnet himself,
Jacques Rougeau.
Yeah. I mean, you got any good Jacques stories? It feels like everybody who spent any time with him has a fun Jacques story.
I just saw Jacques in Albany, New York, and we caught up, and he had on his Mountie outfit. And I was a young man in Tennessee. I loved that character when it came out. You know, had broke into the business, but he was on late 80s WWF. And Jacques was such an irritating heel that always came through. Nothing to like about him. As far as a character presented on WWF television, buddy, you step foot in Quebec and they love him. They absolutely love him. But Jacques came down years ago and worked for my father. And so there was a kinship the day that I reconnected with Jacques in New York. We immediately shared stories, and Jacques had that good recall. He's really got a very good recall in his memory, very good. And he asked about my grandfather, Eddie Marlin, and hey, how's this guy? And do you still run Evansville? Do you do this town? So we always connected through that over the years. But Jacques, he's one of the proverbial ones that if you didn't really know Jacques, he'd irritate the hell out of you. But once you got to know him, Jacques.
Yeah, I feel the same way about our feedback from this show. You know, you irritated the hell out of everybody, but now on the show, they're getting to know you and they like you. Just Jeff.
Oh, Conrad, you're chastising me.
No, I'm not.
But I got some proof today that you are absolutely wrong.
No, you don't.
Conrad, Podfather. Podfather doesn't think I'm a Four Horseman. Pal, your father-in-law said it on tape multiple times. I am a Four Horseman.
Well, let's just put that to the test right now. I mean, I feel like you're trying to call punk cards. That's not even what we're supposed to be doing, but here we go.
See?
What's up, Big Daddy?
Hey, man, I'm recording a podcast right now with Jeff Jarrett. He says he was a Four Horseman. Was he a member of the Four Horsemen?
God, I think he was for a day. That sounds like, I don't know.
I mean,
I'm so deluded. I wish he would have been, but it certainly would have been better than a lot of people we had. I just saw Jeff. How's he doing?
He's great, man. We're having fun because Arn Anderson says, hell no, Jeff Jarrett wasn't a Four Horseman.
I was a damn Four Horseman the entire year because Ric Flair said I was a Four Horseman.
Enjoy your day, man. I'm going to get back to the show. I just wanted to have you do a run in.
Yeah, you got a big game yesterday, huh?
Hey, man, roll tide.
Yeah, good deal for you. All right, buddy. Love you.
You too, man. Talk to you soon.
We're getting ready to go to work next Monday.
Looking forward to it. See you soon.
Okay, bye.
So there you go. He says you were in for a day. So the debate's over.
And he said, I wish I was in for a lot longer. So, but that's okay. Rick. So are we going to debate this about cousin Arn?
No, I mean, Arn says, you shouldn't have been in, but it is what it is. I mean, here's the thing. I think even Rick would argue that Mongo was one of the greatest horsemen of all time, but it was based on his out of ring performance, if you know what I mean.
Of course.
Yeah. And hey, you know what? You came into your own as a horseman in that regard about 10 years after this.
Hey, let's take a little time out right here. As they say, it's time to pay the bills. That's right. I'm excited to introduce you to a whole new family opportunity of building memories year round. That's right. It's Camper Max, specializing in max discounted pricing on travel trailers and fifth wheel RVs delivered anywhere in the lower 48. That's right. From your office, cell phone, or couch. Click or call, find out how easy it is to start enjoying the RVing lifestyle today. How easy is it? The Camper Max discount will fit any budget, offering easy financing with extended terms. It's just too easy. Old Double J used to say that. So now visit campermax.com or call 256-320-7033. That's right. Visit campermax2x's.com or call 256-320-7033 and be sure to mention my name. That's right. No, not my name. Conrad, a partner who's laying low today, to get the old friend of a friend deal you're going to love. So once again, visit campermax.com or call 256-320-7033 and be sure to mention old Connie's name. That's right. Mention Conrad to get the old friend of a friend deal. And you're going to love it. Home of the Max XX discount. Hey, and if you're looking to purchase a motorhome, hang in there. Old Rod, he's working on that fast and furious, as we say.
Do you think the goal at this point here in 97 is you versus Steve with Deborah on the line? Were you guys you know, if Russo was here, would we have had Deborah on a pole, you think?
No, you know, the thing that, and look, I didn't know what was going on in their personal life. Obviously none of our business, but the one thing that Kevin Sullivan and me talked about, when you just look at Mongo, I mean, out of all the NFL teams, Packers got a lot of grit, but the Bears and their defense, I mean, they're a man's man, a pro's pro, a football badasses football. I mean, everything that said ultimate badass was Mongo, and his wife was a legit beauty pageant participant, winner, whatever you want to say. So when you looked at them on camera, a valet didn't go with him, a second didn't go with him, a manager didn't go with him, and so Kevin saw it immediately that, okay, Kevin Sullivan, that is, Deborah will be better paired with Jeff. But that was the direction that was always told to me. And we would get there, then we wouldn't get there. We would get there, then we wouldn't get there. And, you know, again, we were just playing handcuff because Rick's health wasn't great and Arn's health wasn't great. So it was really difficult. And then another whole layer of that is Chris Benoit and Nancy and Kevin Sullivan, the Dungeons of Doom, and that whole story. So it was not an easy show to write for Kevin Sullivan by any stretch of the imagination.
At Spring Stampede, thankfully, Public Enemy beat you in Mongo. Meltzer gave it 1/4 of a star. And he says, McMichael was brought back to the earth as far as how far he really has to go when working with guys who don't expertly carry him. It was mainly a 4-way brawl, but not much of one. The finish would see Grunge put Deborah on the table. Jarrett saved her with a chair shot that Grunge barely sold. Grunge then put Jarrett on the table and went for an elbow drop, but Jarrett moved and he went through the table for the best spot of the match. The match then turned into a total mess. Rocco Rock got the briefcase when Jarrett put Grunge in the figure 4. Rocco hit Jarrett with the case. Jarrett collapsed with his shoulders on the mat while still holding the figure 4. 1/4 of a star. Public Enemy had a reputation, you know, for, good, bad. I mean, everybody had an opinion. You liked working with them, but this match, for whatever reason, just didn't really click. Why do you think that is?
Conrad, it stunk. It absolutely stunk. I mean, look, and I guess it doesn't really sound nice for me to cachet it that way, but it's terrible. And, you know, house show matches, live event matches, non-televised matches. What do you call them, Conrad? I hadn't really, what do you usually call them on all your podcasts? House show matches?
Yeah, they're house shows. But listen, if you want to use Vince speak, I'm fine with it. I know you're angling for a job back. I get it.
Boy, you got your daggers out. I love it. Shit, I lost my train of thought. No, the house show matches, the I like to call, you know what I do? Not live event. Every show's a live event. You know, that irritated me, and I brought that up a couple of times. Anyway, non-televised. Public Enemy was much better in that kind of scenario because they would engage the crowd and play around with the crowd, and then we would get to work and have a different pacing that comes with not having to be on the clock for TV. When you walk through the curtain on Nitro, Raw, SmackDown, Dynamite, whatever TV show you're doing, you're on the clock and everything that goes with it. And in the back, you've laid out this stuff, but all of a sudden, if you get this huge reaction and the people are really with it, well, then there goes 45 seconds to a minute. And then there goes 90 seconds and you're behind the 8 ball. But watching this match back, it was just, nothing was in sync. Everything was a little off, and it was trying to do a 10 to 12 minute match in 6 minutes or 5 minutes. And then once you get to, you know, to really do, I call it an afterbirth, after the bell rings and you got to tell your story, which is all of the utmost importance. If you don't slow down and try to really tell your story, it never works. And this is a classic example of trying to get your match in, then get your finish in, then get the story out after the bell. It is a mess.
So next up, we've got talk of you teaming with Kevin Green and Reggie White in an upcoming pay-per-view, according to the Observer. Did anybody ever mention that to you, that you might be teaming with 2 footballers here?
Yes. Yeah. And that was We touched on it last week, and the ad free team clipped that up about something that don't hold it against me, but that was a conversation that, look, Reggie and Kevin never had matches ever at this point, to my knowledge, and Mongo, but it was the football storyline. And when it was really cool to think through this entire year, this episode, or just WCW in general. A couple of years ago, Rob Gronkowski was a part of Mania, but Reggie White, Hall of Famer, Kevin Green, Hall of Famer, Mongo in the Four Horsemen, just all legendary players. And here they are as a part of the hottest show. You talk about being ingrained in pop culture. I mean, that's front page USA Today in those days all the time. Throw in Rodman and tail into this year or coming up. It was so ingrained in pop culture to have a wrestling show at the biggest club in the Southeast, Club La Vila. It's just those kind of things that just keep popping up. But Kevin Sullivan, talked to me, and he said it. Look, he didn't promise me, but he's like, I don't know where this is going, but my vote's to put you somehow in that to try to direct traffic. And those are the kind of things, whether it's Chuck Norris or whatever it is. I love doing that kind of stuff.
You and Steve lose again on Nitro, this time to the Harlem Heat, when Steve doesn't show up for close to 8 minutes into the match. He's going to tag in and then tag right back out, and you take the loss. So you're really going nowhere as a Horseman. I'm sure everyone listening agrees. And Reggie White winds up being announced at wrestling at Slamboree, but it's to face Steve McMichael in a one-on-one match. Were you disappointed that Mongo got the nod instead of you?
I don't remember the intricacies of it, but I do remember a less, tags or 6-man tags. They have a potential for a great upside that you can really control the environment, but stuff can always break down and go the other way. If you have a single match and guys, that LT Bam Bam match at Mania many moons ago, just those two guys, but they had it laid out. So I don't say I was disappointed. I would have liked to have been a part of it, but I completely understood why.
You worked the Molson Center show in Montreal, and you defeat Chris Jericho. But what everybody remembers about this show is Jacques Rougeau pinning Hulk Hogan. What do you remember about that finish? Because I'm sure that got your attention.
Well, again, I mean, and I'm just trying to think. Canadian audiences are awesome, and it is something about, because it's a U.S. based product, WCW and WWF or WWE. It's obviously a U.S. based product. It's produced out of there. It's a TV show. And outside of Toronto, American sports don't necessarily go there. Years ago, Montreal had the Expos, but getting shows, whether it's Winnipeg or, Kitchener, Ontario, or Moose Jaw or Edmonton or whatever, the Eastern provinces, when you're actually performing in their country, there's a different vibe. And I used to have conversations with Owen about that. It's like, it's a whole nother level of excitement. And they don't get us very much, but still there's something about a Canadian performing in front of their home audience, whether it's Edge or Christian or Owen or Brett or Jacques. And Jacques is French Canadian, which a lot of folks there believe they're a country in and to themselves. They're French speaking, but it was very cool. A great house, and Hogan went up and did business.
Yeah, he did. And then there's a sold out Nitro in Philly. You and McMichael are going to beat Harlem Heat by DQ after Sherry interferes. And it's announced that you'll be taking on Dean Malenko at Slamboree in the middle of Horseman country. Boy, one of the all-time great ring technicians, Dean Malenko. You've got to be excited about this.
Yes. Yeah. That Philly Nitro was packed. There's a Boston Nitro. Just the houses. It was, boy, I think we were right in the middle of 83 weeks here. Shout out to EB, but no, it was, the business was red hot. And when we were headed back down toward the, knowing that, okay, we're U.S. title and how that's all we're heading, I was excited. And Dean, look, he's second generation, and outside of his, I was never around Dean until I got to WCW, and his one-liners and his wit. And I always used to just chuckle, because Dean Malenko humor is is in a lot of ways in a class by itself. I always had fun.
Very dry sense of humor.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But spot on.
Yes.
Very spot on.
At Slamboree, you wind up losing to Dean in 15 minutes. Meltzer dug it, gave it 3 stars, but it happened when Steve McMichael throws you into the ring and Dean pins you after you had a collision here. What'd you think of the match? Did you enjoy working with Dean?
I did. And that's something that, again, my upbringing, whether it's the Moondogs or Jerry Lawler style match or Bill Dundee, and, you know, they used to call it the Tennessee high spots or the Tennessee style, but, you know, Pat Tanaka, Paul Diamond, Billy Travis, the rock and roll RPMs, having a good, we'll call it a wrestling match, but then to do it at Nitro and with Dean, the man of 1,000 holes. And yes, Dean did teach me holes, and he's so smooth. Hell yeah, I was excited because we're in the middle of going through it. But when you have the Horsemen storytelling and tags and Rick Hurt and Arn Hurt, I didn't get many opportunities in Public Enemy and a tag with Harlem Heat or High Voltage. We've sort of gone through my opponents, and now all of a sudden I get to work with Dean. Oh my God, I loved it, and I think it's one of my, you know, hidden gems, if you will. If I was putting together a DVD of my matches that people are like, you know, people are certainly aware of me and Shawn Michaels, me and Scott Hall, me and Kurt Angle, you know, I guess the low hanging fruit type matches. But to me and Dean, it's one of those ones that and due to him, because it was it was a wrestling match. Imagine that. It was a highly competitive back and forth wrestling match, and I loved it.
Good times here. You're in this same show going to help Steve McMichael beat Reggie White, which I guess makes me question your sanity a little bit. I mean, Mongo's not exactly helping you, and then here you are helping Mongo. What's up with that?
Well, I'll use your line from earlier in the episode. I was doing it with creative, but no, it was one of those things. And me and Mongo did joke about it, but it was, we'll screw each other, but don't let anybody touch us. But there was sort of an infighting, in-ring jealousy, inner Four Horsemen jealousy. But I don't think the story really got through to the fans, certainly you. But because you're to this day still disclaiming as a Horseman with all the facts and all the evidence, you know, going the other way. You actually got Rick in here today, and I know you were hoping that he would side with you, but I think
he probably thought I wanted you to say, or I wanted him to say. I mean, I'm sure in his private life he would deny it all day.
Oh, here we go.
In fact, that's the reason I called him. I just know we've had that conversation. He's like, no, Jarrett sucks.
Oh, yeah.
and I just thought, well, he'll back me up. But then I said, well, hey, we're on Jeff's show. And he's probably like, I can't bury him on his own show. So
man, you are so appropriate for 2021. You're just fitting the narrative, Conrad's narrative.
Well, hang on now. You recently ran into Rick. Did y'all go out and Nate all night and stay all night and stay a little longer? And
we strutted. There's a picture of me, the King, and the Nature Boy strutting in Albany.
Yeah, he does that with little kids too, though. You lose to the Steiners the next night on Nitro in Asheville. And then in Columbia, South Carolina, you're working a house show, teaming with Flair in the main event, losing to the Steiners. But boy, teaming with Ric Flair to take on the Steiner brothers in Horseman country of South Carolina in the main event. This whole little WCW experiment's working out pretty good here in May, isn't it?
Think about that. You know, me and Scotty, the day he came to Tennessee, we became really good buds. Yeah, I mean, and I was always, you know, seeing Rick Steiner on WCW with the Calvin Sullivan, you know, the Varsity Club, just Rick's progression as a talent. I loved him as a single character. And I thought that, you know, it's not easy to, when they busted up, and I'm trying to think of an example, well, like Bobby and Dennis or Ricky and Robert or Hawk and Animal, it's not easy to split teams up and Nick and Matt Jackson. Whoever it is, it's not the easiest thing. But Big Papa Pump and the Dog-Faced Gremlin were yes, legit biological brothers, but they had such different personalities, and the people knew it, and it worked. And so to face them and Nate, it was the Horsemen, as in plural, 2 horsemen against 2 Steiner brothers, 2 horsemen against 2 biological brothers. So you hear me, Conrad?
No, I heard you. It was the greatest wrestler that ever lived, and a guy who was ripping off his strut in a losing effort to the Steiner brothers.
Oh, lots of chastising going on here, folks.
You work another house show on May 31st in Athens, Ohio, teaming with Flair against Harlem Heat, and you actually get the win. But the story is that Booker T wound up in the crowd going after a heckler. Do you remember this?
Ohio University, right?
Well, it's in Athens, Ohio.
Athens, Ohio, but at the University of Ohio. And there's a long lineage of it's got an incredible marketing school. Our buddy Abyss, Chris Park, is a graduate, but Mike Weber. But anyway, Ohio University, and that's a little bit off the beaten path to get a WCW show. But I do remember that. I had no idea what was going on, not till way after the match, like what actually happened here. But it was one of those things that happens.
A real bright spot for you. It's coming up here, and it's happening sort of all of a sudden. It's the Nitro from the Fleet Center in Boston, 22,000 fans. And you're going to defeat Dean Malenko for the U.S. title with a little help from Eddie Guerrero. And I want us to listen to this. It's a 2-minute clip here, so bear with me.
An uppercut. Malenko, look, he tried to stand up to get off of the turnbuckle, but could not. And now in the clutches of Jarrett.
Watch this.
Superplex from the top turnbuckle, and both hit very hard. We've got a visitor. That's Eddie Guerrero.
It certainly is.
Guerrero, who was injured by Dean Malenko not too long ago, is going up top. We haven't seen Eddie in over a month.
What is he doing?
2 months. Oh! Frog splash. I thought he was injured. And he puts his sling on Malenko, who is out. And look at Scott Dickinson. Where did the sling come from?
And how did Malenko wind up on his back?
You can read his expression, and she's going to give Jeff a drink of something here to try to revive him. Tell him to get up.
Malenko's not moving.
No, only thing he's got to do is cover the man. But he's going to put on the figure 4. And he's got it on.
Malenko is hurt. He's not going to be able to fight out of this. He's going to have to roll to those ropes again.
He's going to try to get to the ropes again or turn it over.
He'll never give up.
Malenko trying to shut out the pain. He cannot.
Oh, my goodness.
He cannot. Jeff Jarrett has won the United States Heavyweight Championship.
Courtesy of Eddie Guerrero.
Courtesy of Eddie Guerrero is right. A new champion crowned here in Boston, here on Nitro.
Well, there he is, Jeff Jarrett, the brand new WCW United States champion.
I told you.
So there it is. Eddie Guerrero gifted you the United States Championship. And man, this has got to be one of the bigger crowds you've wrestled in front of. 22,000 fans in Boston, a major market, not just for wrestling, but all entertainment here in America. 22,000 fans, and you're the U.S. champ. This had to be exciting.
Very much so. And Eddie taking the sling off, but I was just listening to that clip. How good is Bobby and Tony Schiavone?
Tremendous, man. They did a great job.
God almighty, Tony's energy and infection and narration. The great ones. That's why, that's why he's still doing it to this day.
And he was so great at it that all the time you ran TNA, you called him 0 times.
That's not true. One time he wanted nothing to do with it, like nothing to do with wrestling. He said that.
Yeah, I get that. He didn't tell me that. I mean, I dusted his crusty ass off, and now he's the voice of your childhood again. Hey, so this comes out of nowhere. You know, you've been knee deep in this Horseman angle, and
Yes.
you've been teaming with Flair and is he or isn't he? And it's been some pretty miserable creative with Mongo, and all of a sudden you're the damn US champ. When did you find out? The day of?
Day of, and it's one of those things. Again, looking back on this episode, when you really look down and get into the nitty gritty, like we are, very granular on the week in and week out, episodic nature of storytelling. But then when you pull out and say Philadelphia sold out, Montreal sold out, Boston 22,000, live event down in Columbia, South Carolina, Memphis, whatever it may be, it's just that creative. Sometimes people, and I'm guilty, hang by every thread. But in the grand scheme of things, the people sitting at home don't have a clue what's on that piece of paper. So they just accept it for what it is. That's a different era with social media, and people can play armchair quarterback and all that. But, you know, and I think it's fascinating to have conversations about comparing eras, but it's just not accurate. You just can't really compare eras. But to go right into your question, Kevin Sullivan wanted to take a left, and he liked me and Dean's chemistry. And for whatever reason, whether Kevin or the creative team said, let's switch the belt to Jarrett. Let's have a heel champion. Let's go with it. It's really cool.
So you're not actually, I guess I want to mention too, because I'm sure everybody's picked up the theme here, but after you won the title here on Nitro, June 9th, 1997, the prestige of the U.S. title was killed off completely. Nobody really cared about the belt after that at all.
Now, why is that?
I mean, just, you had that, if you're good at planting things, they say you have a green thumb. If you're good at killing things, they say you have a brown thumb. And I'm never going to say that you're a brown noser, but you're a brown thumber.
A brown thumber.
You're a brown thumber. You killed the Horsemen, killed the NWO, killed the Bullet Club, and you killed the U.S. title. I mean, after you had it here,
That takes talent.
We're going to get there, but
Good talent takes talent.
Yeah. I'm just saying Mongo held it after you, and General Hugh G. Rection held it after you, and Chris Canyon held it after you, and David Flair held it after you, and Tajiri held it after you. It took a few steps down.
Oh, here we go.
That's fine.
Googled U.S. champions, and you went down your little list, and
I left off the Goldbergs and DDPs and whatnot, and we just focused on the facts. So you're not wrestling at Great American Bash, but you accidentally cost Steve McMichael his match against Kevin Green. Feels like this should have run its course, but it doesn't. But the split finally happens the next night in Chicago at another sold out United Center show, where Mongo hits you with a pile driver in a tag match against Scott Norton and Buff Bagwell. And McMichael, of course, is cheered like crazy for turning on you. And boy, what a reaction it was here. I mean, anything Mongo does in Chicago is going to get over. But when it happens to you, woof, what do you remember?
Had a lot of heat. When I went back and watched a couple of different clips, and I'm talking about literally from the in-ring with Piper and whatever it is, out of the Four Horsemen, people, they loved Arn. And, he wasn't wrestling every week. And they obviously loved Rick. And Benoit was the wrestler, and he was involved in the story. Universally, I was hated. I loved it, and I wanted it. To this day, Conrad, you still hate me. But
everyone listening to this does. I mean, they've fallen in love with you now.
They hated me. So when I knew that we were going to finally be able to do some type of split, and the opportunity was going to be in Chicago, and I can say, hey, man, because they're like, what are we going to do in the finish? I said, look, and in a lot of ways, Chicago is a Ric Flair town.
Oh,
I mean, say it's a this and that, and WWF very stronghold, but in a lot of ways, Chicago is a Ric Flair town. I just heard a story. He went and did a signing up there, and a buddy of mine was talking about it. Anyway, so I strut in Chicago, they are going to boo the living shit out of me. And so that was the spot that we did a little something. And I tried to get Mongo to strut with me, and I went ahead and strutted arrogantly. And when he turned me around and manhandled me, got me in a tombstone, the building erupted. They love Mongo everywhere. I mean, Philly, and look, he played against those Eagles and Boston, you know, but everywhere Mongo went, although he wasn't the most polished talent, he had a sense of, I will kick your ass right now when I get ready. And people loved it.
Let's listen to it, this reaction.
Oh, wow.
And again, Jeff Jarrett taking most of this matchup, missed the right hand.
So Buff Bagwell just slapped Mongo.
No, he's not.
He got them both in. Here comes Mongo. Up and down.
Slap 76 in the face and see what happens here in Chicago. That's what happens.
Jarrett,
on your tail.
Jarrett wants Mongo to strut with him, and Mongo will have none of it. As a matter of fact,
He's had enough.
he's had enough of it.
See ya.
Pile driver.
Jarrett, I watched the tape last night. And when you do something like that to Mongo, you're going to suffer the consequences, baby. I leave you to the wolves.
And that's what he's done. Jarrett's not moving.
There you go. Big reaction. Nice little payoff that it's finally happening, right?
Yes. People went nuts and couldn't have done it. I mean, United Center sold out legit. I mean, just again, not to be repetitive, the business was so hot, but Mongo finally dropping me. There was like, finally, we got a progression out of this, or we thought we did.
So I should mention, after the split, of course, Deborah sticks with her husband. Previously, it felt like she was more on your side. Was it ever seriously discussed having them split apart and come with you, or was that too close to the whole Chris Benoit, Kevin Sullivan thing, do you think?
It was never formally discussed, but they also never discussed me finally splitting from the four. You know, it just wasn't discussed. But again, I'll go back to Kevin Sullivan's psychology. My character could work with a valet 1,000 times better than Mongo could. And Rick and Arn didn't need one. And Rick was the nature boy, and Chris and Nancy and Sullivan were in their deal. So it just kind of fit, but there was never talk of either or.
So at Nitro in Las Vegas on June 30th, 1997, Ric Flair is going to help you defeat Conan to retain the U.S. title, but then he fires you from the Horsemen right after. So let's take a listen to that segment. This is from June 30th, 1997.
Thank you very much, Tony. Jeff Jarrett, Jeff, excuse me, your moment of glory, basking in glory, if you will, here tonight in Las Vegas. I see you had your support group with you, the Four Horsemen, together again.
Oh, they were never apart. Because like I said on Saturday night, the only thing that came between me and the other horsemen was a little tinge of professional jealousy. Because Arn Anderson, Mongo, and Benoit have one thing in common. I beat them all. But this man, oh yeah, the Nature Boy, the only true icon. We got him in WWE, 13-time World Heavyweight Champion. Now, me and Rick have always seen eye to eye. He knows that I can style and profile, walk the walk and talk the talk, but that man right there invented it. Oh, and I guarantee you one thing, I'm a horseman because Rick says so.
I'll tell you what, you've got a big fan, Ric Flair, in Jeff Jarrett.
Mean Woo! The saying that sometimes familiarity breeds contempt is taking place right now. Jeff Jarrett, you're a fine athlete. You're a great young man. You're a player. But as of right now, you are no longer a horseman.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
Look at Jarrett. Look at Jarrett.
I don't understand
that. Wait a minute. Rick, you've never been able to tell me what I can and can't be. What I'm telling you, and if you don't believe me, ask the crippler. If you don't believe him, ask the big man is tell your story walking, Alan Jackson. You're out. Final. And if you ever had a chance to be in it, it was only because the queen liked the way you look momentarily.
Thank you, Rick. Now, how can I put this in a nice way since I am the queen? Jeff, you are as welcome in the Four Horsemen about like a skunk at a lawn party. And in other words, you stink.
You hear that?
Gene, think all this is right here. Rick is just like these two boys. Just a little tinge on a lot of professional jealousy. Now, Rick, I'm going to make one promise to you. You've never been able to tell me what I can and can't do. But you just loaded the gun. You just put the pistol to your head. I'm going to be the one to pull the trigger. I am going to be the man that finally puts you out to pasture where you belong.
Apparently, the apostrophe at the end of that exclamation.
Don't overstay your welcome, Jarrett. Move while you can.
Thank you very much. Apparently, Jeff Jarrett has been relieved of any and all. Is that true, Chris?
Jarrett tried and tried and tried to conform. What he didn't realize is that the Horsemen are about non-conformity because we are non-conformists. You had the opportunity, Jarrett, and you shagged it all up.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Bottom line on this one, Jeff Jarrett, here live in Las Vegas, has been relieved of his duties as the Four Horsemen. We're on the script.
Man, I knew you got fired live on Raw. I didn't know you got fired on Nitro too.
How good is Mean Gene? Mean Gene in
Tremendous.
a couple of these clips. He is so damn good. Hearing that back again, it you know, one of the things that jumps off me is just jumps off the page. I mean, we went through the handshake and an Arn involved and just the whole build up of months and months and months. And then I didn't really do anything physical for Flair to say. I just think it was so flat. I can remember hearing the creative and okay, wait, Rick's going to help me win, but then we're just going to like verbal go through this. So flat. And candidly, I know we're having a lot of fun on this, but to the viewer at home, it's really hard to get emotionally invested. Like, okay, that's it. We sat around for 6 months and Rick just says, okay, you're out. And Deborah says something. I mean, just about a skunk. And that was just like, what?
It was odd. It was hokey pokey. You know, you're in, you're out. Yeah, it was weird. But you know, that's the theme. You know, if you want something to fall apart, you know, just sometimes when you're making a recipe, you just add water, right? Well, things are going good, just add Jeff.
Yeah. Brown thumb.
But you gotta assume, hey man, this means I'm working with Flair, right? For Flair to kick me out like this,
yes,
that's where we're headed.
That's where Rick's health was getting back, shoulder and all that. We were headed back in that direction.
So the rumor and innuendo and the narrative, as Eric likes to say, is at the time WCW really spent all their time booking for the top stars, the mid card guys, the cruiserweight guys. They were just sort of like, not priority, and they just moved how the wind blew. Right. There's always been a sense of unorganization and things not really matching up continuity wise. Is that sort of what you chalk this up to? It just wasn't a priority for WCW. It was almost an afterthought. You're creative.
Well, and look, I wasn't in the room, and I think Eric or Hulk or Savage or Hall or whoever, you got to be in the room. So, but my perspective was, is this when this went to, now when did it go to 3 hours? Not here yet, right?
97, but it'll be a little after this.
Okay. But anyway, still, right? 11 or 12 segments with, I don't know how many guys, 50. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about guys that were on TV, generally, cruiserweights and all that. It was the environment created that Hulk had I don't say 100%. I mean, yeah, maybe he did. Tremendous amount of creative control, but so did Scott and Kevin and input. And obviously Kevin Sullivan trying to write this, but then Rick and the Four Horsemen and the Dungeon of Doom. At the end of the day, it was just really, really difficult to write this book of an author. You can see where, Tony Khan goes on record now and says he took the reins over, and he's, I don't say completely, I don't know exactly how he, quotes how he says it, but there were a lot of, I don't want to call them writers, but there were a lot of contributors to Nitro. And so with that being said, the more and more you add a contributor to the creative process, then it gets a little bit more difficult and a little bit more difficult, and a little bit more difficult to have a episodic show with, 80 or 90% continuity. Injuries are going to happen. Things are going to happen where, hey, look, it is what it is. We got to move on. But it became very, very difficult. Very difficult.
At Bash at the Beach, it's going to be you versus Mongo for the U.S. title, and you have to follow Benoit Sullivan in a loser must retire match, which is obviously tough. Deborah's going to turn on Steve to help you win, which I guess makes the previous creative make sense and maybe not make sense all at the same time. But it's a big night because you've got Dennis Rodman involved in the main event. What do you remember about this Bash at the Beach from 1997?
July, right?
Yep.
So Rodman had to have been fresh off winning the championship, I believe. Yeah. It just during that era when him and Karl Malone and they did the little dust up, if you will, during an NBA basketball game. I'm not sure if this was the era of Jay Leno either. But the product was red hot, and you just,
Leno's the next year. That's not this.
Good. Thank you. But still, Rodman being a part of this, not just a NBA player, but by far the most outlandish, charismatic, unique personality. If there's an NBA basketball player who ever fit in professional wrestling, it's Dennis.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not even really a close second. So kudos to Eric and everybody that made that happen. Yeah. But again, with that, when you have celebrities coming in and then you've got all the different talent and all the moving parts, wasn't an easy show to produce, execute, write, or perform, for the most part, because of the continuity issues.
So the next night in Orlando, you and Flair are going to main event, and you actually win by DQ because the Horsemen attack you. But man, Nitro is the #1 wrestling show in the world, and you're in the main event wrestling Ric Flair. This has got to be like a pinch me moment.
What a way to spend my 30th birthday.
Oh, that's it here, huh?
Yeah.
How fun is that, man?
I mean, just yes. And I'll remember, that was a pinch me moment. The kid from Hendersonville, Tennessee, that just played basketball, that was, the son of a wrestling promoter, and, watching Jerry Lawler and Andy Kaufman on my couch when that went down. But, the fan in me, and now all of a sudden, what you just said, main event Nitro against Flair. And the strutting, I strutted when I got to the WWF as Double J. And so, here it comes 4 years later. And Rick style, I'm like, hey man, what do you want to do? And he's like, no, what do you want to do? And I'm like, now come on. But we put the match together and it was cool. When we, right in the sort of the apex of the match, I pulled my straps down, if you will. But anyway, we started, I can't chop, but I punch, he chops. And if you hear the people when he was beating the shit out of me in the corner, the people were really, really, I wish we could have had a pay-per-view match, I'll say, where it wasn't a TV match, and really laid one out there. Yeah, I think it would have been, that'd been a nice what if. For sure. Right during this time.
You mentioned it, so I got to circle back. Why can't you chop?
I've never been a chopper. I'll say this. Wonder if Lawler, what do you think about this? Lawler hated chops.
Yeah.
And 7 nights a week, you get into the situation, chops do they really add that much to the match? Doing it 7 nights in a row? I don't know. You know, it's debatable. I think they're great at the right time, at the right place, but chop, just a chop. So that was sort of my upbringing. And then again, I've never been a chopper. I've been a puncher or whatever, other stuff, but I've just never been one of those guys that either gave chops or took chops. It just wasn't in my repertoire.
In Jacksonville, Malenko is going to beat McMichael and you after Deborah offers a spot to Dean. Anderson is not coming to back to wrestle at this point. So you're officially out of the Horsemen. Malenko's in. So now it's Malenko, Mongo, and Benoit, and you're in the rearview mirror. You know, it's not quite the Horsemen that you grew up on, but do you wish you would have had a more solid story with it, or were you pleased with it when it was done?
We just hit on it. I really thought from the very time we came in, when you look again, the Four Horsemen, and we've joked a lot, but the Four Horsemen that I saw for the very first time, Flair is that centerpiece and the world heavyweight champion. And then Tully had the secondary belt, and then the Andersons, the tags, and they had, you know, JJ Dillon, obviously not a Jim Cornette or a Jimmy Hart or, you know, those type managers. JJ Dillon. And again, the first time I saw JJ was when he was from Florida sending up tapes, and he was Kamala, the Ugandan giant manager. And JJ had delivery. I tell you what, wrestling fans out there, if you want to hear a money drawing promo, go back and look at some old JJ Dillon promos. He was really good. Really, really good. So that Four Horsemen that I grew up on, and then I get to WCW, and Kevin Sullivan, you know, sits me down and lays out, hey, we're going to do this thing where Flair puts you in the Four Horsemen and we'll see where it goes. I actually thought from that first and second and third conversation that I knew from the beginning, Flair and Jarrett don't last in the Four Horsemen. We can go through this storyline, but at the end of the day, the money's Jarrett versus Flair. It's, you know, it's why Rick liked Nature Boy Buddy Landell. Hey, or Dusty liked it. Dusty's the one that really liked it. Let's match them up, and not Nature Boy versus Nature Boy, but Jarrett versus Flair. You know, winner stays in the Four Horsemen, loser leaves, or whatever the storyline. I really thought that's the direction we were going. I was told that's where we were headed. And yes, we had the arm injury and all the ins and outs, and Mongo, not a full-time wrestler, but coming to be a part of it, knowing that we needed a partner for him. But I really thought the progression was going to be build and build and build and build. And because Rick proverbially took me under his wing and it's like, okay, I want Jeff in. What I say goes. Arn, if you don't like it, you know, but finally we all agreed Jeff's in, contrary to Conrad Thompson's belief. But anyway, we head down that road, and I'm the one who finally gets too big for myself, too cocky, too arrogant. I'm the young guy. I'm the young bull in the arena. And Flair's like, whoa, 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 put on the brakes. And then we finally do enough teases. And I'm trying to step out in front of Rick, and Rick's having patience with the kid, but finally push comes to shove, and the mentor and the mentee, or student and teacher, whatever you want to call it. But me and Rick finally go to blows, and we have our blow off match. That was my hopes and visions and dreams. And I was really hoping we would head that direction, but for it to peter out on Nitro and then just sort of fall by the wayside and move on down the road. Yes, it was a disappointment, but I also grew up in this business. I understand sometimes things just don't work out. It did not affect my paycheck that day. So, you know, it's what we do it for. You know, you got to do it for the love of the industry. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
And the beat goes on. We should mention that you're going to start teaming with Dean, and it's scheduled to be you and Dean at Road Wild against Benoit and McMichael. And that's said to be one of the more challenging environments to work in the outdoor Sturgis show, Road Wild. What do you remember of that?
Let me ask you, just off the cuff, and I don't know if you've watched this clip back, but Jeff Jarrett, 1997, long blonde hair. You think I'd be a heel or a baby face at Raw at Hog Wild?
Big time heel.
Oh my God. They hated me. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I can remember looking out at that ring when we got there, and it's just a big field. I'm like, how is this going to work? Oh no, the people are going to fill in. And come showtime. And again, you talk about pop culture going from Reggie White and Kevin Green and Mongo and, Hall of Fame football players. That's pop culture. But then equally as high in the pop culture chain, you have biking conventions all the time and all over the country. There's only one Sturgis.
Yeah.
There's only one Sturgis. And we're going to be a professional wrestling, not house show, not television. We're going to do a pay-per-view at Sturgis. I mean, big time, really big time. I thought it was super cool. And I, as a heel, couldn't wait to perform.
You barely get into the match and have McMichael hold you down to pin you to get you out of the match. You had some amazing heel heat here, and your WCW 1-year deal seems to be coming up shortly, but you're still the US champ. So here we are in August. Your deal is up in October. They've still got the belt on you. Are you having conversations with anyone from the office about extending, or what's that process like for you in August?
Conrad, I actually looked for, obviously I don't have computers from that deal, but I do have a legal file that goes back to 93. I was trying to look at different things, but there was no really papers. I wish I could rack my brain and say, when did I first have the conversation with WWF? What was the first conversation I had? It wasn't in August to my recollection. I think that deal went really quick. Like I would say inside 30 days. But I just don't, I can't say for 100% sure exactly when all that started and stopped and all that. Certainly not at this point.
So Clash of the Champions is coming up. And before we get there, we've got Benoit and McMichael defeating you and Eddie Guerrero on Nitro in an excellent match in Birmingham, Alabama, another sellout. And then the Clash of the Champions is what's reported as a bit of a surprise. Steve McMichael defeats you for the title after failed interference from Eddie Guerrero. Were you told you were losing the belt the day of? Did you know ahead of time? Do you think they realized, hey, we don't have him on paper yet, we need to get the belt off of him? What do you remember about that?
I don't think it was a contractual situation at this time. I think it was more of Mongo and how do we keep him featured and what can we do here? And it was, I don't say keeping Mongo happy, but keeping, it was another thing, Kevin juggling 7 or 8 balls, Kevin Sullivan, that is, and only having 2 hands. And okay. Cause again, I sort of, me and Dean, we had that US title and I think it was a decision made, not really contractually, but again, I wasn't in the room. I was told, if not the day of, the day or 2 before, that I was losing.
And then you put over Flair the next day in Knoxville, and then Columbia, then Florence. It feels like, man, all of a sudden you're on a losing streak here. They had the golden horseshoe with you, and now not so much. Wade would write, in fairness to Deborah McMichael, it isn't her decision to not go on the road with Jeff Jarrett. Jarrett actually asked that she not go on the road anytime her husband Steve isn't also on the road. Jarrett apparently feared accusations coming up from them being on the road together and realized with McMichael's relationship with Harvey Schiller that he would be the odd man out of it if controversy resulted. Deborah agreed to that step since she wanted her character to be linked with Jarrett rather than her husband. What do you remember about this? Is this some real life heat at the time? Are you worried about that with Deborah and Mongo?
And as you were delivering the Schiller deal, I had forgot that there was a relationship, and I don't know if it was Deborah or Steve or both of that relationship, but I think that's a little bit fiction writing in there that doesn't ring a bell. And I don't ever remember it.
You never asked for that, you're saying?
Oh God, no. I can't even imagine Deborah wanting to do house shows or told to do house shows. So no.
So you're still in WCW when Arn comes out and cuts his infamous spot promo. He's going to give that spot to Kurt Hennig. Thankfully, we're done with the Jeff Jarrett experiments. How did you feel about that? You know, this feels like a storyline that they once were maybe going to tee up for you, and instead you got bumped and the former Mr. Perfect got it.
Well, stylistically, Kurt fit closer to Arn than I did by a long shot.
How so?
Huh?
How so?
In ring, we'll call it technician. I just, and I think Kurt, Mr. Perfect, was much more flamboyant than Arn, but, and you know, they're both incredible, like really good, performers. But to me, my Horseman story, when the Flair thing didn't gel, and then I dropped the title to Mongo, I'd sort of moved on down the road creatively. But the old infamous spot, was that Panama City? Yeah, I think it was Panama or Pensacola. My bad. Pensacola, not Panama City. It was Pensacola, because I can remember all the, I'll call it chatter backstage. Was it Pensacola, Conrad? You Googling?
Yeah. Do you have a Pensacola story that ties in, or we just?
Oh no, I was just making sure. Anyway, that's my OCD recall. But no, I remember backstage. Look at you chuckling. That I thought the promo, I had no idea that it was legitimately going to ruffle feathers. No, wait, the parody's what ruffled feathers. The promo, the straight promo was great. And you know, I think episodically it fit for Kurt to step in. And, you know, Kurt, again, a guy that was a world champion, and him and Lawler, boy, if you want to be, you know,
that promo happened in Columbia, South Carolina.
The spot promo.
Yes.
But the parody happened in Pensacola.
September 1st.
Yeah. Cause the parody got a boatload of heat backstage, and I had no idea that it wasn't completely, I thought everybody was in on the know on it. I thought Arn and Rick, and I had no idea the feathers that was going to ruffle. But the promo that Arn and Kurt and all that, I can't say that I was watching it live, but I remember, okay, that all makes sense. And because Arn's arm, hand, nerve, you know, like it is today, but it was bad. You know, I felt bad for him that a legendary performer, time cut short, because that's, to my knowledge, the reality of it. His in-ring career was cut short due to his neck injury. And if I remember correctly, and Conrad helped me out here, it's that it's like the wrestler mentality. It's a little out of whack, and he just never got it. He just worked through it, bump after bump, month after month, year after year, and never let it heal up. And it eventually the atrophy started in. I felt bad for him. But anyhow, your question was, what was my thought on the,
I don't remember. I took a little nap there for a while.
Well, you are.
Hey, it's something of some odd creative, because you're going to beat Dean Malenko in Winston-Salem, North Carolina at the Fall Brawl show. And that earns you a title shot at Halloween Havoc. Now, I just want to remind everybody, your damn deal's up in October.
Yes.
Here they are giving you a September win on pay-per-view against Dean Malenko, who of course is, going to be a horseman. But chat me up here. You know, when did you have a serious conversation with Eric at any point? How does that become a thing?
No. And that was something that, by the lack of or non-existent communication, I knew that I wasn't going to get the bump that I was wanting.
Okay. So let's talk about that. You know, do you remember what type of bump you were looking for? Did you have a dollar figure in mind?
And look, I'm just going to go in rough numbers and timing, but the Steiners got bumped. I want to say, maybe our researchers, you'll have that data, but with us, I think the Steiners and Harlem Heat were all bumped up to 750. Some big money.
The Steiners did get a bump in 99 based on my court records that I've been able to find. In 97, Scott made 340. In 98, he made 324. In 99, he made 696.
Okay, but so around the 350, right?
Booker T in 98 made 324.
Okay, so but anyway, I think I was at 225 or 250, and I was wanting to go to 350, 450. And I look, Conrad, I'm usually really good with numbers. I just knew that there was no, whether JJ Dillon, Eric specifically, there was no chatter going on, but Kevin Sullivan was not in the loop and told me so. Hey man, I don't touch money.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I don't even think I really brought it up seriously to Kevin, because why would Kevin put me over? But again, right hand talking to the left hand. Okay. Let's take a quick time out here again. And like I said earlier, it's time to pay the bills. And oh man, you folks are going to love to pay this bill. That's right. Let's talk about Jimmy's Famous Seafood and how you can get it brought right to your front door. They're famous for a reason, because they aren't just Baltimore's best. They aren't just Maryland's best, but they are legitimately the best in the country when it comes to making crab cakes, soups, chowders, oysters, signature steaks, plus desserts and gluten-free items. They've been in the business for over 40 years. And you know, I've been going there almost that long. And they've been featured on diners, dine-ins and dives, Beat Bobby Flay, and more. And our listeners across the country can enjoy what Jimmy's has to offer because they can ship food nationwide. What can be better than having a gift box or bundle of fine cuisine delivered straight to your door? You've got to try the famous gift box, which includes 4 of the world's best colossal, and I do mean colossal, Maryland crab cakes, 2 different crab soups, crab dip, seafood seasoning, and their signature base sauce. Or how about the old tailgate bundle? Make your football weekend complete with 2 pounds of wings, a full rack of barbecue ribs, a pint of crab dip, and a crab cake mix. Better yet, you can create your own box and get everything you want with your order. Folks, trust me on this. It's literally the best seafood in the country. Ready for the best part, though? Our listeners can enjoy free, that's right, I said free, 2-day nationwide shipping on orders over $125. All you have to do is go to jimmysfamousseafood.com and use promo code MyWorld. That's right, jimmysfamousseafood.com. Use the promo code MyWorld and you can get free, yes, I'm going to say that again, free 2-day shipping nationwide. One more time, folks. Go to jimmysfamousseafood.com. Promo code MyWorld. It's the best literally in the world. Those colossal crab cakes, I wish I had them right now. Folks, again, jimmysfamousseafood.com, promo code MyWorld. Do it now.
Who do you give your notice to? Talk me through when you know you're leaving, or I mean, do you ever sit down with Eric and talk about money, or talk me through it?
Conversation. And look, me and Eric always had we weren't chummy buddies then by any stretch, but we always had a very, very professional relationship. And I would do things on segments on Nitro and come through the curtain. And look, Eric had a gazillion things going on, but there were many times that Eric, I felt, again, this is only looking through the eyes of me, the performer, that Eric, I don't say went out of his way, but sometimes he's like, hey dude, that was really good. You pulled that together out there. You're whatever, good stuff, or good, he was always giving me attaboys, not every Nitro, but often. But there was never a contract about re-upping for money. And that, as a performer that grew up in this industry, that told me pretty much all I needed to know.
So instead of getting a title shot at Halloween Havoc, you finish up at the Target Center on October 6th in Minneapolis. And boy, think about the timing of us recording this episode. This weekend, AEW is going to be in Minneapolis.
Oh, wow.
You're going to be in a losing effort to Booker T. Of course, your contract expires on October 7th. So you have one last match on October 6th in Minneapolis, and then you're done. The very next day, your contract is finished. And Eric Bischoff has said before that it was a mutual decision for your time in WCW to finish up. The Observer remembers it differently. Quote, Jerry Jarrett had been handling the negotiations with Eric Bischoff and had been, at least in Bischoff's opinion, negotiating in the media. Bischoff then went public and told the same people that he was pulling his $300,000 offer off the table because of that. Bischoff, who clearly sees himself in a powerful, perhaps omnipotent position, just because of how far the company has turned around, is playing lots of hardball in negotiations, which naturally leads to ruffled feathers. And from the Torch, it's written, Jeff had creative differences with Vince McMahon, and that was the only difficulty he ever encountered, said Jerry Jarrett. This is all in a Prodigy chat with Bob Ryder. Quote,
Oh, wow, Bob Ryder.
That dealt with the direction of his character, and if that can be cleared up, Jeff has nothing but fond memories of the WWF, end quote. Jerry is acting as Jeff's agent in contract talks. He said Jeff had made considerably more money in the WWF than his recent contract with WCW paid him, and that Jeff would not be willing to work for WCW on a per diem basis to fulfill the dates that WCW advertised for Jarrett in the future. Then there's a Prodigy chat on Tuesday night, October 7th, and Bischoff is here, and he would say, Jeff's contract ended today. I have respect for Jeff as a performer and a person. I sincerely hope Jeff will stay with WCW, but if he decides to go anywhere else, I'll respect that decision and wish him the best. He's a pro and a good human being and deserves whatever success he can get wherever he chooses to be.
How about that?
Yeah. So pretty nice, but we haven't talked about your dad at all in this episode. Were you letting him try to act as your agent here?
We had a conversation, and that's why I wish I knew exact timelines, but I know that because I said, look, financial wise, they hadn't even looked my way. And, in 95, when I was, we'll call it that run from January, and when In Your House, I was over, I think I was well over 200 or over 200. So, WCW's money was about in half. And then, I knew that, look, I'm not going to get the bump. They ain't even talking to me, really. And so let's explore options. And I believe, apologies on the dog barking if you heard that, Conrad. I believe, I don't know if it was a Russo conversation or if that was, I don't remember exactly, but I know my dad reached out to reached out to Vince, because he's like, and again, my recall's the crap on this, because I do know hindsight's 2020. I didn't realize Jim Ross, when I left in 96 and when I came back in 97, Jim's clout, authority had drastically increased. And I wasn't aware of that. But my direct contact, I believe my dad's first call was to Vince. And then obviously I had a conversation with Vince and then his secretary, and they said, hey, fly up to the house. Let's have a sit down and talk. That was the ultimate goal for me. I want to go back. And again, we're going back 3, 4, 5, 6 months. I knew it was two different organizations, but let's see what the pay was going to be. But they didn't even, there was never an offer from WCW. And that, when I read the recap about the $300,000 offer, I think that came in after, well after I'd agreed with Vince. And it was, it was lower, much lower.
So it's, it ends as good as it could. Why do you think your dad,
Candidly,
say again?
I actually, when I look back on it now and just sort of how it went down, and Kevin Sullivan wasn't even, a little bit of a different spot, but he was the booker. But Eric handed it professional. I handed it professional. Kevin Sullivan. I thought it's about as, during these times, I'll say this, I'm putting it in the Attitude Era, because, you have X-Pac and, you had different folks going back and forth. I thought my exit was handled about as good as I could have hoped for.
Do you remember, your dad referenced he's not interested in fulfilling the dates he's been advertised for on a per diem basis. You've prided yourself on this show in the past and saying, oh, I was all business. Do you think in hindsight that you should have, or did you know, well, I'm not doing that because it's going to be to my detriment. They're just going to beat me a bunch. Did you assume that would hurt your quote unquote push when you went to Vince?
So, and that's my quote from my dad, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's Jarrett speaking for Jarrett, because that was not a possibility, because the agreement went up to Vince's house. JR was there. I wasn't told, not that it was any of my business. I thought I was meeting one-on-one with Vince. I mean, I literally thought that's what, flying up there, they'd pick us up. My dad was going to be there. He'd been in the business forever, had worked for Vince. I didn't realize JR was going to be a part of that meeting, which, hey, fine. We'd always got along, but JR's a territory guy like me. But I left that house that night knowing my offer, basically my start date and everything. So I kind of think
you couldn't have,
huh?
You just couldn't have. I get it.
No, yeah. And I do remember thinking, I wish my dad would have said that, but it is what it is. Cause I really don't even think that was an option let me say this. I don't think Eric and WCW wanted me to fulfill those dates I was advertised at.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't.
So you do a series of quote unquote shoot interviews on WWF TV after you go back, and you talk about how WCW gave you. Say again.
I said that's another episode, isn't it?
Yeah. We talked about it in the Austin 316 in the archive, so go check that out. But you sum up your WCW experience where you say that WCW gave you no opportunity to climb the ladder, and the in-ring ability means nothing in WCW, that you have to be one of Eric's boys to get a push. How much of that is the way you really felt, and how much of that is just a good promo that you and Vince put together?
A good promo.
Yeah.
A good promo. The look, we've covered it ad nauseum over these last two episodes. The difference between WCW and WWF, even today, the buck stops with one person. And yes, Eric was the buck stop, but he also had creative, Hulk had creative control. There are a lot of other members that the buck stopped with. And then Eric had people to report to. It's just a different environment. Eric had bosses he had to report to. I think at the end of the day, a major part of Vince's success, major, and he'll tell you he's lucky, and I'll call BS on that, but maybe is, maybe isn't. But him having total authority, right or wrong, because nobody makes right decisions all the time, but right or wrong is something that gives everybody in the entire organization comfort in knowing that's a decision made and we're going with it.
In hindsight, are you happy with the way it all worked out, or do you wish you would have done a 2-year run? Could you have made it until October of 98 and then jumped on the WWF train? Or are you glad you went in 97?
Again, this is a fun part of the podcast in a lot of ways, because it's a great, you call them what ifs. What ifs I would have signed that 2-year deal?
Yeah.
Just the lay of the land. Would I have gone through that Indian Aztec or the NWA stuff? Would I have jumped ship and come right in with the don't piss me off character? Would I have maybe lost a hair match in WCW? Because the business was evolving before our very eyes with Goldberg and NWO and DX and everything. What an incredible what if. But I live with no regrets, because I believe that a power greater than myself controls all things ultimately. So, but fun chatter, fun discussion. Had I stayed, then maybe I would have run the angle with Rick eventually. There's a lot of, for me personally, a lot of fun stuff to discuss and debate, and what would have, could have, should have. I've said it. I did my world publicity earlier, and they talked about, I brought up cream rising at the top, and the guy goes, "Can you elaborate on that?" And I believe that if you have the skill set in this business to get it done, you will eventually rise to the top, period. So if you can work and talk and all that, so it would have been interesting to see if I'd have stayed another year. but I didn't.
As we've mentioned a lot, sort of tongue in cheek here, you were a part of the NWO, you're part of the Four Horsemen, you're part of the Bullet Club. You grew up watching, Jim Crockett Promotions on television. You saw the rise of the Horsemen as a young performer yourself. Was this overall, would you classify it as an achievement or a disappointment?
Achievement. I mean, achievement. I mean, again, armchair quarterback, and we could carve it up 15 different ways, but and I'll just the quick, and you can go into the archives and listen, but that 95 run, and then hindsight's 2020, but fell apart, went back for a cup of coffee, got injured. It was a complete mess. Ahmed Johnson and that storyline and all that. And then to sort of be, we'll call it on the sideline there for several months, and then to be step back into WCW and a massive amount of talent. I mean, Kevin Sullivan and Eric Bischoff and others. I mean, Hogan, Savage. I mean, he was a who's who. And for me to be brought on board, not the greatest financial deal, but to work my way up into that spot, I think it's an achievement. I feel proud of my work. Did it go perfect? No, but I feel pretty damn good about me getting in there and busting my ass week in, week out, regardless of the creative handed to me. I tried to do my very best to make it succeed and shine and come off as something that the viewer at home could enjoy. Didn't hit out of the park every week, but I did what I could do.
Let's hit some fan questions and we'll wrap this one up. Lopez wants to know, with the attire of stripes, do you have any memorable moments of your own quote unquote wardrobe malfunction with this gear? Maybe a hand getting tangled up, food from the stands getting thrown in, and maybe trash being caught in it. Anything weird like that?
Oh, 1994, I had probably a 3-month, Vince was the old adage, get out on the road, do the marketing campaign for talent. No, basically getting wins for a year, not getting wins, getting exposure. But, I was wrestling Doink every night, and Doink's makeup would be on those straps. It was a pain in the ass because I'd have to wash that stuff every night. So maybe not a malfunction, but that would be one of the downsides to that gear. When to relate to this episode, when I took the straps down and knew the spot was going to be, Rick was going to start chopping me then, because he would say, shit, I can't chop you. You got those straps on. So I made sure that I took them down so he could pop me in strap.
Johnny McDonald says, if Jeff could have handpicked the version of the Horseman he was coming to, which one would he have picked?
Wait, do I create a new version?
Well, you could do that. I thought he meant of the existing prior versions. Like if you were going to be the fourth member.
I got you. Well, I'll say this, me and Rick, I mean, what a Four Horsemen it would have been, something along the lines of,
it's got to be Flair and Arn and you, and who else?
Okay. I hear you. I'll give you a different little slant. What happens if Rick takes JJ Dillon's spot and it's me and Arn and Tully and I don't know. I was going to say, I love Chris Benoit as a Horseman. Personally, I think he is very similar to Arn Anderson, the enforcer and the style. I think Arn much better promo. I would have loved to have had a Four Horsemen, something along the lines of me and Chris in a really badass tag team, with Rick being the mouthpiece. But Rick wrestled into his 70s, so that didn't work out.
I think it would have been more likely you could have seen Arn in the JJ role, and it would have been Rick, yourself, Chris Benoit, and who else?
Ooh, I like that, Conrad. I really do. So, wow.
Paul Roma?
Well, Kurt Hennig. I mean, that's a unique, that's kind of a unique when you're going down that road. That would be pretty cool.
Michael McClanahan asked a question we're all thinking. What are Jeff's thoughts on replacing people in factions such as the multiple versions of the Four Horsemen? Does Jeff believe that having multiple incarnations of a group or faction diminishes the legacy or impact of the original group?
100%. No, no matter who it is, it's Four Horsemen. We've already talked about our original, the Bullet Club, Fergal, Finn Balor, whatever you want to call him. He is, to me, that, he's the founding member of the Bullet Club. We could go into Hogan, Hall and Nash. That is the NWO. And look, you can, it's an interesting debate where you cut it off on, okay, who should not, where did it, 6 was the 6th member. Okay. Who was 4 and 5? Do you even know that? 6 was the 6th member. Who was 4 or 5? DiBiase and I don't know.
Yeah. DiBiase was in there.
Yeah. I was going to say, but anyway, so to Michael's question, I think it goes with, in Hollywood or, when you have a fill-in on a television show, a movie playing the part, it's like the James Bond. Those original James Bonds are always, to me, so much better. It's very hard to replicate the magics created on the original foundation of an act. It really, really is.
One last one, and then we'll wrap this one up, and we'll talk about what we're going to be doing next week here on the program. Jimmy D wants to know, was Double A as nice as he seems in and out of the ring? The guy's a legend, and he seems so genuine on his podcast.
I love Double A, and when I first got around him, his storytelling, it's like this, maybe my crazy brain, but you can tell a guy like Arn is ridden up and down the road with a lot of miles. He's very conversational, great storyteller, doesn't mind at all teaching at the drop of a hat, calling talent aside. I always was very aware how Arn would talk to, whether it's a guy having a TV match or a promo or, hey man, Arn, you got a minute? Can you give me a little feedback? Arn's a teacher. I think his nature is storytelling and look at the personalities that were around him breaking in as a young guy and as he matured through this business. But great dude. I'm really happy for him because all those years too, being a producer, sure, he made good money and consistent job and out of the ring and all that. But when you see Arn perform on AEW now and you see his delivery of promos, here lately, a lot of times I think to myself, guys that are watching this that want to make a real statement in this business, I hope you're watching this. I mean, Arn we're talking 97 right here. This is when he retired. This is the year he retired. So he's 23 years past retirement. And his promo skills are as relevant today as they were then.
Yeah,
there's a lesson there. I really do think there's a real lesson there. Okay. Again, like I said earlier, I hope you guys are enjoying your holiday season. I think you have found this episode as we've got into the edit room floor and kind of doing the megasode, the mashup. It's funny how life takes twists and turns, but we're going to jump ahead to October of 1999 when I went back to WCW and returned with a smash. Old Buff Bagwell. This was the night after. That's right. The night after that I walked in. I don't know if it was a 357 or a 38. Some people think it was a rifle. I don't. When I held VKM up for, what was that, 3.5 million? The story keeps growing. All kidding aside. But no, this is my return to WCW, and things had changed quite a bit since I was there in 97. So 99 of October, this was kind of laying the groundwork before, dove off into the NWO time. But what a unique time it was in the industry in so many ways. But yeah, return, cracked old Buff over the head with guitar, and before you know it, the NWO 2000 is formed. So, folks, let's carry on again. Hope you're enjoying this episode as much as I am. Thanks.
So it seems like there's a lot going on creatively. In your loss to Brett, you had Dustin Rhodes come out and cost you the match, but you also had Ron and Don Harris, known then as Creative Control, in your corner. And it's reported that the working plan is you'll be having a guitar on a pole match against Buff Bagwell at Starrcade. And that's probably one of the longest sentences regarding anyone's creative I've ever had in any of my podcasts. Is this just too much? Is this overbooked already?
Hell, I mean, think about it. So the guitar on a pole match obviously comes from my debut or re-debut coming from the China match. Look, it's already confusing. I did the China match for the WWE at the time in October. I went to WCW, my first Nitro. I came out and clocked Buff Bagwell. And from that, the journalist, if you will, Meltzer and Keller and others, I guess, connected the dots. And whether they heard it out of a creative idea, I can tell you, I never, ever heard that me and Buff were going to be in a guitar on a pole match at any event, ever. Not saying that it wasn't said in a creative meeting, because at this time it was Vince and Ed Farrar, but they also had a crew of folks. And it was as we get into this, you'll see Kevin Sullivan's name come in here. There was regime changes. I mean, Vince Russo was 3 months in. Well, I don't want to jump ahead. Go ahead, Conrad.
Okay. Just to remind you, we got a lot going on here. We got Buff Bagwell, guitar on a pole. Ron and Don Harris are there. Dustin Rhodes is involved. Creative control is nicknamed Patrick and Gerald. Obviously, that's tongue in cheek about Pat Patterson and Gerald Jerry Briscoe. I'll get it out eventually.
Yep.
And we know that Russo likes to put things on poles. Once he even put, Viagra on a pole, and that would be a seamless transition for Blue Chew, but we're too soon to do another ad. Brett and Goldberg are now becoming unlikely allies at this time in the buildup to this formation of the nWo. And there's always been a lot of stories, rumor, and innuendo about Brett being unhappy throughout his WCW tenure. And in more recent years, he's been a little more vocal about his, discontent with everything with Goldberg. But here for a bit, they were tag partners. In your opinion, could you tell that Brett was unhappy? I mean, you're friendly with Brett. Was he communicating any of that? Or could you just tell, man, he's just trying to get by right now?
I wonder if Brett's going to remember this story, because it definitely jarred my memory, and I remembered and thinking about it. It was, and I don't know, Nitro Thunder, but it was a taping, and somehow, some way, me and Brett, either I was in his dressing room, we were in, anyway, we were dressing close to each other, and we kind of sat down, and there was one of those moments where I just said, I used to call him Beaner out of this movie that he always would quote to me. Beaner, what do you think? And he just kind of looked over at me. And I remember telling him, Brett, when I left WWF the first time, 95, 96, my contract expired, and I came down, and the business was red hot. The nWo was taking off.
Yep.
Nitro was kicking ass. It was just really cranking up. But I immediately knew, because the Four Horsemen, when Flair demanded, and I actually entered into the Four Horsemen, kidding, Conrad. But no, during that 96, 97 year that I had there, we've gone on this podcast and talked about it. You immediately knew you're not working for Vince McMahon. You're not working for any one boss. You're in a corporate environment. There's things, candidly, are the right hand doesn't talk to the left hand, and there is no Vince McMahon. There is no Pat Patterson. There is no machine. Marketing's different. PR is different. It was a corporate environment, period. And I had that brief, but it was kind of a detailed conversation. And I don't want to say Brett was checked out. I think that's one of the words that are in the notes, or that you said. It's just, I think the realization that this isn't the WWE by any stretch of the imagination, and the lack of attention to detail in so many ways was just so obvious. And so, I'll say, Brett, we were like, not only just disappointed and just kind of the air out of the room. It's just like, well, all we can really do is what we can do, but that ain't gonna, we can only take care of what we can only take care of. But that conversation was there. And so, Brett's a professional and busted his ass and did what he could do. But we both knew that a corporate run wrestling industry is just very, very difficult.
Let's talk about a WCW live show that you did. Just to give everybody a heads up, old Jeremy Borash and Bob Ryder are at the forefront of wrestling podcasting. That's really co-opted. We've got WCW Live, which is maybe the first major podcast, if you will. We weren't even calling it podcast back then. But you appear and you're asked by a caller, what are you most surprised by in wrestling? And your response was, I'm amazed that Van Hammer still has a job. How much of that is just ribbing on the square, and how much of that is you just dunking on a guy?
100% ribbon on the square. If I said that, I don't know Van Hammer, but as far as Bob Ryder, Borash, night one, when I hit Buff with the guitar, I returned night one, they said, hey, they called it, hey, will you come do this live internet show?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, I mean, I was like, really? Y'all have this like officially? It's not like a, third party or underground, boy. But when I walked into that room and started hearing, Chicken Head, we had a Chicken Man, we had some regular callers, but it was a radio show online that the regulars were there, but it's also instantaneous feedback. And as a promoter, as a talent, you know me well enough now, Conrad, I just dove into that. I loved it. No, I don't recall, not saying that I didn't say that, but if I did say it, I'm positive I'm just dunking on a guy because I was amazed.
You said you're positive you're dunking on a guy.
I'm not dunking on the guy.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're okay.
I didn't know that you were friendly with him in real life, is what I'm saying.
I don't remember ever meeting him.
Okay. So you're ribbing a guy that you've never met. So you really are shitting on him, but doing it tongue in cheek. I got it. It's reported in the Torch that Russo spent most of his time talking to, and I quote, top names and former WWFers Jeff Jarrett, Dustin Rhodes, and Creative Control. So this sounds an awful lot like you got the new boss's ear. Would you agree with that?
We obviously had a working relationship, but reading through this episode, and Vince is going to get all the criticism he rightly deserves. But in stuff like this, when you watch kind of Vince operate, there's nobody that he wouldn't talk to. I just don't find that accurate at all. Whether it was new folks he tried to learn, I can remember having the conversation, him telling me, bro, do you know how many pieces of talent they have signed here? And I'm like, no. And whatever the number was, including even some power plant guys. It was, I mean, that group of Palumbo, Jindrak, that group that came up, Mike said, I mean, there was 100, 150 guys, just a ridiculous amount of talent, which to me, in hindsight's 2020, was a big part of the problem. You just can't have that many bodies hanging around because you are going to have to, not just some, quite a few disgruntled talent because they're not getting booked. And one bad apple kind of spoils the bunch. Well, get 4 or 5 bad apples. They're not seriously bad apples. They just want to work. They're not getting put on TV. They're bitching. They're complaining. It just, the entire culture backstage was, oh, look, Vince isn't talking to us. He's talking to Ron and Don Harris or whoever it may be, failing to exclude that Russo probably talked to everybody in the building talent-wise or as much time as he could. Vince wasn't that way. He talked to everybody.
So here's another quote here. Well, before we get to it, I guess we should say the beginnings of the NWO angle seem to start to form in November. It's on the 29th in Denver at the Pepsi Arena. You're cutting open Mike Tenay backstage with a guitar shot. And then you help Scott Hall retain his U.S. title over Sid when you hit Sid with a guitar. But you wind up getting speared and jackhammered by Goldberg for the save. In your mind, is this the beginning of the NWO angle, or am I giving too much credit for long-term planning here?
I think way too much credit. Look, Vince and Ed, I think Ed probably has, I mean, I think those two could recall it a little bit better. I would be giving it too much credit because I mean, things just changed so much going here. And I don't want to skip over me and Tenay chuckled. Me and Mike became buds in 96, 97 when I went there the first go around. And so when we got to do the guitar deal, he trusted me, although I scraped his nose up, but he did trust me and had a lot of fun with that. But about this time, Conrad, is when the guitar shots were coming 2 and 3 times a show.
Yeah. I mean,
I want you to hear that. 2 and 3 times a show.
Yeah.
Way overdone.
So the outsiders start to interfere to help Brett retain the WCW title, but Brett makes it seem like he's not asking for or wanting that help. And later on that night, you're in a three-way between Chris Benoit and Sting, which ends in under 4 minutes. And Dustin comes out to cause your loss, hitting you with the ring bell, but it misses horribly. And unfortunately, you still go down for the pin. Talk me through that. When something like that happens, where you have this planned finish and for whatever reason, the big spot just does not look good. It's not intentional. It's a worst case scenario. What's the thinking? Do you have to make a decision right then to either alter the script and hope that you can quickly communicate with everyone and recover something that's passable? Or is it better to just rip the Band-Aid off and go with it and get the hell out of there?
Conrad, always with the heartache. You know, that's a good question. I think that I was trying to put myself in the moment. A couple of factors. Is it live or is it live to tape? Can you edit this? If it's live, if it's a live event, non-televised, you can work around and keep going and let's do something and just keep ad-libbing. If it's live and you're under a time crunch and you've got guys and multiple people involved, you kind of got to roll with it. Because what the hell are you going to do? You can't stop the train. Trains don't stop, Conrad, and neither do bad finishes sometimes. You just got to roll with it.
Later on that night, yes, this is all the same show. The main event three-way tag team cage match between Goldberg and Sid taking on Brett and Benoit taking on the Outsiders with Roddy Piper as a referee. You come out with a bunch of weapons, which seems weird for a cage match since the cage is supposed to keep people out. But what do? Well, you just walk right through the door and hit Piper and Goldberg with guitars. And you give Hall and Nash handcuffs and you cuff Hart, but Goldberg spears you. And it seems like the cage is supposed to give way, but in typical WCW fashion, something doesn't go right. So you recover and lay out Benoit, and then Nash powerbombs Sid. Hall gives Goldberg the outsider's edge. And we're all exhausted.
Just stop, Conrad. Seriously, have you ever seen a good three-way cage? Look, I can't even say it. A good three-way tag in a cage
with weapons and interference.
Yes. With Piper.
Yes.
Think about that. Piper being this bad. Oh my God.
Here's what's funny to me. You lived all this and you're like, I'm going to start my own company, invest all my life savings. I know what to do. Let's call the guy who did this.
Woo!
Now, listen, we're going to give a lot of credit. I mean, I know this feels like we're dunking on Russo, and I don't mean to, because I know once upon a time, you and he were thick as thieves. He's always been super cool with me, and I give him a lot of credit for all the highlight reel moments he created in the WWF. But there are some moments here in WCW that, well, we got to place that blame somewhere. And I don't
Conrad,
know.
it's this simple. We all have our strengths and we all have our weaknesses.
Yes.
Vince will tell you, well, maybe he won't, but him putting together sequencing inside the ropes in match, he's not good at. And so when you get in the office in Atlanta, Georgia and write this stuff with no wrestling mind, you're going to get this. I mean, Jesus, a three-way tag with Piper as a special referee, just stop there. It's a disaster. Now add everything else you just laid out. What a mess.
So Bret Hart comes out untouched. So this has to be the plan moving forward for the NWO. At this point, do you know that's the plan?
Nope. I really don't. I don't know. No, I don't.
It's announced the next week on Nitro that you'll be taking on Dustin Rhodes in a bunkhouse match at Starrcade. So let's recap. You just had a match previously announced with you and Buff in a guitar on a pole match, but now it's Dustin Rhodes in a bunkhouse match. What would you have rather done?
Oh, me and Dustin. Well, me and Buff, we had pretty good chemistry. But me and Dustin always worked really well in WCW as Goldust. My bad. Look, I'm already confused. In WWE as Goldust, me and Dustin had a good match out in West Coast, one of those pay-per-views. We always had good chemistry is what I'm saying. And so a bunkhouse match, and I knew Creative Control, Ron and Don were going to be involved. That was the direction that we were headed, and there was a little planning put into that. I was pretty fired up to get to have this match.
So you open this show, the next show, with Okerlund in the ring, and you cut a promo and challenge Brett, Goldberg, and even Mike Tenay to come out. And unbelievably, Tenay does come out, and you let him know that you're not interested in any lawsuits, but you being you, still attack him anyway and put him in the figure 4. And then Goldberg makes the save. We didn't really talk about the cut on Tenay, though. I mean, we've seen you crush a lot of guys with guitars. Very seldom does it go, or that I've noticed, does it go very poorly. But old Mike Tenay, of all people, winds up taking a little damage here.
He had a little gash. He
good with it?
He sure acted like that it's part of the, yeah, he's fine. Mike understood the industry better than almost anyone. He understood, but I'm not saying he was fine with it.
So last week you hit Tenay. This week, later this same night, you hit Medusa with a guitar. Medusa now. Even women aren't safe. And you challenge Goldberg for the main event. And I got to tell you, man, coming over from the WWF where you're getting covered and, as you would say, flyer and getting humiliated in a good housekeeping match, but losing to a woman. Now you're working with Goldberg in the main event just like 8 weeks later. All right, some of this creative might be hard to keep up with, but Goldberg's still fucking Goldberg here in 99, is he not?
And look who's surrounding the ring in Green Bay with Green Bay Packers surrounding ringside. This is one of those kind of microcosms of my career. I mean, little moments to pull out. You know, we're talking, and we're going to get deep into some nWo and concussions and George Animal Steel and lots of nonsense. But if you just take out Goldberg versus Jarrett on Nitro in Green Bay with Green Bay Packers at ringside, they gave us a little time. Me and Bill had a good working relationship. It was, yeah, I mean, I'll call it a career. It's a definite career highlight. NFL legends at ringside. It was pretty cool moment for one of the Los Cuatro Caballeros. I'll just say that.
So Dustin Rhodes beats Ming by DQ on this show as well after you interfere. And Rhodes is going to turn the table and is about to hit the Shattered Dreams, but Hall and Nash make the save. Now check this out.
I'm so glad you're making sense of this, Conrad.
I'm trying, but here we go. Closing 20 minutes of Nitro. All right. Page then wrestled Sid, which lasted about 1 minute before the worst ref bump of the night. Hall and Nash come out. Fans chanted for Goldberg. Hart came in. Jarrett came in. They still wanted Goldberg. Security came in and the fans booed. Nick Patrick and security then all left. The refs are now going on strike. What a novel idea. Piper said he'd ref the Goldberg-Jarrett main event, and it would be a lumberjack match. And Jarrett did a good job, and this was the only match on the show to have any heat. Jarrett tried to leave at one point, and 3 members of the Green Bay Packers, including Gilbert Brown, chased him back. Everyone was interfering. Jarrett hit Goldberg with 2 chair shots, but Goldberg kicked out to a nice pop. Hart hit Jarrett with the title belt. Goldberg speared Jarrett and went for the jackhammer win, and again, nearly lost him at 7 minutes and 14 seconds. So, I mean, listen, it's all over the place creatively, but you got the NFL here taking part. You're working with Goldberg. You're in the main event. Even if the creative is a little scattered, maybe, you're in a primetime spot here, bud, are you not?
For sure. And the people, again, it's how's it hard? I mean, it's you're not really patting anybody on, you know, it's not that Goldberg was super over. It's not that Double J had a boatload of heat. And it's not like creative was hitting on all cylinders. We had the freaking Green Bay Packers in, I think this was Milwaukee. My bad. It's Milwaukee, but just still, it's in their backyard. The people were electric. And I'll just say this, that day, production came to me. Pinzer was there. There was a couple of us there that we sort of said, here's the camera shot. You're going to have to get this on the chair shots. Everything timing wise and the beats of everything creatively, you know, proverbial. Wish Bruce was here. He could give us a little, you know, little chicken salad. We took some chicken shit creatively and it came out You know, if you take little grapes, Conrad, and you put it in the chicken salad,
Oh God, will you stop?
it turned out good though. Go ahead.
The next night on Thunder, you team with Mona, now known to everyone as Molly Holly, and take on Evan Courageous and Medusa. So, Jeff, help me understand. You're working with the Bret Harts and the Holland Nashes and the Roddy Pipers and the Goldbergs, but the next night,
NFL football players
and the Packers, and not 6 months later, the next night, you're working with Mona, Evan Courageous, and Medusa. Well, you don't tag in. Mona takes the loss and she hits you with a drop kick. So you hit her with a guitar afterwards because you're just crushing these chicks left and right. And I just wonder how you slept with yourself knowing that you were hitting women like that. But now I know.
Yes, sir.
Just fine. So let's try to tag back in here. Now we know you've hit two ladies with these guitars. And Nitro on December 13th from New Orleans sees you and Benoit brawling with each other in the backstage area. And then the artist, formerly known as Prince Ikea, and the maestro take on each other. And from the Observer, quote, Jarrett killed both guys after with a guitar. The fans pop for this because they hated both guys. Not sure if Jarrett's getting over. They're popping for him, but the ratings and house shows say nobody is close to being over. But the fans like the guitar breaking on people's heads. So, I mean, there is something to say to that. I mean, I guess that's why you have a quote unquote gimmick like this or a prop, is so you can use it to your advantage. And you've used it to your advantage more in WCW here in just about 2 months than maybe you did in your entire WWF run. But sure, did you think I'm doing it too much and I'm going to do it to diminishing returns?
Yes. And I don't want to skip by. Folks, go out of your way. I'm sure Marcus and social media folks will dig this up. Molly Holly took one of the best guitar shots ever. What a freaking bump she took off of it. But with that being said, Conrad, yes, it was over. I mean, I loved debuting and cracking Buff. I mean, that just had the impact. But man, like we just said earlier, sometimes there were 2 and 3 a night, you know, maybe once a month, and then maybe pay-per-view. But man, it was literally went from doing, oh, we're going to do it every show to multiple times, just overkill. You know, it's easy to desensitize to a lot of things that, you know, chair shots, blood, whatever it may be. I mean, back in the day, oh my God, you can't do a DDT, but one time a match, you know, it becomes, but with the guitar and you have shrapnel all around, it's different than 20 super kicks or 20 DDTs or whatever, a move. It was overdone, period.
I'll bring this point up because Meltzer and Wade Keller have interesting takes here. Wade would say this: Scott Hall and Kevin Nash have been aligned with Jeff Jarrett, trying to help them get heel heat. Hall and Nash, though, don't want to be true heels, and as a result, will probably hurt Jarrett's heel heat more than Jarrett will help their heel heat. So I know that's a little bit of doublespeak, but let me explain. The nWo has always been presented as the cool heels. Well, anyone listening to this knows Jeff Jarrett never tried to be cool. Jeff Jarrett wanted you to hate his ass. And he did such a great job that most of you listening to this show now used to say, a Jeff Jarrett podcast, who would listen to that? I hated him. And then you hear the podcast and you're like, well, wait, this guy's pretty fucking cool, but I hated him on TV. Yeah, that was the idea. He took it seriously in being a heel. But there is an old school of thought, and I won't name any names, but you and I have a lot of friends who say cool heels killed the business. The nWo never really had their comeuppance. They never really had a payoff. It was never disbanded correctly. And if you're a cool heel, you cut the knees off, you cut off a baby face at the knees. You got to be hateable. You don't want to be the heel who's cheered. You just, you know, neuter a baby face. Would you agree with that?
Well, agree with what? Because I don't, you know,
where are you at on cool heels?
So me and Kevin Nash have had this discussion. Me and Scott Hall had this discussion back in the day. I would have it in rooms, and I'll say this, not to throw. There were certain guys that were very vocal about cool heels don't draw money. Conrad, here's my position on that. It's kind of, you've got to make as a talent whatever's going to work for you. But if you're going to be the cool heel, you got to make sure that the baby face you're facing, and Scott Hall would always, he can be cool heel and this and that. He would always put over his baby face.
Right.
So you think about Stone Cold Steve Austin when he, the rocket ship took off. He black tights, black boots, flipped the bird off. He did nothing that you would say that fits a traditional baby face. But look at his opponent, Vince. It was employee versus employer, that whole storyline. So I think there's a position for cool heels. I think when I was with Kevin and Scott, by them basically us working together, I just think we weren't bookends. We were all three different characters. And when you look at Big Daddy Cool and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall and Hey Yo, those different dynamics, when it was when it came time to do the business, they fed for the comeback. They did this, they did that. I believe they were, I don't want to say ahead of their time, but that friction that Kevin got in that mid to late 90s, and when he took shots at the Four Horsemen and all that, it was a evolution and a transition in the business that I was always wanting the Four Horsemen or the WCW folks to come back and just kick the crap out of them. And you said, oh, they never got their payoff. Well, they did episodically. Lex Luger came in at a bargain basement and he got so over. Eric Bischoff gave him a crazy raise and he was that traditional babyface. I just think it's all situational. And I know I got granular there, but I think that is, to me, it's so easy to say, cool heels don't draw. I don't agree with that at all.
I'm not saying they don't draw, but I think it neuters the baby face. I agree with that. It neuters the baby face. Because the NWO was so cool. Like when he would say, when Scott Hall did the survey and everybody cheered them and booed WCW, what are we cheering for? I think that's where the shades of gray in wrestling really started to come from.
I agree. But I think from a creative perspective, I believe, and I think that's how Lex got over. Lex was the mainstay. And yes, he jumped back ship. He could have, I just think the creative storyline arcs weren't done. I don't think it had anything to do with cool heels. I just wish Flair or Lex or Sting, whoever it may have been, would have got their comeuppance. Cool heels can draw.
So you're scheduled for a bunkhouse match later on in the night against Chris Benoit. You get the win after Dustin runs in and gets thrown into the ladder Benoit was standing on, and you hit both with a guitar and pin Benoit. So it's a ladder match. It's a bunkhouse match. There's guitars. And then on Thunder, you save Hall and Nash from Sid and Dustin before Benoit comes out and eats a guitar shot. And in the main event, you team with Scott and Kevin to defeat Sid, Benoit, and Dustin when you hit Sid with a guitar and Nash gets the pin. Now, Thunder isn't remembered all that well by a lot of fans, and rightfully so, but this is a big-time main event for a show. Let's run through it again. Jeff Jarrett, Scott Hall, and Kevin Nash taking on Sid, Benoit, and Dustin. Of course, there's guitars all around. And Meltzer would even speculate the reason you were given pyro and a superstar entrance is they're trying to make you the new Shawn Michaels. I can't imagine that anybody used that phrase ever. I understand the pairing of Hall and Nash. Maybe people would say that, but like how you like to shoehorn your way into groups that you never were really a part of, like the Bullet Club, like the Horsemen, like the NWO. Well, you've also said you were part of the Clique, which we know is not true. There's never, ever been one picture.
I never, ever said I was part of the Clique. I was pre-Clique.
Okay. Anyway, do you remember hearing people say,
hell no. Of
course
Think about that. It's just
silly.
But you look, Dave has made a fortune off of his line of work.
Well, hang on now. Somebody was telling him that. I mean, I believe that somebody said,
I honestly don't believe that. I believe that's straight out of date. On this case, I cannot think, well, I can't say that. Maybe somebody in WCW, but it would not surprise me.
It would have been a hater, right? So here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Kevin Sullivan said it or whatever. I'm just saying, oh man, did you see what they're doing with Jarrett? Putting him with Hall and Nash, giving him the pyro. He must be their new Shawn Michaels.
Oh my God.
That's probably the take. So here we are at Starrcade, and man, Starrcade, less than ideal. Going into it, Scott Hall is hurt and unable to wrestle against Chris Benoit. Benoit comes out during the show, and it's announced that he's now United States champion, but the titles are won and lost in the ring, and he'll be defending the title on the show. But first, you need to wrestle Dustin. Meltzer gave you guys 2.5 stars. You got 11 minutes and 21 seconds in a bunkhouse match. Dave would write, there were so many references during the show to Dusty Rhodes that he has to be coming back. Dustin bleached his hair back blonde. Jarrett took out Rhodes' knee with a wheelbarrow. Rhodes slammed him with a wheelbarrow. He later clocked Jarrett with the cowbell and posted him. All kinds of silly stuff here, including Kurt coming out while Jarrett is whipping Rhodes to untie the ref and pull the duct tape hard off of his mouth. And Jarrett uses a 2x4 on Rhodes. They trade near falls until Rhodes uses the Shattered Dreams kick on Jarrett. But Hennig pulls the referee out of the ring. And then he gave Hennig the Shattered Dreams, and the match ends with both men brawling near the entranceway. Rhodes would bulldog Kurt on the floor, and then he's pray for Jarrett to come off the ladder. Guitar shot. There's the pin. So you're at Starrcade, and hey, this is supposed to be the granddaddy of them all, but it probably feels a little less than.
In December. No granddaddy of them all anymore in December. That's a down month. Where was this Starrcade at? Not that it's relevant, because I'm trying to, was this DC?
All of them were at that point, I believe.
I think. Yeah. Again, I'll go back. I always enjoyed working with Dustin. We busted our butt. We had a good one. Lots of moving parts, but in Dustin, go back to 89 and old WCCW, USWA. That's the first place I met Dustin.
Do you change your approach when you know you got to wrestle twice like this?
I was just like, do what? I can't say I really changed my approach. I get my, not approach, but I definitely had my mindset. What am I at this stage? It's I'm 30 or 31. Anyway, I could have wrestled 10 times. I mean, just the cardio shape, the mind frame, the mindset. I was ready to go, man. I was. I enjoyed it. Again, not to be repetitive, me and Dustin had good chemistry. So he worked hard. I worked hard. Ron and Don were there. Good stuff.
Later on, there's a Master of the Powerbomb match between Sid and Kevin Nash. You hit Sid with the guitar because this show doesn't have enough of you in general.
Oh my gosh.
And Nash can't powerbomb Sid, but the referee is bumped. So when the referee does come to, Nash points at Sid on the mat, and the referee calls for the bell. I don't even know what to say here. But right after that, you're up for a ladder match for the U.S. title against Chris Benoit. And the Observer says Chris Benoit either won the vacant U.S. title or retained, since he was giving the belt earlier in the show, beating Jarrett in a ladder match in 10 minutes and 15 seconds. It was an excellent match. Benoit suffered a big cut on the bridge of his nose early from getting the ladder drop kicked into his face and not protecting himself, which only made the thing more dramatic as he'd fire back with his face all bloody. Benoit delivered a superplex off the top, and Jarrett did sort of a backward superplex on Benoit from the ladder. Jarrett was hung upside down by his legs, and the ladder was shoved down. Both took big bumps when the other would knock the ladder down. Benoit took a throat drop on the ropes, falling off the ladder while Jarrett crotched himself, taking a fall. Benoit climbed, and Jarrett drop kicked the ladder. Benoit took another great bump. He came back and delivered a diving headbutt off the top of the ladder and then climbed back up and grabbed the belt to win. 4 stars. And you guys steal the show. This is the match of the night. A lot of the show is, well, not good. And a little sad when we see Bret Hart being hurt in his match with Goldberg. But man, wrestling twice here, 2 sort of gimmick matches, got 2.5 stars with Dustin, 4 stars with Benoit. I think this ladder match is criminally underrated. I understand a lot of folks don't want to celebrate Benoit matches, and I get it. But I don't know how many ladder matches you've been in, but this has to be one of the best ones, right?
For sure. And, Conrad, over the years, when I'll call the typical I do interviews, and they'll hit the highlights of the career, and and they'll get to WCW, and often folks will say, well, there really wasn't anything very good about that era, that kind of stuff. Jeff, do you have any comments? And I say, I'm really glad that whether my dad, my grandmother, maybe probably a coach, but I kind of had the mindset during this run, the Dustin match, the Nitros, the Thunders, Jeff, only control what all you can really do is do your very best with the stuff you're given and the match you're given. And this ladder match is one of those ones that I often point people to and say, look, not everything was terrible during this era. It just wasn't. Was there a lot of scrambled eggs and it was easy fodder, and WWE was hitting on all cylinders with Stone Cold and Rock and DX and all that? But this match, we literally had the finish, Conrad, and that's it. Because I worked earlier and Chris was like, hey man, we'll roll with it. And I'm like, well, I think we can get to this spot. And he would come back through the night. And I said, Chris, you're going to have kind of the guidepost anyway. But I really think this is one of my best WCW matches. And it was not a lot of, it's not like we had a week to plan this or a couple of weeks to plan this or a hot angle. It's as cold a ladder match as I think you can possibly book, because just as you said, I've already worked once this night. There was no rhyme or reason for me to be in the match other than, oh man, who can we put in this match against Benoit? Jeff will do it. No, he's already working. Oh, it's okay. Let him work twice. That to me is kind of insane, but a compliment as well.
It's man, such an interesting time. I mean, I don't really know what to say. I just know that we're going to try to do our best with it. Did you see Brett after the show?
No.
Okay.
Obviously during this era, the organization was run. There wasn't a team concept. And I'm not saying rah, rah, shish, boom, bah. I don't think you can succeed that anyway. I think you need to have healthy competition amongst the talent, everybody striving to be at the top and all that. But there was so many folks. And as we get through all these WCW stories, there was the legit Millionaire Club guys that had their guaranteed deals, that their incentive, they weren't incentivized other than I don't want to get hurt because I want to keep the check coming, and just kind of navigate their way through. And they've got a new writer in, and okay, how long is Vince going to be here? It was a mess. It was a real mess. But I didn't hang around. I didn't find out about it till back at the hotel, but I didn't know it was serious at the time at all. Like at all.
So we should mention the match ends with him and Goldberg, where Brett put Goldberg in the sharpshooter and Roddy Piper rings the bell. This is very reminiscent of the screw job from Montreal 2 years prior. That gives Brett the victory, and he's going to retain the title. And Roddy Piper just walks off with his head down, and we don't really have any answers. But the next night on Nitro starts to all come together, except for Brett, because his brain is scrambled eggs thanks to Goldberg at this point.
And you may want to lay that out, that what happened in this match with the kick.
So there's two pieces. One of the Brett staples in this era was he would put the figure 4 on around the post. And allegedly one of the tricks, one of the pieces of magic, if you will, is the guy on the inside helps hold the other guy who's applying the figure 4 so he doesn't crack his skull on the concrete. Goldberg didn't offer any assistance like Stone Cold and so many others have, Undertaker, and everybody else who's taken this. And so as a result, Brett cracks his head on the concrete. Fast forward a few minutes later in the ring, and Goldberg throws a kick that is essentially a mule kick. That is not a Chris Adams super kick. This is full blast to the head. And now Brett is seriously concussed, and he would never be the same. Effectively, his wrestling career ended that night, and he would have health problems forever and ever and ever. But he's still going to power through, because that's what guys did back then. And that's a sad testament of what was going on back then. But it is positive that we're not doing that now. So I'm glad that there's been a change in the industry, but it was too late for Brett. He's in bad shape here. And he's making Nitro the very next night, sincerely and seriously concussed. In fact, he opens the show on Nitro and says he's not interested in winning the WCW title the way he did. So he's giving up the title and is going to take on Goldberg for the title again that night. And you face Benoit in a rematch for the US title and yet another ladder match. And Lord knows if I bought this pay-per-view and I spent $30 for it and I tune in the next night and they did the same shit again, I'd be thrilled. I just don't understand, Jeff. Like, I understand that pay-per-views aren't what we're booking for. This is a television company, but at the same time, where's the consumer confidence in all this? Like, wait a minute, what did I just pay for if you're doing it, if you're running it back the same way? Oh, so it's Brett and Goldberg for the title again? Yes. And it's Benoit and Jarrett in a ladder match for the belt again? Yes. Well, what the fuck did I pay $30 for?
Conrad, it is so simple. And this isn't even hindsight. Vince Russo, Ed Ferrar, and those guys and whoever worked under them, they could have cared less what pay-per-view buys were. They could have cared less about consumer confidence. They were judged strictly off ratings. On the other hand, you have Vince McMahon, especially during this time, the rights fees weren't up there, that the massive amount of pay-per-view buys were ultimately a big part of what took his company public. Therein lies the crystal clear difference in the two organizations. Russo and creative could have cared less about pay-per-view buys, and Vince McMahon cared everything about that and wrote and produced and market his product around Mania 1, Rumble 2, SummerSlam 3, Survivor 4, and on and on and on. Super crystal clear. But you ask the intelligent question, what about consumer confidence?
Yeah.
You think that those two words were ever said in December of 1999?
No.
Hell no. None.
Well, let's take a listen to the end of the ladder.
Well, guess what? Yeah, this is the opening Benoit's been looking for. That's exactly right. It's giving Benoit the shot to climb up the ladder and grab the belt. There's the big opening when he opens that ladder. Yeah, it's going to be academic now. He just has to climb the ladder and get the U.S. title. Ah! Well, he just climbed that ladder yesterday. The run broke out of the ladder. Oh, I don't buy that. Somebody is gimmicked this ladder. Of course they have. And you know who it is. Gimmick? He tried to climb up and then don't smell right. And now to try to climb up the other side. Jarrett's still on the floor. Look at that one rung broken out. And he's not so sure about climbing up there. It broke out again. Oh, look at the recovery of the knee injury from Jarrett. Tomb time. Now, how's Jarrett going to get up? What in the world he's going to do? He's going to get a couple chairs. He's got another ladder. Yeah, it's all crystal clear now. This plan by Jeff Jarrett. You're saying what? He's the chosen one, guys. Yeah, you're saying the powers to be gimmick the ladder? Who else could it be? He's the chosen one, guys. What a blatant screw job this is. Fill in the blanks. They were upset he would have to wrestle twice. Benoit's not moving. They want to know about the second ladder. We have a new United States champion, I believe. You're right, it's over. And he earned it. He did it the hard way, guys. He earned it.
I love that little skit, just in case you were just listening and couldn't watch and we're showing it on social media and YouTube, of course, but my goodness, what a cool moment it is when Benoit goes to climb the ladder. He thinks he's got you beat. You're on the outside selling a knee injury. The rungs just collapse out from under him. So he's annoyed, but he tries the other side. It happens again. And as soon as it does, miraculously, you just spring to life. Your knee is just fine. Crush his ass with a guitar, find a second ladder, steal the victory. And now I guess here for the second time, because you won it back in June of 97, You're the United States champion, this time in Baltimore. And everybody knows those horsemen love you in Baltimore.
Oh, they did this weekend. Conrad, you know that gift that sometimes you put on social media, just the head shaking?
Yes.
This. Why couldn't we just have done a simple finish here?
I mean, listen, I get it, but if you're gonna, I've never seen that before, so it's pretty creative.
Yeah.
No, I saw that moment, but I'm saying I don't remember seeing that spot in a ladder match before.
Yeah, I got you.
That's pretty creative for what it is.
Okay. Wow. Connie gave it some props, but
the only thing that was a little unusual is Benoit, who's ever the professional. When he turned around to take that chair shot, he made his neck disappear. Just, okay, here we go.
Here we go. Yeah.
And so, and I understand it, especially since you're running around, you know, cracking up an announcers with it. He probably does want to get ready.
Oh, two-time U.S. champion in Baltimore. Remember it?
Jarrett was then told by Russo that finish was nothing. Wait until you see the main event finish. So there's a lot of inside baseball and references. You even heard when, I don't know if it was Shivani or Tanay, but somebody said, somebody's gimmicked this ladder. There was a pause and Bobby Heenan goes, gimmick? Because it's so inside baseball. I'm sure he felt like, geez, guys, we're just exposing the business out here. But at that point, I think everything in WCW had pretty much been exposed, had it not?
Oh, man. And, you know, I think Heenan and Tanay and Shivani, but Heenan, his wit, both to the general public, but also to like you listening, you catch that. God, they don't make them like Bobby Heenan. It just Lawler, Heenan, those guys that are really, really good with words and timing and comedy and humor and all that. But gimmick, I mean, you know, the normal, I'll call it casual fan wouldn't latch onto that like you would.
Right.
Very entertaining.
Very entertaining indeed. But it did, especially when he says, hey, if you like that finish, wait till you see the finish of the main event. I mean, that's a little inside baseball. And I guess, you know, as we said, it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle for WCW in this era. Speaking of hard, let's talk about Jeff Jarrett, old Double J's dick meat. All right. It's time to dig yourself out of the winter hibernation, boys. So here we go. Main event time. Finally, after all the hype, Hart wrestled Goldberg and the match had no heat, especially compared with the night before when the match was pretty intense before the finish. Of course, another ref bump. Hart uses the figure 4, but Goldberg reverses. Hall and Nash come out with a bat, teasing hitting Brett, but of course hit Goldberg. They gave the bat to Hart and he hit Goldberg. Piper then did his run in way before he was supposed to. The idea is that Hart was supposed to pin Goldberg and Piper would jump on Goldberg to protect him. The problem was Piper jumped on Goldberg before Hart could pin him. Hart tried to pull him off, but in the angle, Piper wasn't supposed to budge, so he didn't. So in this great heat spot, you had Hart and Nash laughing because of how silly it was. And the referee, Billy Silverman, didn't know what to do either. So he counted the pin with Piper on top. So Piper, I guess, is world champion. But not this time, as they simply announced it was a figment of our imaginations, and it was Bret Hart, not Piper, who had covered Goldberg and won the title. Jarrett came out and guess what? Hit Piper with a guitar. Who saw that coming? And spray painted NWO on Goldberg and Piper. And you thought there was no originality in that finish? They spray painted it with silver paint. So ta-da! It is a new idea. As Bruce likes to say, it's a fresh paint of coat. It's not white, it's silver. Well,
bro.
So Piper pinned Goldberg, but Brett's the champion. What?
Conrad, can I ask you something?
I got a lot of questions myself. You first.
Can you do a pretty good, and we're not dunking on him, but can you do a pretty good Russo impersonation?
I can't. I mean, I could say bro, but I'm not good at it. And by the way, I know it feels like we're dunking on him.
Look, I can't guarantee, but he would.
Let me just say this. Russo was in an unwinnable position. Nobody ever talks about it. Nobody ever gives him credit for that. The reality is, by the time he comes in, the WWF is on fire. Whatever momentum WCW had is gone. Goldberg is no longer this unbeatable machine. The finger poke of doom has happened. Things are just bad. And now he's inherited a mess with a huge payroll, and he's tasked with fix it. But the trouble is there's been a precedent set with an entire roster who can have no shows, who can do what they want to do, who are playing their creative control card. He inherited a mess. And it was a mess that Eric Bischoff couldn't solve because he was sent home. It was a mess that no one in WCW or Turner felt they could fix inside their own house. They thought, well, we need a magic bullet. We need somebody from the outside, because if we could have fixed this already, we would have. So they called a guy who got a lot of credit for a lot of great things and had a lot of great success somewhere else. But now that guy is not being put in and said, hey man, figure out something with a blank slate. And if you've ever done any sort of home building or remodeling, you've heard this phrase before. Sometimes it's easier to build from the ground up than remodel. That is what Russo was tasked with. You're behind the 8 ball on day one. So he has to throw a lot of stuff at the wall and see what sticks. And it's easy for us to armchair quarterback and say, well, I wouldn't have done that. Well, what would you have done? Because it's easy for you to say, well, I've got all of this roster. Are they all here? Are they all playing ball? Can I navigate the politics in the locker room and the office? This is a totally different approach to professional wrestling than Vince McMahon ever had. So all of a sudden, even though you're saying, well, it's the same thing, it's not the same thing.
It's not.
The approach from the entire company and business is totally different. So now it's like, hey man, I know you're a badass welder. We're really having troubles with our plumbing department. It used to be the best plumbing department in the country, but now we're sucking hind teeth. Can you come fix our plumbing? And in theory, you think, well, shit, yeah. I mean, I did it for the welders. I can do it for the. It don't work like that, bro.
No,
it's a totally different fucking business. And nobody ever talks about the fact that Russo was playing catch up ball. And Jeff, you know this. If you're down, let's say we're playing football, all right, and we're down 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Would we handle our play calling the same way we would if we're starting 0-0?
Yeah, I am under the learning tree today, but no, I could not agree more.
In that scenario, we're not going to hand the ball off tackle. We're not doing a bunch of runs. No, buddy, we're doing a Hail Mary. Run your ass as fast as you can to the fucking end zone. I'm going to chunk it up there. Maybe we'll catch something. Now that doesn't make any sense in the first quarter, because guess what? You're opening yourself up for turnovers. But at this point, we're down 3 scores. The clock's ticking. I got to do something now.
Yep.
I got to have some flea flicker, trickeration, Music City Miracle bullshit happen, or I'm dead.
White paint, silver paint, red paint. Get it out there, boys.
Hey, man, we've tried everything else. They used to love this. Fuck it. Let's try that. So I get it. But sometimes it's overbooked that if you're one of the boys, you got to be thinking, well, how am I going to be the champion if he's on top of him and won't get off? So if you're one of the boys, you're like, well, I give up. This sucks. And I understand it does suck. But man, even though you and I have poked a lot of fun at the creative, I just want everybody to understand from my perspective, and I haven't talked about this with Jeff, you're playing catch-up ball. It's the fourth quarter. You're down 3 scores. You can't do let's do a halfback draw. That ain't going to score no points. It might get 3 yards, but we don't need yards. We need points. And he was looking for that magic bullet, and he thought, well, maybe the silver paint and Jeff Jarrett and some fucking Bob Vila glasses will do it. And it didn't.
Conrad, I love it. Hell of a rant. But you know what? That's a great analogy. Look at the Cowboys of today, Jerry Jones. They haven't won since the 90s. Jerry Jones gets a new coach and he puts them in a fourth quarter situation every year, literally every year. But no, it was, let's do not one guitar, let's do 3 guitars a show. Did nWo. You're right. All across the board. Hell, Conrad, I'm well aware of this. I lived it. I lived it. What we're talking about, it was a damn zoo. But I'd forgot until I read the notes about the Piper Brett finish and Hall and Nash getting tickled. On Nitro, folks, this was a part of the Monday Night Wars.
It's crazy. Let's track the audio here.
Oh, this is not good for Goldberg. It's not good for the WCW.
So Goldberg is in the figure 4. Bret Hart's got it on him. Nash and Hall are sliding in wearing their tag belts. Hall has the baseball bat, and they're just looking at the guys. Bret's covering up.
They are just sitting down. Leading Goldberg with the bats. Nash is handing a ball back to Bret Hart. What the hell? Oh, there's a swerve going on here, guys. Oh, no. Of all people, Nash was talking how Goldberg got stroked. I never thought it would be Bret Hart. I have to understand this. I don't understand what's footage. I don't understand what's going on.
So Bret's going to make the cover, and all of a sudden, Piper's beating on him. So Hall or Nash hits him with the baseball bat. He collapses. Bret just looks down and realizes, wait, Bret's on top of him, and he's trying to get Piper off. Piper's not budging. They're just standing around with their fingers up their ass, pointing and laughing now. Because what do you do? And now here comes old Slapdick Jones.
I think Bret Hart has won the world title. He got the 1, 2, 3. You're right, Tony. And now Jeff Jarrett's in. The Piper keeps going back to protect Goldberg. Good night.
So Piper took a bat shot to the head and now a guitar to the head. And here comes the spray paint. And they spray paint Goldberg. And then they spray paint Roddy Piper. And what's old is new again. The NWO is back. Couldn't say that I would have called that, but they
Bret Hart at this time.
Let's track it here. Hang on.
I never saw this coming. Are you kidding? The NWO. With the world belt. With the US belt. With the outsider.
So Bret was yelling into the microphone, but his mic was dead because WCW, y'all. But still, Jeff Jarrett's the U.S. champion. Bret's the world champion. The Outsiders are the tag champion. It is a hell of a visual that this group has all the belts, reminiscent of the NWO at their heyday, reminiscent of the Four Horsemen back before you killed them too. But yeah, this is another substantial, important, historical group that you're doing your very best to personally, individually crush forever. Right?
Conrad?
Mm-hmm.
You've often said, I've heard others, Jeff's a pretty talented guy. Can you name another guy that just those credentials you just laid out that's done that?
Let's run through it now. Personally. you know the deal.
Oh, I love you, Conrad.
What are you thinking when you're in the ring? I mean, don't get me wrong. It's cool to be a part of the NWO. It's cool to have the U.S. belt around your waist. It's cool that Hall and Nash have the tag belts. It's cool that Bret has the big gold. It's cool that Piper and Goldberg are laying prone. And Nitro has been a staple for a long, long time. So I'm sure all of that is like, man, this is kind of cool. But in your heart of hearts, this is even a little too Memphis for me.
Conrad, what have I always called myself? A delusional optimist.
So you thought this is the greatest shit ever?
I didn't think it's the greatest shit. I'll be real here. I thought, okay, I'm consistent. I'll be at every Nitro and Thunder.
Yes.
Bret is, I didn't know how serious the injury was, but look, I think he still had limited dates and he's not going to make all the live events, but Hall and Nash, they're going to make their shots on this. I thought as a group, okay, this is a fresh coat of paint, but you look at, Bret came off that run at WWF.
Hot.
I mean, the guy. Obviously, he wasn't Hogan, but he was he was the top guy. And Hall and Nash had obviously taken the NWO to the tip top. I just thought those three, I did think I was the young guy of the bunch by quite a few years. Those guys are, 8, 9, 10 years older than me. I thought, okay, this group, I'm not going to say we're going to like reverse the rating war and all that kind of stuff. I thought it had legs, Conrad. I did. I really thought, okay, I'm in. Let's go make it work. I remember having the conversation with Farrar and Russo, and I don't know anybody else is. Please don't water down the group. Please let's give these four guys a run and let's get in a story. You know me, I'm big on what is the personal issue to draw money. The quicker we can get there, the quicker you have a opportunity to get a result.
December 28th will mark the 25th anniversary of Starrcade 97, the culmination of a year-long build where Sting would finally step back in the ring to face Hollywood Hulk Hogan for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. The stage was set for a main event to become immortalized in wrestling history, and it did, but for all the wrong reasons. And for the first time in over 20 years on that 25th anniversary, Eric Bischoff and Nick Patrick will reunite to watch back and discuss what really happened that night at the MCI Center in Washington, D.C. Hosted by Conrad Thompson, a topic that led to one of the most heated exchanges in the history of 83 weeks.
And now you're going to act like it's ludicrous that we might think that that's what happened here when you managed to fuck up the single biggest moment in the history of wrestling, and now 20 years later you get on here and lie through your fucking teeth and say it's because he wasn't tan.
I'm not lying through my teeth.
You finished over a tan? Is this real?
Ad-Free Shows presents a premium watch-along event, The Fast Count, with Eric Bischoff and Nick Patrick, December 28th, 10 p.m. Eastern, immediately following AEW Dynamite. All $29 level members and higher are invited to join, and Top Guy members will be able to ask Eric and Nick questions about this controversial night in wrestling. No spray tan necessary. Sign up today and reserve your spot at adfreeshows.com.
Well, the next night we're in Thunder in Maryland, and it starts with the NWO shitting on the fans, and they introduce a new phrase for the NWO. Once you've had the black, you'll never go back.
I'm going to say that's a Kevin and Scott line.
Later on, Russo tells Kurt that Hennig isn't with the NWO, but he's going to team with you to take on Creative Control. You no-show, and Creative Control just destroys him. And then you guys come out and give him the spray paint.
Which makes no sense. None of this makes sense. I guess they had to clearly clarify that Kurt Hennig is not a part of the NWO. I guess that was the reasoning.
But then you no-showed.
Yep.
And I don't know. So the main event is Benoit and Brett. Brett's concussed, by the way. We're still in late December.
Salisbury, Maryland. This night turned out in a couple of different ways. A lot came out of this Thunder taping. A lot.
So you hit Benoit with a guitar to cause the DQ finish because, of course, Goldberg lays you out and then chases Brett. And Brett would write this in his book. The next day in Maryland for Thunder, I told Russo that I was badly hurt from Goldberg's kick and I thought I might have a concussion. He still wanted me to work a match with Benoit, but Jeff Jarrett coming out to double team him. Goldberg would charge out and spear Jarrett while I fled the scene with cameras following and Goldberg coming after me in hot pursuit. I'd race to my rented Cadillac, which would be parked on the back ramp with the keys in the ignition. And just as Goldberg reached my car, I'd zoom out of the building. We'd go off the air with a seething Goldberg punching out the windows of a limo, and then a sharp steel gimmick hidden in his fist. That night, I had a good solid match with Benoit, who did his best to take it easy. Jarrett came out, and then the one-man tank Goldberg. When Goldberg speared Jeff, I ran down the aisle, jumped in my car, and floored it out the back ramp just as Goldberg caught up and pounded furiously on my car windows. What nobody noticed was that as I pulled out, my car hit the icy pavement and I skidded out of control, having no time to put on a seatbelt. So there I was with a concussion, barreling head on towards a huge TV production truck. I thought of Owen in that instant. What would the world think if I got killed plowing my own car into a TV truck for some stupid stunt? People would say you'd think Owen's stupid brother would know better than that. Luckily, the tires hit a patch of dry pavement and I burned rubber past the truck to safety. Even with my head full of fuzz, I was completely pissed off and came back steaming to blast Russo. But I completely forgot about it when I saw a worried Goldberg holding his arm in the air with blood pouring everywhere. The gimmick he was using had failed to break the window, so Goldberg decided he'd simply break it himself. And he did. But he sliced a 12-inch gash the length of his forearm all the way to the bone. Paramedics tried to staunch the flow of blood and raced him to a hospital. I felt terrible for him. For the first time, this big brute of a man looked very afraid as he was loaded into the back of an ambulance. This is a crazy scene, and it took a lot of our silliness where we've had fun, sort of tongue-in-cheek, poking fun at creative, and now we're like, hey, wait a minute. This is a sobering moment here, is it not?
There's a couple in this episode. There really is. The Brett concussion, the Goldberg accident. We're going to talk about a situation with myself coming up, and we're going to talk about a very serious Scott Hall situation in all this craziness. But I was obviously not aware, but there was so much tension in the dressing room. And I'm not going to say that at any moment people could come to blows, but Conrad, we all knew that, like you said, it's the fourth quarter. We're down 3 scores. We're trying to have fun and put on a happy face, and we are from time to time. But Salisbury, Maryland, it's freezing cold. It's the holidays. It's snowing. It's out. It's all that. And if I remember correctly, I think Bill and Scott Hall, I don't want to say had words, but there was some tension going on how are we going to shoot this and pre-tape, and we're doing this in Thunder, and Thunder was scrambled eggs, and I'm sure Hall and Nash didn't even want to. And Goldberg and Brett didn't even want to be at a Thunder taping. I mean, it's a mess. And then this accident happened. And again, I was showering or I wasn't dialed in. And I forget who told me this. Said, no, this is like Bill got so damn mad, he busted the window out himself. And I'm thinking, what the hell did he do that for? Oh, wait. Oh, and they're like, no, the ambulance. I said, for a cut on his arm. You're thinking, you're going to go in an ambulance because of a glass cut on your forearm? Oh, no, it's to the bone, and it is a massive issue. Nerves, muscle, hand use, like, oh, boy. It got real there, pal.
It's crazy, dude. I mean,
real.
I mean, it was almost a life or death situation there, or so it felt. I mean, not only for Goldberg, but maybe for Brett. So let's talk about Terry Funk here. He's going to come back as a WCW commissioner. Obviously, he's wanting to be pitted against the NWO. And the rumor and innuendo is it was supposed to be Rick in that spot. But I love Terry, and Terry being on TV is fun, but it does feel a little out of sorts that Terry Funk's going to be the guy feuding with the NWO. What say you? Are you muted?
It was a fish out of water. I didn't get it from the very beginning, and Terry can make anything work, literally anything work with his verbal skills, but Flair was the natural guy. We got into it earlier. He was the WCW centerpiece, and then NWO was the outsiders in so many different ways. And kind of from the beginning, it was an uphill climb. Again, Terry Funk, I mean, his whole persona throughout his whole career was a rebel, and now he's supposed to be essentially an extension of management. Didn't work for me, brother. No, you know where I'm going with it. It was just difficult, really difficult for Terry as well. Again, your fourth quarter analogy. Okay, Flair's not in. Hey, pal, come in. I don't play quarterback. I don't give a damn. Throw the ball.
Let's just try something. So you work Sid the next night on Nitro in a winner must hit a powerbomb match. The NWO attacks you, so you lose by DQ. And the main storyline on this show is kidnapping people. It starts with Daphne and ends with Arn Anderson. That's right. We're to kidnapping now. This Nitro also has. Go ahead. What were you saying?
And I'm supposed to powerbomb Sid.
Yep. I don't know if you guys can visualize this, and I don't want to ruin any illusions here, but it turns out Jeff Jarrett is not 6'10". So just the physics of that would be challenging. It would look like Swoggle trying to powerbomb me. It's just probably not going to happen. I'm going to see Swoggle this weekend. ACWWisconsin.com. Eric and I are doing a live show in Oshkosh. 83 weeks will be happening this Friday night. And then the next day, he's got a whole convention and wrestling show. It's ACWWisconsin.com. ACWWisconsin.com. Come see us in Oshkosh.
Love it.
That Nitro also has a Scott Steiner episode where he's back with the nWo in a tag team title tournament. They go to the finals where they lose to David Flair and Crowbar. And I bring that up because the Observer has this to say. Vince Russo called a meeting of everyone to try and air out any problems on January 3rd and tell people if they had a problem doing anything asked of them to come to them about it. And this is stemming from Hart's reaction after being asked to run Sid's car over with the monster truck. The meeting seemed to go along fine for a while, although when Russo told the group he was giving the tag titles to David Flair and Crowbar because they'd been working so hard and he wanted to reward good work, it didn't go over with anyone because of the feeling that having them as champs destroys whatever value the belts have. At one point in the meeting, Nash started complaining about the food and the fact that they have to be at the building at 1 p.m. and can't tan and be in the gym, and the catering is so bad. He yelled at David Crockett, who was in charge of that, and it wound up with Gary Juster arguing with Nash. It was brought up about bringing weights to the building so the guys could work out, but Saturn complained they can't get any kind of workout when they need to because it isn't well equipped enough. Because so many wrestlers have injuries to body parts, there are many movements the guys can't do. So well-equipped gyms have machines that are easier on the joints so they can at least get some work out of that body part if that they couldn't do with just free weights alone. For whatever reason, the meeting started falling apart at that point, and Juster talked to both wrestlers individually about it. Later, they went to Russo and complained they shouldn't have been yelled at for the suggestion because it was supposed to be an open forum, and Russo pretty well agreed. You were in this meeting, right?
I don't know if it's sleep deprivation right now, but we started a creative meeting. Russo wanted to air open differences, and we got into catering, weights, free weights, machine weights. I mean,
well, here's why. Kevin Nash cares about quality of life. We know Kevin. Kevin Nash has a certain quality of life right now. He lives on the freaking beach.
Yep.
And has been set for life for 20 years. So Kevin Nash gets to do what Kevin Nash wants to do on Kevin Nash's schedule. If he wants to stay up till 5 a.m. and sleep till 2 p.m, who's going to tell him he can't? And so now when he's like, I can't tan, I can't work out, you need me here at 1 and there's nothing to do and there's no food and it's David Crockett's fault. I'm sure Gary Juster thought, well, that's not fair. And this company's losing money hand over fist and you're complaining about catering, da-da-da-da-da. So then Nash rightly goes and says, Vince, I thought this was an open forum and we're supposed to be giving feedback. And that's correct. But still, I'm sure you're thinking at the time as you're looking around and seeing all this happening, thinking, losing to China wasn't that bad. Wonder if I could get that old gig back.
Oh, I'd probably cussing JR out even worse.
Damn it, Jim. I cut my money. David Flair's a tag champ. They got shit catering. I can't even tan.
No, okay. Back to the point though. We're all earlier in the episode. Russo wouldn't talk to only ex-WWE guys.
Now he's talking to everybody. Yeah.
Well, he's made Crowbar and David Flair tag champs. I mean, that really is Vince in so many ways. He did give opportunities. Oh,
you've often talked about how Scott was one of your two best friends. I guess it makes sense to put Big Papa Pump back in the nWo here. At Thunder, this is where things start to get a little goofy. The story is you've been holding Arn Anderson hostage for 72 hours. And you're going to negotiate with Terry Funk for his release. Kidnapping is legal now in wrestling, y'all.
Well, in the state of Maryland.
This leads to you wrestling Norman Smiley in a bunkhouse match.
Of course.
Which you win, but Ric Flair now comes out with crowbar and holds you hostage.
With the wiggle.
That leads to Kevin Nash and Terry Funk get sold out in a hardcore match between Funk and Brett later that night. And then there's a hostage exchange. So they free Jeff Jarrett, and your group frees Arn Anderson. Hart and Funk go to a no contest because what does it matter? What's the mood backstage?
That's why I touched on it earlier. It was, look, we're all professionals. You watch the NBA playoffs and you see some guys lose in game 7, but you post-game interview, they're ready to go hit the golf course because it is what it is. It was difficult. Everybody knew that it was a mess, but we also knew that we had this, we did have one thing in common. We had this unique habit of eating and paying our bills. So we like that Turner check coming in every 2 weeks. And so, you know, for the most part, most guys tried to do what they could do. But I go back to culture, whether it's corporate, whether it's a team, whether it's a classroom, whether it's a family. Communication and culture are the pillars to success. And the culture of WCW was not just broken, it was non-existent or a bad culture.
Bret Hart wrote about it in the Calgary Sun. I've been doing everything I can to help WCW compete in the ratings war with the WWF. And lately, sometimes I find myself going against my own personal beliefs in order to be a team player. I ask myself, how far do I compromise in order to help WCW beat Vince McMahon? Or do I find a personal victory in not bending at all? I'm having a harder time than people think finding that answer. What I do know is that, in effect, to come up with their own version of the WWF's winning formula, WCW hired WWF scriptwriters right out from under them. The phrase scriptwriter has no meaning in wrestling until very recently. People have always asked if wrestling is scripted, and the honest answer to that was no. I never saw or even heard of a script for a wrestling match. But now the first thing they do when you arrive at the arena is put a script in your hand. It's not a script that tells you how to wrestle, although I fear that's not far off. It's a script for all the soap opera stuff, which has taken precedence over the wrestling matches. I find myself memorizing lines and rehearsing scenes. I want to make it very clear to anyone who might still be wondering, and I know there are a few of you, that I never really tried to kill Sid Vicious by running him over with a monster truck. That's fake. I could have killed myself screeching out of an arena in a speeding car in another scripted scene. That's real. I'm flooring it, tearing out of the backstage with no time in the scene to even put on a seatbelt, and it turns out an icy rain had coated the ramp. There I am, careening out of control towards a huge trailer filled with television equipment, and in the last moment, I was somehow able to swerve to safety. About a week later, I was awakened in the middle of the night by a dawning realization that I had a concussion from when Goldberg kicked me in the head for real, and I've been walking around in a haze ever since. Otherwise, there's no way I would have agreed to race a car up a narrow ramp flanked by not only expensive equipment, but, by the way, what about whatever people happen to be around? Then look at Goldberg, who was scripted to punch through a glass car window, ending up nearly cutting his forearm off, and now he'll be out of action for quite a while. It's actually sickening to me because in wrestling's proper context, it would have never happened. I'm a wrestler, not a stuntman. And even a stuntman has time to strap himself in. I'm a professional wrestler and I get paid to wrestle in a ring. What am I doing fighting in the back, taking falls on concrete and doing stunts in speeding cars? And the really scary part was when I realized that I'd done exactly what Owen had done. I'd made a mistake and knew before it had done something really stupid, and what for? I was hurt, weary, and all I wanted to do was go home for the holidays, so I didn't even see it coming. I made it clear to WCW I'll never make that mistake again. Since pro wrestling has turned into soap opera, there are very few skilled wrestlers anymore, like Chris Benoit. He showed up barely time to make it as part of a lost era, like the ghost of what wrestling used to be and was meant to be. Benoit made an indelible statement with me in Kansas City, one of the best defined, not with words, but by watching. It is asking an awful lot of Chris Benoit to carry that legacy into the future when wrestling shows today don't pay homage to the past. I tried to do what I could to clean up wrestling and bring it back to what it's supposed to be, but things are too far gone now, and maybe so much that Chris shouldn't even try to be the morality police of wrestling any more than I could. Since wrestling is scripted now, and I don't take it as seriously as I used to, I take my matches seriously and I take the wrestling seriously, but all this soap opera stuff is just a job. I hope no one actually believes for 1 second that I'd really beat up Arn Anderson with a baseball bat, or some poor EMT for that matter. I finished Mick Foley's book. I was looking forward to reading about the good old days. And as much as I love the book, and Mick is a great guy and he's a great storyteller, some of the stories in his book are absolutely hilarious. But in my opinion, even Mick missed the point. Great wrestling is not about how many bones you break, or how many teeth you lose, or being set on fire, or walking back to the dressing room with tacks in your back. That's what he did, and he's proud of it, and he's happy with it, and I'm happy for him. But that's not what most wrestlers do. That's not what I do. Mick Foley knows all too well, as I do, the artistry of wrestling is supposed to be the scripted realism. But in his book, that point was lost. So this is an article that's not just written privately. It's not something he wrote in his book later. It's published in the Calgary Sun, and fans from all over the world can read it online. And he's pretty critical, not just of WCW, but wrestling as a whole. And you're old school. You grew up multi-generation, just like Brett. How far off was Brett? Or do you agree?
I mean, when you hear that back, and we've gotten into our TNA episodes, and I like to, and we both do, say, hey, this is prior to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and the age of instantaneous exchange of communication. But Brett doing that editorial in a weekly column, this wasn't a one-off. He wrote every week in his column, and he would hit on all kinds of things. But what he said was a real real-time articulation of the Attitude Era and Russo and Ferrar and the WWE script changing, script formatting, and taking it to WCW and word by word. And Brett was vehemently opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it because I know it's a TV product, but Brett going out front and saying all that, I thought to myself, damn, he's got an ironclad contract. He don't give a damn. I didn't, again, I did not really understand how hurt he was.
Yeah.
I didn't know the injury had not just rattled his brain, but he was in a bad place mentally. I think these are the early stages because he's angry because he said, I'm getting hurt for what? And he had lost Owen. So I totally got it. I was surprised at how vocal he was in that platform. Again, this is the era before social media. This is a newspaper that was the number one way of, news traveled back those days. I mean, it was reported everywhere. So, yeah, like you hit it. This wasn't a newsletter. This wasn't Meltzer or Keller. This was the Calgary Sun at that time that got picked up in the early days of the internet. And, I read it every week.
It's, man.
Yeah, it's heavy when you really hear him say that. Look,
by the way, he's not just a top guy there. He's the world promoter. He's the world champion.
And the guy who jumped, the most recent, really, I mean, but he said, hey, basically that stuff of me, running over Sid in a monster truck or the the kidnapping, not that it hadn't been done before or any of that, but I mean, he came out strong that, hey, this script writing stuff is BS. It's strong statement.
It's also reported in the Observer at the time that Hall and Nash were attempting to get out of their deals. You're a fake member of the clique. Do you remember them being unhappy and trying to get out?
Nobody was happy in the I can't say that it's the sink was the ship was sinking was the mentality, but I don't specifically them saying I want out of this fat contract. No, I don't remember that. That's the question. Not saying that it didn't happen, They were making a lot of money, and Scott was in a bad way multiple times during this era, but I don't remember them wanting to get out of their deal.
There's negotiations for your next Nitro appearance where legends are going to be appearing to take you on. From the Observer, quote, several former WWF wrestlers were approached about being brought in for the angle with Jarrett. Snuka and Steele reportedly agreed for $2,000 to $3,000, while Tito Santana, King Kong Bundy, Honky Tonk Man, and Bob Backlund turned it down. Nick Bockwinkel was also approached. At this point, nobody from the company has talked to Bruno Sammartino, but there are still intermediaries talking with him about including him in this angle to put Jarrett over Sammartino, but also because he wants to hear from Russo personally. Talk to me about this. When do you remember hearing this idea that, hey, we're going to bring in some old timers for you?
I wasn't privy until I read the research that the Bruno name, and even there was a couple other names you mentioned. I don't remember. I wasn't looped into that. Russo didn't share that they were trying multiple. I knew George, and the ones that ended up showing up. I knew those guys, but I didn't know the others had been contacted.
It's also reported in the Observer, the conversations with Bruno got so far that the New York State Athletic Commission was contacted. In hindsight, how big of a thrill would that have been? Do something with Bruno, man.
Oh, I mean, he's the original centerpiece of a promotion in so many ways. I mean, his records on the Garden sellouts, on the amount of days he was a champion, just the biggest territory out of the 22 by far. And he was the guy. It's kind of unbelievable. That'd been cool.
It's also reported in the Observer. Well, before I get to that, I want to mention this. January 10th, Buffalo, New York. You've got 3 matches against 3 legends. They wind up being George the Animal Steele, Tito Santana, and Jimmy Snuka. And this is a big deal for a lot of reasons. This is the Nitro that's the go-home show for Sold Out. You come out in a Tennessee Titans jersey because this show's in Buffalo. And it's just 2 days after the Music City Miracle, where if you're an NFL fan, that's just instant heat. And you take on George Steele first in a bunkhouse match. Chris Benoit is the referee for all 3 of these matches, by the way. Steele is 63 years old. He eats the turnbuckle, and then Arn Anderson hits a spine buster on you and puts Steele on top for the win in just under 2 minutes.
Conrad, before we get into that, tighten up. But I'll say this. The timing of that, I was on the road. I got my got my wife Jill to ship me a Y-check jersey, and it was Titans against Tennessee Titans versus Buffalo Bills, and it's a big play. Not to get everybody knows that story, but this is one of the Nitros that there's photos from it to this day and autograph signings. It's definitely one of those Nitros out of all the ones I've done. It's right up there, top 3 that get mentioned because of the timing. That it was if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, the Titans are the biggest heels in the history of the rivalries. And I walk out with a Titans jersey the day after, 2 days after it happened, because it happened on a Saturday. It was just, it added to everything in so many ways. But man, we're going to get into these legend things, and God, my brain hurts even before the Snuka situation went down.
Here we go. Talking about brain hurt. We're going to get there. Terry Funk schedules Bret Hart and Kevin Nash to take on each other in the main event, and you're showing playing both sides of the fence for their match. And next up is Tito Santana. It's a regular wrestling match.
Now, okay, you talk about wrestling a couple of nights. George the Animal Steele has already beat me 1, 2, 3 on this night.
Yes.
I know Arn did the spine buster, but still. So the people got to see Jeff Jarrett get his ass kicked in his Titans glory early in the Nitro. So go ahead. Now, the second time you see him,
Tito Santana in a regular match, Paul Orndorff is going to come out and give you a pile driver. So you lose in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. So you've lost now 2 matches, but finally you're going to be taking on the 56-year-old Jimmy Snuka in a cage match. And Snuka winds up doing his splash off the top of the cage onto you. And when it happens, I don't think anybody would have imagined that this was even possible, but things were really bad for you. Take us through what you remember, if anything.
Bro, do you think there's any way Savage that Snuka can do his leap that we made so famous out of the garden? I'm like, well, have you asked him? Yeah, he can say he can do it. I'm like, well, if he said he can do it, just have him hit me low, which would be across my midsection, not really in my chest, but you're diving off the top, and Benoit was going to follow it up, and it's kind of a 1-2. So Snuka, and then it'd been good for Chris because he did that flying headbutt. Conrad, when his 250, 60, 70 pound body, whatever it was, hit me, you can go back and watch it. It happened so fast. It's like trying to catch a huge sack of potatoes that weigh 200 plus pounds on your chest and not have whiplash. My head went back on the mat so damn quick. I knew my bell was wrong at this point. If we're going to walk through it step by step, I knew my bell was wrong, but we had to do the finish. So for the third time, the chosen one goes down to a legend, and Benoit, added insult to injury with the headbutt. But Conrad, little did I know what was coming up for me for the next a while. I'll say that.
We'll talk about that, but first I want to play this clip. This is Snuka and Jeff.
Legendary performers ever in pro wrestling.
So nice little ovation for Snuka when he comes out. And sure enough, as we said, this is in a cage match, and Chris Benoit is here as the special guest referee. And I mean, it's pretty crazy when you think about how all of this is going down, and that you're having Superfly climb the cage. But let's take a listen here.
Look at this. Look at this, guys. What is that pay-per-view going to be like? Sold out. Unbelievable. What's that going to be like? What in the world is this going to be like? He's flashed over the top of the cage.
You roll over and hold your head. But I'll tell you, watching TV, Jeff, you can't tell how bad this is. I don't mean to make this comparison, but I remember feeling that way when I saw Dale Earnhardt crash and hit the wall. We've seen all these spectacular crashes in NASCAR before, and we think, oh, he'll be all right. It was that one that cost him his life. And now this, I mean, you're just laying there and he jumps off the top rope. In theory, how do you get a concussion on that deal? But you do, because you're talking about, as you said, 250 plus pounds coming down off the top of the cage. And guys, if you've never been in a wrestling ring, it ain't a mattress. It ain't a trampoline. And you're in a bad way, but it's not over. Now here comes another guy. He doesn't know you're hurting. It's not like you can communicate it. Whew. This is a tough day at the office here, is it not?
It was, as far as physical, and I've had the back injury, it turns out to be definitely the worst day at the office. It was because my head just smacked back, and Benoit came off. I don't remember any of that, but I just remember getting to the back and came in the dressing room. Mark Johnson came in, and I was unlacing my boots, kind of like the standard, if you will, that, okay, going through the motions, I'm into that. And he said, man, you all right? And I said, man, I don't think I am. Turn those lights off. And he just thought that was odd because we were in a little bitty kind of dressing room. It's like the officials' room or whatever it may be. He's like, really? And I said, yeah, just turn the lights off for a second. Because my eyes were skint, and then my head just started ringing. And I'm like, all right, I got to get in the shower. But just gradually, I saw this is where, man, thank God times have changed. Seeing the trainer on the way out, you all right? I said, yeah, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Well, you all right? And they told Slick. Make sure he's all right. I'm like, should I go to sleep or should he go to sleep? Well, keep checking on him. But it wasn't really for about 24 to 48 hours that I realized the real severity of it, because they grade concussions. You're basically your skull. You've got about 10% that your brain is one size and all that, but your skull has about, they call it on a scale of 1 to 10, you've got about whatever measurement it may be, room for swelling. And, you can cut it down to, you start with 100%, then you 90%, 80%, 70%, 60%, but your brain continues to swell. And that's what causes the headaches and the pains and the stiffness and the whiplash and all that kind of stuff. Erie was the next night. This was Buffalo. And by the time I got to Erie the next afternoon, I kind of knew that, okay, this is brutal. And I think we'll get into the Thunder episode. Me reading this, I'm like, wow, that was insane. But yep, this put me, I don't want to get too far ahead, but I guess it was about a 3 to 5 day span where I stayed in a dark room. It was brutal. If you've ever been concussed, people know what I'm talking about. But just the lightest bit of light or sound, or you're nauseous, you don't want to eat, you feel like throwing up, but there's nothing on your stomach, is brutal, Conrad. It was absolutely brutal.
And we're not done with the concussion talk. Later that night, Kevin Nash and Bret Hart face off. It's going to be Bret's last ever match for WCW. They go over 10 minutes and it turns into a schmoz. And believe it or not, that's it for Bret as a wrestler. He just cannot continue due to his concussion. And that's really scary when you think, wait a minute, I got the same thing. And that's the story of the nWo 2000. We'll call this part 1. We're going to shut it down for now because I want to come revisit this and talk about trying to come back from this concussion and trying to make sense of the nWo 2000 and trying to make chicken salad, pardon the pun. But this is a real trying situation where now it's no longer just, oh man, isn't this creative silly? No, we're really fucking hurt now for real. And I know it's easy for a lot of people who are on the outside to say, oh, well, that stuff's this or that. You can't put into words how scary this must have been, because this is very much the era of, hey, if you don't work, you don't get paid. And I know we got guaranteed contracts and what have you, but there's more to life than just the income. But as the primary wage earner, you got to at least be thinking about it. And now you had this momentum, but what now? And I can't imagine what that's like. I want to talk more about that on part 2.
Yeah. I guess the best point to dive in right here is the concussion that Jimmy Snuka gave me. I had no idea the night that it happened just how bad it was going to be. It was rough. It took me quite some time to come out of that. But being the delusional optimist that I am, or was, can still be from time to time. No, I was ready to get things rocking and rolling and turned around. And, again, what a bizarre time, but in the reformation of the NWO, and I still call it probably the greatest faction of all time, just because of still to this day, it makes hundreds of thousands, if not over $1 million a year in merchandise. But here we are. Here we're going back to 2000. Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Bret Hart, Steiner. It's an ebb and flow. It had the kiss of death from the beginning, and but it's a fun ride to go on. And I certainly enjoyed recording it. But this Megasode has really, I guess you could say, tied all the pieces of the puzzle together. But enough of my talking now. Let's dive back into the story. nWo 2000 Part 2.
And Jeff, as I listen back to part 1, to me, it went from creative to catastrophe. If we could name the episode Creative to Catastrophe is what it sounded like to me. You like that? I mean, you had Brett's concussion, Goldberg's forearm injury, and then how you and Conrad ended the show was with your concussion. So much going on, man. You guys were talking about the hot mess with these cage matches and 3-on-3s. Piper was the referee, and just a shitstorm of activity. So we're going to pick up though with you getting your slap nuts blasted. And
from creative to catastrophe,
from creative to catastrophe. That's how that episode went.
The train wreck known as NWO 2000.
That's right.
The curse. It's like the can of spray paint was pulled out on the whole every format, every creative.
That's right. That's right. It was like every show format must have been spray painted. There you go. So listen, if you guys haven't listened to part 1, please make sure you find it in the archives. You can check it out also adfreeshows.com, watch it on YouTube. But I do want to recap where you and Conrad left off. So the NWO reforms on December 20th, 1999. You got Bret Hart. He's hurt, but it's not diagnosed yet. Scott Hall is MIA for personal reasons. Scott Steiner has rejoined the NWO. You have Kevin Nash and Bret Hart. They're wrestling each other in the main event of Nitro as punishment from WCW commissioner. Yes, this is right. Terry Funk. He's the commissioner around this point. You're wrestling at Buffalo for the Go Home show for Sold Out on January 10th, 2000. And you're taking on, in this order, Jeff, 3 legends with Chris Benoit as the referee. I'm not making it up. You got George the Animal Steel, yes, the one who eats the turnbuckles with the green tongue and more hair than I've ever seen on my head in a bunkhouse match. You got Tito Santana. You're going to take him on in a regular wrestling match. And then in a steel cage match, it's you against Superfly Jimmy Snuka, where you do suffer from that terrible concussion from the splash off the cage. And then on top of that, you take a headbutt from Chris Benoit, which you don't even remember. And, man, I tell you what, this is 3 weeks into the new NWO being formed. Did I get it right so far?
And again, when we do these podcasts and the research and I read things, Paul, and I think about this is December of 2000. The original NWO was 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of episodes, 200 episodes of TV or Nitros, whatever. But it's still not that long ago that they went through the black and white, the That's original right. group, and then they added a 6th and a 7th and an 8th and a 10th, and it got way out there. Then they went black and red, and then the LWO, the last order. I mean, all the iterations, and then I kid you not, when all this went down, and we're like, the NWO's reforming. I'm like, okay, but the original kind of concept and idea, at least from the get-go, it was laid out in a way that you go, okay, let's give this a shot. Let's see where this goes. And, at that time, you don't know you don't know Bill's situation. He's going to get hurt. You don't know Scott Hall, that's going to go the way it did. You don't know that I'm going to end up with a concussion. All the things that happened that were completely, if just one of them would happen, you would have said, oh man, that's kind of a run of bad luck for that talent. But boy, you talk about a creative storyline that was completely snake bit from the very beginning. This is it.
And it's like Conrad said too, as you guys talk through it, if you're playing from behind, right? He used the analogy of it's the 4th quarter, we're 3 scores down and we're just throwing Hail Marys. And he had a lot of fun with that, but it's true. And as I listened to that, I thought, well, it's similar to what they tried to do with the Horsemen. The Horsemen were so successful in the 80s. So let's try to revive that brand multiple times and see what sticks. NWO then became our late 90s version. Let's try to start, revisiting that brand, try to pump life into them and see if we can use that to kickstart the ratings. As you said in the episode, ratings were everything Russo was concentrated on. So this is where we're at, Jeff. And you ready to get this going?
Well, I guess so. As you were saying that, the Four Horsemen, the NWO, I'd be remiss without saying the Bullet Club. The Bullet Club was one of those unique groups that, when Finn Balor, known as Fergal Divick, when he left the group to go to WWE, there was a lot of, how's this going to go? But actually, the timing worked out perfect, and AJ Styles slid in there, and then things just kept growing and growing. And so that was probably an anomaly that things got bigger and more guys added, and it became more successful. Most often than not, diminishing returns literally from iteration 2. Iteration 3, when you get down in double digits, pal,
forget it.
Forget
that
it.
lightning in a bottle is gone.
Oh, yeah, it's not even
Yeah.
bloody water.
Yeah. Well, listen,
let's go, pal. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this, man. Here we go. So you are in a fog. That's how we start this show. You've been concussed. And I mean, Conrad, in the episode, you're right. There's a lot to consider here. This is your livelihood. Yes, you sign contracts and things like that. But I mean, at this point, you're trying to figure things out. You had just asked, hey, can you flip the lights off back in the dressing room as you're untying your boots there? I think it was Slick Johnson. You asked him if he could turn the lights off because you were struggling. But you're coming out of that. But it seems like, hey, the next night, here we go. It's Thunder. You're going out there and you're gutting your way through a show with a concussion. Did you even realize at this point that's what it was? That's what you had?
When you think that, so now it'll be 22 years ago, I knew my bell was wrong. And if you would have asked me, I probably got a concussion. But just the fact that the culture, if you will, was, go to the ring. You're okay. But man, brutal headache, rode. I didn't drive. I rode in the passenger seat from, Buffalo to Erie. That night, I can remember going back and just kind of getting as comfortable as I could in bed. You're not supposed to go right to sleep.
No.
Just all the stuff I did everything wrong in concussion protocol in so many ways, but getting to the building and say, hey, look, and not, I'm not pointing fingers because I'm the one, I'm sure, that said, okay, I've got Thunder. As soon as Thunder's on, I've got a few days off to get better. Oh, so this one important Thunder without me on it, man. But it's the mindset of show up, you're asked to work, go work, and do what you got to do. It's insanity is what it is, because little did I know how serious as I was. That happened in 2000. Paul, I couldn't go. This is kind of the after effects. The first time I went deep sea fishing and didn't throw up was 15 years later, 2015, 16. Yeah. So just the after effects that my bell was wrong. And I'm not saying, but I just know that's the worst concussion I ever had by far. My bell was wrong. Migraine. I didn't call it a migraine, just excruciating headaches for 2-3 days when I got home. And I don't know where you're going to dive in. Are we going to talk about that Thunder or post Thunder?
We're going to talk about what happened after that.
Yeah,
Thunder,
go ahead.
yeah.
I'm jumping ahead.
But I want to talk to you a little bit, since we're here, about the concussion, because I'm sure it wasn't your first. It probably wasn't your last. But you have to be thrilled, having been a wrestler and still sometimes putting on the boots to this day. You have to be thrilled with, even now doing a podcast, your sense of the ability, the recall that you have, having been smacked around on your head and have as many concussions as you've probably had over the years. Because there's guys that literally they need to read word for word everything, if they're going to have a conversation with something or things of that nature. But you, Jeff, have been blessed with the ability to have recall, tell stories, thankfully, and haven't been further damaged as a result of the whole concussion deal.
Me and Conrad have talked about this off and on since we launched. My doctor, Dr. Tim Adair, he's an applied kinesiologist. For those that don't know, his foundation is chiropractic care, but you amp that up way, way past chiropractic care, because he not only he works with the glands, he works with not only bones alignment, but muscle alignment, nutrition. And when I say nutrition, it's vitamins and supplements and everything that goes with it. But I have gone to him regularly, and back in my active, this is, if you want to, I'm lucky that I had this mindset, but because I think it really, really has paid off incredible dividends. They're called well check visits. I didn't go to the chiropractor, because I'm feeling. Every time I came off the road, I had a standing an appointment that I would go to him. And so I think the well check or the preventive care,
preventive maintenance,
and him ingraining me. Look, dude, you got to stretch. And I'm not just talking about, you got to do focused, concentrated stretching and this and that. And look, my neck would come in off. And a lot of times my worst enemy was sleeping on airplanes because it would jack my neck up. And he's like, dude, get a freaking pillow. What is wrong with you? Because, it would be the C2, C3, C4. But anyway, the preventive maintenance to me, has paid enormous dividends. But this was a rough go, this concussion, because it rattled my brain. And Dr. Tim is the one. I went to him every day. He came to my house at night because, and I won't get into all of his some of my buddies call him the voodoo doctor, but he worked with me on because I was so jammed up with it's like whiplash. And so when you have a bad case of whiplash, and if you go back and watch the tape, when Snuka hit me, I was braced for it, but my head literally smacked the back of the mat so quick. But it was the way I was trying to catch him and smacked on the deal, and it was brutal. But I came out of it, Paulie, and can still give you a bunch of crap. But go ahead.
You can. You still are quick on the feet. All this talk's making me want to sit here and crack my neck with all this talk. But you're right, man. That preventative maintenance goes a long way. So I'm glad you're here. So let's talk about this Thunder. It's you and Kevin Nash, your buddy. You're teaming up to take on Chris Benoit and Sid, and you get the win with the stroke on Benoit. But after, I think we'll let the observer describe what happens here.
Here we go.
Here we go. Wind it up. The final scene saw Hart, who by this point was actually being cheered, coming out with a pipe while covered in makeup to make it appear he'd been beaten up on. It was the same makeup that they used for Arn Anderson, totally exposing that angle. Hart challenged all the nWo guys to come out. Nash and Jarrett came out with bats. Throughout the show, Orndorff and Zbyszko had sympathy for Hart, and Funk didn't care. Before this segment, Steiner had already been laid out by the Outlaws. Then it got really silly. Hart was in a standoff with Nash and Jarrett forever because Funk and Anderson arrived so late. Apparently live, it was obvious that Hart and Nash were having a hard time not laughing because the timing was so screwed up. Funk came out with a flaming branding iron and Anderson with a bucket of water. What is happening? Anderson threw the bucket on Hart with the idea that the makeup would run. Well, the makeup didn't run, but the announcers had to sell that it did. So the idea was Funk and Anderson were so smart, they knew it was a swerve, but they still got beat up anyway. Orndorff, Zbyszko, Benoit, and Vicious all came, so it was basically 3 nWo guys against 6 baby faces. It seemed like Nash all by himself had laid out 10 guys, but I guess it wasn't quite that bad. But all the faces ended up being laid out, and Nash got Funk's branding iron and burned his face. My goodness, Jeff, what's going on here?
My world listeners, if you followed that, congrats, because I was there and tried to really follow it. But look, whether Meltzer actually watched this or not, or someone who worked for him watching it, recorded it, when you watch this at home, it's almost like, in your quasi smart to the business, or kind of, can guess, okay, this is what was supposed to went down, didn't go down. Wait, were they laughing? Who was chuckling up in the ring, and were that supposed to be, all that kind of stuff. But after I got done rereading this, maybe I did reread this 2 or 3 times to try to follow, but no, Paul, here I'm joking to get to a point. This is a real microcosm of lots of moving parts, but no walkthrough, and I don't say rehearsal, but it's just, as a director in the truck, as talent in the ring, and as, 12 guys at ringside?
Yeah, at least.
10 12 guys at ringside. The director doesn't know who to shoot, with no organization. I'm just saying, it was a hot mess, as the kids say. Yeah. No organization. It's impossible to take the right camera shot. It's impossible to tell the story. And I'm not saying that creative was good. It's not a defense on creative. It was a mess with everyone involved, including the fans. They knew it was a mess.
Hey, at least when Bischoff was there, he could easily say, you know, booking committee. But you would think if there was a committee at this time, someone might have raised their hand and be like, hey, we are off the rails here, you know, but that wasn't the setup back then, I guess, at this point.
Oh, boy.
Well, listen, it's reported that on Friday you call WCW and say you have a concussion and your best of 3 matches with Benoit will not be able to take place, Jeff. Who do you call at WCW? Do you remember? And did you inform Russo at this point?
Yeah, who'd I call?
When you found out, hey, listen, I got this concussion.
I called someone internally. I don't know. Medical. I don't remember what I'm saying is I don't remember specifically having the conversation.
You had a concussion, so of course you don't remember.
I don't remember having that conversation with Vince, but Terry Taylor or someone that I'm like, hey man, this has gotten a lot worse, because it did. I think my adrenaline, and I wasn't near as stiff. Like even at Erie, I do recall that I wasn't. I mean, I went out. I moved. I could move pretty good. Maybe the adrenaline was fine. It was only 24 hours later. But by the time I got to Nashville, like day 2, day 3, day 4, it was absolutely brutal. And the pay-per-view was right then. But no, I just remember saying, hey guys, as much as I'd like to go, it ain't happening.
So when you go to Nashville, that's when you said, I need to see a doctor. Something's up with me.
I knew when I left Erie that night that I wasn't, look, we all deal with bumps and bruises and hang-ups and maybe, hey, man, my neck's a little stiff. Paul, I knew I was all over the place. I'm like, when I land, I went and saw my doctor.
And he said, buddy, you've got a real bad concussion. It's time to call WCW.
He did all the tests, and he knew them, and he had experienced a bad concussion. He'd gotten actually mugged. In graduate school.
Okay.
He got mugged in Atlanta and roughed up pretty good. So he had experienced some of my symptoms that, hey man, your brain's scrambled here. You're all right, but you don't have the ability. And I'm like, what? And he goes, okay, let me put it to you this way. Your brain sits inside your skull, and you've got, let's call it a 1 to 10 on a scale. You've got fluid around your brain that can basically, that's the shock absorber. Well, now you've hit your brain and you've got swelling on the brain, and you don't have, you don't have a 10, you don't have a 9, you don't have a 8, so he said, you're probably down around, 2, maybe 1. And that's when they have to start like, hey, you got to release pressure. He said, you are completely locked up.
My goodness.
I could not have light on. I had to have like a bandana over my eyes. I couldn't really move my neck. It just progressively got worse and stiff. And what do they call? They're neck flexors, but there's also right there at your right here at your collarbone, those muscles, Paul, that were out. Anyway, those were to touch them, I felt like they were a hot poker. They were so inflamed and so tight. So it was a mess, dude. Yeah, absolutely brutal. But I remember by Friday, because I'd been worked on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I still knew that there's no way I'm working. So that's what I made the call, or that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's to Vince. I think it's somebody internally, and they're like, all right, can you come anyway?
Wow. So was the process, though, back then, hey, I'm recovering, but I still am going to have to pass some tests before I can be cleared to wrestle again? Now they have all the protocol.
Yeah, but not WCW tests. I was going by my doctor.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. More from The Observer. The most tumultuous 4-day period in the recent history of WCW started with WCW getting the word that an injury would cause champion and main eventer Bret Hart to miss the sold-out pay-per-view. As dominoes started falling one by one, it ended with a new booker, the crowning of a new champion who asked to be released from his contract anyway, and his vacating the title voluntarily some 18 hours later, and possibly with several wrestlers leaving the company. The decision was made to strip Hart of the title and crown a new champion on pay-per-view. Vince Russo's idea was to do a Battle Royal or Royal Rumble on the show and end with a surprise champion, Tank Abbott. There was a lot of internal unhappiness with Russo's booking and television for many weeks, but the belief was still there that he had been given 6 months to prove whether his ideas would play even, though many in upper management were of the opinion his concept of wrestling was not working and wouldn't work, and his quick blow-offs of angles on television was doing pay-per-view and house shows no favors. There were also the complaints that the people featured the most on television during the TV shows, whether they be wrestlers or non-wrestlers, were not people who were going on the road, which was killing the house show business in competition with WWF. And that makes a lot of sense. It sends every able-bodied wrestler on the road, and for that matter, even ECW, which features on its house shows virtually all the same people that they try to push on TV. While the idea of making Abbott champion was not the reason for the demotion, it was symptomatic of destroying the foundation of the product and titles and Russo's changing concept of what pro wrestling is, a concept not favored by those in management who wanted the soap operas in addition to good wrestling matches and felt that was also based on the reaction, what the fans wanted, since management had gotten little positive fan reaction on positive numbers feedback to the product in recent weeks. Second guessing of the decision by Bush to hire him had gone back many weeks, and not all due to what most wrestlers in the company felt for weeks was Kevin Sullivan trying to get the booking position by constantly pointing out why things weren't working, which in fact, for the most part, they weren't. Bush's ideas were to continue employing Russo in a booking committee that would put more focus on the wrestling product, but where his Russo ideas could be funneled by those with more background in wrestling, similar to how Vince McMahon edited Russo's ideas in WWF. The Abbott decision, as well as the decision to make Oklahoma, who was co-writer Ed Ferrara, the Cruiserweight champion, which ended up still happening on the pay-per-view but was dropped 2 days later, and not change the tag team titles from Flair and Crowbar, basically rendering all of those belts meaningless, led to a showdown internally on Friday with Russo being removed from his final decision-making position. Russo, who had 21 months left on a 2-year incentive-based contract, was invited to stay with the company as part of booking committee, which would have included Kevin Sullivan, J.J. Dillon, and Terry Taylor. Bob Mould, who had just quit the company a few weeks earlier because of the frustration due to Russo and having philosophical differences of what pro wrestling was and his ideas generally not being used, was also brought back. Kevin Nash, who Bush described as his best friend among the wrestlers, was also given increased power as a liaison of sorts between the wrestlers and management, a decision that was not popular among what appears to be the majority of the wrestlers, although the heat on Nash was almost non-existent compared to that with Sullivan, even though the company's track record with when Sullivan had power was far better than when Nash had power. So much here. Russo had not, as of the weekend, declined the offer, but comments he'd made to many during this period led them to believe he was leaning towards leaving the company. However, both Ferrara and Bill Banks, who Russo brought with him from the WWF to help write and put together the TV shows, agreed to stay with the company with diminished powers as television writers. Ferrara still thought Russo would stay as a member of the committee, but not if Sullivan was on the committee. Banks asked to be reassigned from writing television to working on the magazine and internet site, but was talked into staying as a television writer. Jeff, did you have any idea all this was going on at the time?
That was a boatload. We could have broke that down paragraph by paragraph. What a disaster. Mm-hmm. What a complete cluster. And Dave reported in there, but when you really take a step back and think, Bill Bush came from the finance world. You know, he wasn't a marketing guy. You know, he was put in charge because of finance, his background. And he hires Vince Russo at the advice of, I'd say probably J.J. Dillon, Terry Taylor, maybe some talent. I don't know exactly the advisory, but anyway. And now we're less than 4 months in, and we're going to can a guy. And I'm not saying what Vince did was all right, but it goes back to just what a complete mess. A cluster that a subsidiary of Time Warner, a major media company that was, you know, I know the numbers bounce around, but, you know, grossing over $100 million a year in 99, you know, 98, certainly highly profitable. 99, the salaries got up there, but it just, the quickly death spiral the company got in, and now all of a sudden we're going to replace a guy, but okay, we're going to replace him. Okay. If that's strip him of power of folks that they had already tried before. Not saying right or wrong, but hey, here's a solution. Let's go back to that wasn't working, or was it working? But Bill Bush has been put in charge to say, well, they told me Russo would work. That ain't worked out. Now it looks like that's a mess. So, okay, so now they're going to tell me, let's go to Kevin Sullivan. Well, I don't know. Yeah, there's some good and bad out of Kevin. Okay, let's go to Nash. Well, yeah, he's kind of my best friend right now, but he's a talent, but I'm hearing bad things. So, again, you go back to the culture. You can't hang it on Russo. You can't hang it on Bill Bush. You can't hang it on any of them. It goes right to the heart of the matter is the corporate culture and the way it was run. It was a recipe for disaster. Eric had the best shot and succeeded.
Yeah.
When at the end of the day, the buck stopped with him.
And you could just feel too, as I was reading through that, just you could the backstage politics going on here
God.
when you hear Kevin Sullivan's going and running his mouth, and Kevin Sullivan's a great guy or whatever, but running his mouth about everything Russo's doing wrong to the leadership as it's happening, right? So you can just imagine this is just a political vitriol, ugly situation the entire time it's unfolding.
But also, it's like when you're, you watch any movie, it's a
power play.
The opposing attorney is leading the witness. You can imagine how Kevin Sullivan was asked questions. Hey, Kevin, do you agree or do you disagree with fill in the blank? Bill Bush is sitting there knowing I want to hear a different answer from Kevin Sullivan, because if he agrees with Russo, well, then Kevin may be thrown out with the baby water. It's a mess. It is a cultural disaster. And we've talked about it on this pod, 83 weeks, Grilling JR. I'm sure all of us have talked about it in different shapes, forms, and fashions. At the end of the day, always take it back to the culture was a disaster.
All right, so we'll play a little armchair quarterback here, Jeff.
Okay, pal, let's do it.
You got some TNA experience under your belt, global. I mean, you've done a lot now. You got your position that you do now, management experience, however many years in the business. Just an amazing track record. We all know that. If you're Bill Bush now in that role, seeing the ratings, seeing what's going on, and you're presented all this and listening to all this, what decisions, looking back now, would you think, hey, what do I need to do to fix some of this? Or what would you do in that situation, you think? Realizing you're trailing the WWE and the ratings, you have all this talent on the roster.
All the facts, because I can second guess Bill Bush over and over and over, but understanding that entertainment is art, it really is a creative process. It's super subjective, that you kind of have to look at, all right, and that's why it's a niche business. Like what worked in 96, 97, 98 that Bill Bush could say, this is the single reason why this took off. Well, Hogan switched heel. Wait, is that the only reason? No, we put Nitro on there. So that you got to give Nitro credit because there's the format. And then Hogan switching heel. But wait a minute. Had Hall and Nash not been there, two guys red hot off of WWF TV, and so they formed that, the NWO. Well, wait a minute. We kind of got lucky and Lex's contract expired, and you got Lex here, and then we've been trying with this little Sting character that's been kind of a mainstay, and now we're going to make him a tweener and this and that. Okay. So what was the success of 96, 97, 98? Yes. Okay. Bill Bush didn't. There's no way we can't answer that. Nobody can answer that. So now fast forward to 99, 2000. Okay, we got to right this ship. Let's hire Russo in. I know one thing that I don't think is the accurate thing to do is 3 months in, you say, go work with guys that you replaced. What?
Yeah.
I mean, I would not have done that. I would have said, Russo, come in my office. Here's a budget. Here's the numbers. Here, whatever it is. But we need to surround you with some folks because there's not a balance here. Russo, where's your balance? I'm seeing Judy Bagwell or whatever. Right?
Yeah, the crazy stuff.
This not much of a balance. Let's figure out how to balance things. As opposed to let's bring him in, let's fire him. Nope, you got to go work on a team that you actually replace them. Oh, wait. Okay. So the guys that are on your roster, they don't really have to show up. What?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why, Vince was an unwinnable position. Bill Banks Bill Banks, damn sure. He ran for the hills, and rightly so. Hey, take me out of creative. I want to go work on the magazine. That's job security. He wanted to keep his job.
Sure.
They made him stay on the writing team. So very, very difficult to answer, Paul, in that, what is the magic bullet? I think for our armchair quarterback's sake, if Bill Bush would have just kind of pumped the brakes, and he's a finance guy, so you can kind of put some mechanism in, but you're going to have that talent issue. That talent didn't have to show up, and Hulk had creative control. So no matter whatever Vince wrote, Hulk didn't have to go along with it. And I'm not pointing fingers at Hulk. Again, I'm going back. The culture sucked.
Yeah. I think you nailed it when you just said we have to evaluate the culture. You said guys not showing up. What's the deal there? Vince, you have to obviously have talents and skills. Let's have you thrive in a role that will maximize those talent and skills. Maybe it's not, booking wrestling matches. Okay. But we can still have you come up with storylines or skits or segments or whatever that get us to those payoff matches. And do we need a wrestling committee? And hey, you're right. You have that organizational philosophy that just wasn't there because they aren't used to running a wrestling business.
No. And the subjective part of this industry, you can take all the graphs and charts and everything that goes with it. Now you have even a boatload more of metrics with social media. At the end of the day, you kind of got to have in your gut, this will work. And don't ask me why I think it's going to work, because I can give you 10 factors, and this time next year I'll have the same 10 factors and I'll go in a different direction. It's kind of a promoter's gut.
There you go. So as we wrap this up here, Jeff, do you think Vince Russo got a fair shake?
No. I mean, the short answer is no. So, yeah, I mean, look, we could belabor this point forever, but when you say, did he have a fair shake? You almost have to say, well, from who? I can't really say that. You can't point it on Brad Siegel, on Bill Bush, on anybody there. Again, God, this sounds so simple. Maybe it doesn't sound simple, but the culture was destined to fail. And you look just look at the WWE. It is, it is run by a wrestling promoter, and look at the Black Ink versus Red Ink, especially over the lifetime. And I'm going back to going public. It's fascinating. It's just unbelievably uber successful through all the iterations. I mean, you just think of, since Raw came on the air, and I don't want to get too sitcom, but Friends and Big Bang Theory, but shows that have had multiple runs of 18, 20 episode seasons. Raw's done 52 weeks a year since 92.
Unbelievable.
30 years. And I'm just saying,
it's history. It's television history.
But it's the cornerstone, of so many things. But it is the engagement. So back to your question, pal. No, he didn't get a fair shake. But man, it has created a boatload of content for Mr. Russo, for Mr. Conrad Thompson, and a whole lot of others. There's been books been written. There's been discussion after discussion. There has been talent argument. There's been executives argue it. There's been production folks argue it. I mean, it's a ongoing topic of discussion. And I did a little tee off last week for the MEGASODE episode on TNA, and we talked about Impact's been around, TNA's been around 20 years. The life of WCW closed in 2001. It opened. I know it evolved from the Crockett Group, but when you kind of look at 90 through, it's an 11-year company, but it's the golden age of cable television. Is, I believe, why are we still talking about it in so many ways? That golden age of cable television, because it was so red hot for a time, and then it imploded.
Let's, I want to find out from you what you can share that no one of these other podcasts can share and content creators. And that's, when did you hear from Vince Russo about all this? We know that you've had a good relationship through the years. When all this came down, do you remember the first time you had a conversation with Vince and what that was like when all these decisions was made about him and his future?
When he was out the first go around?
That's right.
So this is obviously during the concussion
days.
And we haven't quite got into it. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but look, I was obviously brain scattered. I was worried about getting to the show. Can you come to Cincinnati? But I had heard from talent. I knew I'm going to let Vince call me type deal, that there's no need to really get into it, because I didn't know what to believe. I did not think they would remove him from power in 3 months. I do remember that, as much as my concussion kind of took me out to lunch there. I thought there's no way. Well, sure enough, they did. And when I talked to him, like, what is the situation? Vince was trying to be upbeat about it. Bro, hey, we got to work through it. It's frustrating. He wasn't happy. Nobody was happy. But I'll let you get into it. Little did people know what an upheaval from talent that was going to go down, on top of all the injuries.
Sure.
It is like this is all nonfiction, but it's almost like a sci-fi thriller in the world of wrestling. You would never believe the dominoes that would take place during this time frame. Brett, Goldberg, my concussion, and then here we go. We're going to get into I'll let you.
We're coming.
Here it's coming.
It's coming. Here we go.
Happened. It sold out.
It starts to break down. So let's get to sold out, which, by the way, I guess
break down, Paul.
It's
an 18-wheeler and 9 of the wheels are already off.
That's right. That's right. The avalanche has started. So listen, I would imagine you're not even traveling to sold out at this point, right?
I went to, yes.
Okay.
They had me come. Think about that.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Think about that.
Wow.
Yep.
Not using a lot of common sense there. So let's get into sold out. It ends with Chris Benoit making Sid tap out with Arn Anderson as referee, but Sid's foot's under the rope to become the new WCW champion. And the next night at Nitro, the shit hits the fan again. Here we go from the Observer. What management hadn't counted on was not only that Russo was far more popular than Sullivan, but that Sullivan had made so many strong enemies, with the feeling being he was directly responsible for several of the wrestlers being stuck in the middle of the card, and generally older wrestlers keeping their top spots. Sullivan can be blamed for that when it happened on his watch, but that situation continued with every booker the company has had in recent years. Russo was generally liked by the wrestlers personally, although the general feeling was his work up to that point was a big disappointment, an opinion that also changed in some circles for the better when faced with the idea of Sullivan being in power. There was a general feeling that management had promised him 6 months, but pulled the plug after 3, which, Jeff, you and I just talked about, which wasn't fair to him as a person having just moved his entire family to Atlanta. So that's kind of rude. At the same time, his idea to put the titles on Tank Abbott, who doesn't have the ring experience to do more than about a 2-minute match and hasn't developed into a strong pro wrestling interview, nor was he over yet with the fans, although one-punch knockout gimmick probably would have gotten him over shortly. You have Oklahoma, who was a joke, and then you got the tag total mess involving Flair. That was a disaster that had started. In addition, Russo was viewed as being inflexible when it came to ideas. In some cases, when being inflexible did nobody any good, such as not agreeing to do a dark match main event after TV tapings, when Nitro went to 2 hours, and putting baby faces over at the end of the show, because WWF always puts the baby faces over at the end of the house show, even if it means adding a post-show angle at TV tapings. Thanks, Dave. To send the fans home happy instead of unhappy, as they have been usually leaving WCW tapings for various reasons, thus hurting return business in those markets. It's a good point. Few, even his supporters among the wrestlers, agreed with his basic concept of wrestling. This is all about Russo. In particular, while TV numbers realistically had stayed about even since he arrived, a brief small increase followed by a recent small decrease, and the product on TV was on occasions good in recent weeks, and overall better than during the previous Nash regime, which dug the company into this hole. The Starrcade pay-per-view number coming in at about a 0.3 was nothing short of disastrous for a show. He had 10 weeks of TV to push and was the company's traditional biggest event of the year, built around the company's biggest star, Bill Goldberg, chasing the title. The poor buy rate was largely due to an almost non-existent job of hyping the main event. Many of the house show figures were becoming embarrassing. Russo had been very unlucky booking with so many injuries to constantly work around, and that's a good point. In particular, Goldberg's injury, but the company itself needed to recognize that many of the injuries were avoidable. The Goldberg and Jeff Jarrett ones standing out. Yeah, thanks for hurting our buddy Jeff, because the wrestlers never should have been put in these positions that led to these injuries, right? I mean, hello. It wound up with Benoit, Saturn, Malenko, Shane Douglas, Eddie Guerrero, Conan, and Billy Kidman going to Bush as a group asking for their releases or for Sullivan to be taken off the booking committee. Conan said he was also speaking for Juventud Guerrero and Rey Mysterio Jr., both of whom weren't at the pay-per-view due to not being booked on the card due to injuries. Holy shit, Jeff. You're literally watching this company fall apart. Do you agree that you and Goldberg should have never been put in those positions with what Meltzer's take on that?
You can't predict. Look, I should have took care of myself and told Snuka, hey, I love you, brother, but you're not coming off the top on me. But okay, hey, nostalgia's sake, I can handle it. I'm invincible. That was an idiotic. And then Bill, he punched the glass.
Yeah, he decided to do that on his own accord, right?
Yeah, and so that, but still, and I get kind of the whole frustration. And look, the organizational skills from a point of creative talent and production, nobody was in sync. It was very siloed. It just wasn't there. Again, at the very tip top of one organization, organization is demanded. In the other one, there wasn't even a guy at the top. There was a guy at the top of production, a guy at the top of creative, and a guy at the top of talent. There were three different talking heads. The business just doesn't work that way. But man, as you were reading that, can you imagine Bill Bush going, okay, I brought this guy in and I'm going to remove him. And I did remove him, but I've kind of talked him into staying on board. But okay, so now he stayed on board, but I've got this one list of millionaire talent that don't really show up and want to work. And now this crop of young guys, Eddie, Dean, all this, now they want to leave.
Oh my God.
And my Hispanic star, Rey Mysterio, and my Hispanic legend, Conan, they're out too. I mean, really think about what a freaking mess that it was. And on top of all this, Chris Benoit, kid from Canada. This is, I'll talk at, this is the Chris I knew, worked his butt off. Japan, just came up to the ranks. And for his first time, he's going to be the world champion, the big gold. And what does he say? Nope, I'm out.
Screw it. Yeah. Can you believe it?
I mean, really when you put things all into context about what a damn mess.
Talent relations nightmare.
Oh, it's worse than that. It's creative nightmare, talent relations. I mean, they talk about the build at Starrcade, and that sucked, and Vince coming on board again. But I'm going to go back to I picked bits and pieces out of what you were saying there from a numbers guy who Bill Bush was, and this is where he just didn't have the experience or the skill set. If he would have taken a couple of steps back and gone to anybody that was in his inner circle, J.J. Dillon, Kevin Sullivan, his finance guys, his legal team, guys, we brought Russo in. Are we any worse off? Really? Now, we've got some emotion here. We got some hurt feelings. But from a rating standpoint and what we are as a television company, that hopefully we make some money off pay-per-views. But we're a TV, first company. And our ratings are not any worse off. Now, are they any better? Maybe, maybe not. But they're certainly. So what have we really lost other than a bunch of emotion and tornado? And I'm talking about from a completely analytical point of view that Bill Bush probably should have viewed, but he didn't. He went, "Oh my God, the sky's falling. Let's out with Russo." Okay, out with Russo. Wait, 7 talent are leaving too? Oh, no, okay. We didn't really mean that. What? Oh, no, we're going to give them their release. Think about how that
My God.
fundamentally changed the trajectory of 7 guys' careers.
Jeff, whether the move to take Russo out at this point, but bringing Sullivan in, to me, it seems like in reading this and realizing what happened, the ripple effect of putting Sullivan back in that position, that to me sounds like the nail in the coffin of WCW as we look back. When you talk about Guerrero and Saturn and Chris Benoit and all of them and leaving and what that ripple effect meant and what it meant for WWF to acquire those stars at the time, what it meant for WCW to lose that talent pool at the time. This is a huge deal in the timeline of WCW and its demise.
In context, the names that you just listed, none of them had been in the main event.
None of them.
Great talent. So in context, Bush is going, okay, I'm losing a lot of my young guys. He didn't have any, look, I'm defending him. He didn't really have any context.
No foresight.
No, like these are some really, I do remember this podcast, is a little bit of my recollection. Paul, do you know what I was thinking and I'm talking about not immediately, but a couple of days or weeks went on, and I'm going, wow, I'm going to have even more opportunity, because those are the guys I loved working with. Eddie and Dean and that crew. Chris had already gone, Jericho had already gone.
Yeah.
So Dean and Eddie and Chris and Ray and those guys, I loved working with them. And I'm like, damn, they're gone. But I'm like, okay, that's going to give me more opportunity because I'm on I'm in their age group as opposed to the generation up, Hall, Nash, and the guys that are 8-10 years older than me. So, but there's no way to predict the ramifications. You were talking about the final nail. Again, I'm going to go back to, until it was over, nobody could have predicted that, because the ratings were still 1, 2, and 3.
Were good enough.
TNT. Oh, not good enough. They were still 1, 2, or 3, maybe 4, 5 on TNT or TBS. You don't really just can a show overnight.
Yeah.
Do you retool it? Slash expenses? Look at every corporate story in America that survive. What do? Cut out middle management immediately. I mean, you start, then okay, we're on the road with Nitro, go to a studio setting. And those two things alone cut out a lot of heads down in Atlanta, radically cut back production costs. And then, of course, the talent. I mean, you could have got that company running lean and mean in a pretty quick time and kept those good ratings. But obviously, Kellner chose not to, which is another podcast, which is a whole other story. And that is a podcast that I'd love to get people on a witness stand. There's more to that story. So that's a whole other deal. But,
and when I make the comment good enough, it's just hard because as a wrestling fan, they had set the bar so high back in that original nWo run, those 83 weeks, if you will.
Yeah.
And this just felt different. It felt like a different era of WCW. And some people, as you said, ratings were still high, but people had started to turn off and transition over to WWE exclusively, WWF at the time. So Meltzer also had this to say, and it includes your name, Mr. Jarrett. While not going in as part of this group because they didn't ask to be released, individually, Jeff Jarrett and Scott Steiner also went to Bush. Not so much to protest of Sullivan, but to express their feelings that Russo hadn't been given a fair shake. So, Jeff, talk to us. What do you remember of this conversation? Did it ever happen? Do you remember that? I
remember me and Scotty, because we would ride together, and that it would be, Scott, what do you think? And Scotty'd say, Jeff, what do you think? we sort of have a game of cat and mouse. Well, what do you think? And I can remember riding going, Scotty, here's the deal. What's really changing? We're still going to show up and do TVs, and they're going to still want ratings. Is there a magic bullet that Kevin Sullivan has? No. Is there a magic bullet that Vince Russo has? No. But I said, what's kind of irrational is Vince has only been here a couple of months. Look, and I'm not sure I believe. I'd love to ask. I wonder if Russo's ever followed up and said that really was his plan to make Tank the champion. Tank was a gimmick. He kind of got that water cooler talk, like, what the hell is going on? But to make him champion, I'm not so sure Russo was headed down that path. Maybe he was. But there were others that came to me and said, hey, what are your thoughts on all this? I know you've worked with Vince in the past, but there were some things that went down. And I said, hey, man, you don't have to cachet your comments to me. What do you want to know from me? Well, what do you think? And I'm like, hey, do we really think he's been here long enough? Like, what are the magic bullets that you guys are looking for? At the end of the day, this is the conversation I had with Bill. Bill, somehow, some way, if we don't all get rowing in the same direction, it doesn't matter who's writing the show. It doesn't matter who's on the show. Guys up north are kicking our ass, and they will continue to do that unless we get all at least close to the same page, maybe at least the same chapter. Bill, there's guys in here that are not even on the same book. And there were other folks that were, it was all over the place. And Bill knew it too. To let you know, Bill absolutely.
Yeah. How can you not? Well, listen, talking about all over the place, there's a little rumor and innuendo, as our buddy Connie says, that obviously the Radicals, they walk out of WCW. We're still on the Nitro after Sold Out, but that Chris Benoit threw the WCW World Heavyweight title in the trash can, and the whole day obviously was reported as chaos. Do you remember seeing this, Jeff? How insane was this day?
That he threw it in the trash can?
Yeah, threw the WCW Heavyweight title in the trash can. That's the rumor and innuendo.
Just like a Medusa.
Yeah, but like backstage, I guess.
Yeah. I don't recall that. I know that day of things going down, that caught me off guard, that things bubbled up that quick, that we want out. If Sullivan's back, we want out. I thought that was a really strong statement by that group. What I didn't know is, okay, do they have like a guaranteed job up north? Vince, didn't push smaller guys. I say, that size guy.
At the time, yeah.
Yeah, he just didn't. So where are they jumping? Why are they really doing this? Does it really warrant, keep your money coming in? All those kind of questions. It was such a surreal time. I mean, it's just bizarre to hear all this in a podcast format, because we have the ability to go from month to month to month. When you're living it, you go, okay, we got through December. The crazy part's behind us. Oh, January, 7 guys are walking out. Okay, man. December and January were crazy. And, the last 18 months were crazy. Wait till February. Oh, it's going to get more crazy. March, company sold. What?
That is crazy.
Yes.
So, Meltzer says chaos, crazy day, all this, and you've been through a lot, obviously, in the wrestling business, but do you remember details or just any highlights or anything from that crazy day? Is this one of the crazier days in wrestling that you can remember? Or as you said, it's just kind of a blur because there were a lot of crazy moments back then?
The fact that, gosh, it's hard to even kind of do a jumping off point, but we'll call it the Millionaires Club and all that vibe and all the guys that had the $1 million contracts. And now there was, pardon the pun, but a radical shift. We're going to go with Benoit as champion. Big change, big deal. And now all of a sudden, the last person on earth that you think didn't want to go forward with that was Chris. That was a real crazy set of circumstances that nobody saw coming. Nobody.
That's a strong statement too.
It's huge. And even, Vince or Ed Ferrara or Bill Banks or anybody that, kind of felt like, okay, we're on the outs. Sullivan's going to come in. He's going to put the title on Benoit. Okay. Nobody could have foreseen. Okay. And remember, Conan was the pipeline to bring in the luchadors. I mean, it was a big, big, big deal. Those 7 or 8 guys that were saying, nope, we're not going for it. It was a surprise all the way around.
The even crazier part, Jeff, there's still a show to be had that night, which would be Nitro. So, Jeff, you're handed the U.S. title back because, well, what else is there to do, right? With all this shifting and responsibility. So you become the U.S. champion again at this time.
Think about what you just said. Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's how I'm trying to think. What was that? The in-ring. It was, okay, Paul, it doesn't matter because it was so damn confusing.
It was. This whole thing was a shitstorm, and they basically handed you the belt, and here we go. Jeff Jarrett's our man again. We guess he's clear from concussion. Jeff, this is the belt. Does it look like the U.S. belt? We don't know. We hope you're cleared.
Carry on, friend. Carry on, because the episode gets crazier.
So, Jeff, here we go. Since Benoit left, he's stripped of the WCW title. Kevin Nash would announce on Thunder that because he's the commissioner and everything, that Sid would have to defeat you to get another shot at Kevin Nash for the title. But if Sid can't beat you, Nash wins the title via forfeit. So here we go. What are the main differences of Russo and Sullivan leading this show? What are your thoughts on that?
So give me that again. I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Again, so if Sid beats me, he gets to face Kevin.
Sid would have to defeat you to get another shot at Kevin for the title. But if Sid can't beat you, Nash he wins the title automatically via forfeit.
Because
he's in charge and he's making the announcements.
No, but storyline wise, is that what it was?
Yeah. Yeah, because he's the commissioner, and that's just the decision that Kevin made. He's the acting commissioner.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's even hard to keep up with this, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Look, we're 22 years removed, but still, even reading it through and having the luxury.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it doesn't. That's a tough one. So, okay. And look, you don't know the answer to that. Hell, I don't either. How did Benoit and Sid actually get in the title match to begin with?
It was just, again, more booking. It's just how it was booked from the get-go as far as, with Sold Out and putting the card together. And I think things were just being thrown together last minute, Jeff.
Yeah, you think so? All right, let's roll.
So, listen.
The question was,
what are the main differences of Russo and Sullivan leading this show?
Kevin's a booker, Russo's a writer, and everything that goes with that. Russo literally thought more about, I don't want to say what the promos would be, but much more storyline as opposed to how are we going to pay this off. A booker thinks, how am I going to make money ultimately off 2 guys facing each other in the ring? That's kind of the payoff of a booker. The television writer likes, whether it's episodically from week to week or segment to segment in a television show. But Russo's upbringing and thought process was script writing, and Kevin was brought up in the industry of booking. And that when you say booking, it's what's the best matchup, not quality of in-ring work. How can I make the most money off the matchup?
Yeah.
So I had gone to the StarCast 5 show in Nashville, which was fantastic. Kudos to everybody involved with that. And they had a booth. And it's like any cheap guy, I'm just like, free stuff. Let me go try to win that stuff. So entered some drawings, put down my info, and I got a call from Steven a couple of weeks later with First Family Mortgage. And we have been in the market for a refi a little bit. We were looking to extend our HELOC. And he hit me at a perfect time. So I said, hey, man, go nuts. Let's see what we can figure out. And within, I'd say 30, 45 minutes tops, he had a pretty great offer. So I was able to get transferred to Diane, who was also great, and just kind of get a little bit more info. Tabled it for about a week or so, went through some things on my end, and everyone came back to me, so that's a great deal. You got to go with it, and we did. And now the rest is history. It took only, 30 to 45 days max. The whole process was great. About $1,100 of cash flow was freed up because of the refi. So $1,100 a month back in our pocket. It was fantastic. Like I recommend them because they make you feel like you're a human being. They want what's best for you, and it's again a simple process. And in and out of the whole process within 30 to 45 days. And I got my wire for cash back to pay off my credit cards, and just no BS. That's what I did. I just made a payment yesterday on my second largest credit card, and it's just like, oh crap, we did it. And this was only 2 months ago, 2 months and change before the whole thing started, before I probably even, so can't recommend them enough.
Well, listen, so this is Thunder's over. The week wraps up. What a crazy week that it was. Are you in contact at all with Russo when all this shit is finally done with Benoit and the change and all of that, where you guys can kind of just have a conversation about what is all happening right now in WCW?
Look, I don't want to say it happened this immediate following week, but kind of during this up and down time, I was always of the mindset, and shared it with Vince and shared it with Steiner, or shared it probably most anybody, is, hey man, you stick around long enough, things are going to change. Look at how quick stuff has changed. I could not believe. So October of 99, I'm backing up a little bit. How much change from October of 99 when I went back to WCW, and just in the first 3, 4, 5, 6, 12-week run, that had changed. And then you go through the year 2000 and from, oh my gosh, the slap nuts and world titles, and then the NWO and all, something new happened about every 4 to 6 weeks from the time I went back. It was very unrest. Again, hindsight's 20/20, but things evolved and changed so quickly. No wonder in a lot of ways that they just said, all right, we're out. This ain't working.
It sucks too, Jeff, because, as I was pulling up the event, sold out 2000, January of 2000, there were still 14,132 people at that event. So it's not like tickets weren't being sold.
January of 2000, right?
Yeah. In Cincinnati. Yeah. 14,132 people still paying hard-earned money to come out and see WCW.
Think about that. Revenue. Yes.
So, hey, I got to ask too, let's talk about the other guys that did walk out. Did you have any contact with them, Benoit and that crew after they left?
Me like completely off guard, but no, I didn't. And they were gone. I didn't. I said, there's no way they're going to let them out. Contractually, it's kind of a mass exodus when you have that nucleus of younger talent, not young talent, but of younger than the established stars. I never saw that going down. I never saw them getting their release. None of that.
When you know that Benoit, Malenko, Guerrero, Saturn are all leaving WCW, talk to us about how big a hit this is to WCW. Morale-wise, talent-wise, all that.
Well, there was never a mourning period, like, oh my gosh, because they wanted to go. People understood, okay, they didn't want to hang around for Sullivan. It was ready for them to move on. They felt they would better their career. We all respected them to the point that you go, hey, if that's what they think's best for their career, head off. And whether it was Japan they were headed, or WWE at the time, or whatever it may be, hats off to them. Roll on, go do your thing. But there was, I'm missing the biggest part of this. Paul, I bet there was 100 talent under contract. It's not like we were short on talent as far as bodies. It's like, okay, now we're down to 90.
And as you said in the part one, you had the guys from the power plant talent. You had guys. You talked about Mike Sanders and some of the other guys that were still around that still trying to figure out Jindrak and O'Hare and all those guys that you're still trying to figure out how to weave into the business. So it wasn't like you were suffering from lack of talent. And as you also mentioned earlier on the show here too, you're also looking at it as like, hey, this could be more opportunity for guys like me now, right?
Yes, for sure. Yes, guys that can work with the veterans on the roster. I knew because Chris could do it, Eddie could do it, Dean certainly could do it. Ray had classic matches against Kevin Nash, David and Goliath story. So, I mean, that core that left, Billy Kidman, just the core that left could all work with the veteran talent. And overnight, you had 7 guys that were off the roster that had a lot of TV time, a whole lot of TV time.
Jeff, by the way, we touched on this earlier. At this point, you were still unable to be cleared from your concussion. So, yeah, this was a doozy, man. Your hand, I mean, it was bad.
Worst of my career by far. The worst injury of my career by far. The low back was super painful. This got to a point that I don't want to say the headaches were not painful, but they were a little bit manageable. The light sensitivity was brutal, but just not being able to kind of have my wits about me. It was brutal. It's no good.
They ended up having you run interference during one of the matches, but you were unable to wrestle. But still, looking back 22 years later, I think it's still pretty dangerous that they had you involved in anything at this point with a concussion, right?
Not just the mindset, the protocol that the industry had. Hey, Jeff, do you feel okay? Yeah. Okay. He's clear. Well, we're clearing for putting the decision in the talent's hands, so to speak, or at least having him have a major say in it. Those days are long gone. And not just in wrestling, across the board. The athlete doesn't have the vote.
Jeff, I'm going to talk about a momentous occasion, one that I'm sure is just branded in your memory banks. At Nitro, January 31st, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. That's right, the great state of Pennsylvania. You induct the Harris brothers into the NWO now that Kevin Nash is hurt. Be honest, this whole NWO thing was doomed from the start, wasn't it?
When I told you, a cavalcade of one disaster after another. So they were creative control, right?
Yes.
And that was the induction, which
Pat and Gerald, I think, were their names.
Oh, we didn't go down that road, did we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, just come on. Just think about that. It's just nonsense. Yeah. Total nonsense. It's as if, the tongue in cheek, funny's not money. That old,
yeah.
It just, why? And Rod and Dodd, 6'7" twins, can move and can get really physical. I hate to say good heels, but they just have an aggressive appearance and can move and kick ass.
Yeah, just position them the right way.
Yeah, but you're going to call them Pat and Gerald, which were 2 comedy characters on the other show.
That's right.
Just so stupid.
Yeah, do you think the NWO in your mind could have been saved through creative changes, or was it just done once the larger stars like Hart and others just started getting injured?
The monetization of it in this era could have been done much better. And I say that, yes, there was a lot of things like, if you ever think of the NWO in a comedy fashion, no, okay. So now you're going to put Pat and Jerry in there, but call them creative control. That doesn't resonate at all. And, the original group of Hall and Nash and Brett, all that, and then Steiner was added. I mean, it had a kind of sensibility to it, but the injuries, and then, we chuckled about the Arn and Terry Funk creative at the top of the show and top of the episode and how bad that came off. So the effort on everyone's part could have been much better. The seriousness, the tone could have been different and much better. I mean, to this day, like 2022, I'm talking about, Paul, the NWO is an incredible moneymaker. Look at the merchandise.
That's right.
Still out there. Us at Lucky Horseshoes, we have our which is obviously a complete knockoff. It's kind of how things are monetized in some shape, form, or fashion these days. It's our knockoff. It's not the NWO. It's the SWO, the Shoe World Order. But that's obviously from the NWO, and it's red hot. NWO crossed over into pop culture and still exists to this day. This iteration was snake bit, but the creative started bad and got worse.
You're absolutely right, Jeff. You look no further than WWEshop.com, and you'll see those shirts still sell like hotcakes, man.
Yep.
All right, my man. You're in the ring for Nitro in Tulsa when Scotty Steiner starts going off on Ric Flair, and it's all unscripted. What the hell is running through your mind when all this goes down?
Just kind of shaking my head going, oh, if you were a good host, you would have this audio queued.
Man, they didn't give me the clip, or I would.
I know they didn't give us the clip, but folks, on social, Marcus, shout out, pal. You need to kind of tee this up, if you will, or maybe get the censored version. But anyway, Paul, dumbfounded, maybe, or like he's really going off here. What the hell is Scotty doing? Does he not think there's going to be consequences from that? And then I thought to myself, well, maybe there's not going to be. This place is
a shit show.
It's a view. It's a zoo anyway. So
yeah, that's right.
Here goes Scotty. I mean,
let it rip.
He went off.
So you said earlier you guys were driving around. Were you driving partners around this time too?
Yes.
So
Scotty,
it comes back to the car in the rental car. Do you two talk about what the hell just happened?
Well, Scotty had a little run-in with Rick. I don't know if it was this day but it was right in this era that there was big time friction between those two that go way back. But this particular night that he went nuts. It's one of those things like, what the hell am I going to follow this up for? I mean, like, hey, Scotty, good interview, pal. That was really compelling. Like, knowing it wasn't approved, a part of anything. He just, those Monday Night Nitro in rings from time to time were so out there. But again, people had the sense that ain't scripted. And I'm not talking about just this interview. I'm talking about a lot of others. And they were right. This is kind of off the cuff kind of stuff. I mean, you go back and watch, I mean, you name it, Hogan, Savage, Hall, Nash, Sting, Lex, kind of when that run of 83 weeks and stuff like that. Sure, they had bullet points, but there was so much emotion in what those guys said. So a part of their magic, part of their success. This, maybe not part of the success, part of the train wreck, but it was some real raw emotion coming out of the big bad duty daddy.
And the fact that we're still talking about it 22 years later and asking them to post it on social tells you all you need to know. It might not be the best headline, but it's a headline, baby. And sometimes that's all you need. Well, listen, let's talk about another Scott. Scott Hall returns from injury and is kind of a member of the NWO, but kind of isn't. And you hit him with a guitar to make sure you're getting a shot at Sid for the WC title at Super Brawl. Jeff, how do you make sense of all this going on when you're told what the creative is going to be?
Well, are you talking about the guitar shot on Hall? Is this
yes.
the one where he didn't want to turn around?
Yes, exactly.
They wanted me to kind of sneak attack him. I think this is a guitar shot. And he's just like, hit me. I mean, the ebb and flow of Scott, again, he a unique in-ring storyteller. And, Scott took all of his experiences, whether it was with Kurt Hennig or Shawn Michaels or way back to his AWA days or, you however it may be. Scott had a way of storytelling that at times, not all the time, but at times was a little bit off the beaten path, a little bit different perspective, but Scott made it work and kind of had those flashes of brilliance from time to time where you go, well, I didn't think that guitar shot was going to work because he stood there right there and took it, but it's like he challenged me. You going to do it? You going to do it? And I did it. So I hope this is the guitar shot we're talking about. But yeah, Scott had come back from his leave of absence and we were headed to San Francisco for Super Brawl. Again, another monthly disaster.
And it just feels like the NWO needs to be put out of its misery at this point.
No, we're again, we went from bad to worse to
even worse.
Yeah, much worse. And from much worse to the most worst. God.
What was the moment that you knew, hey, this shit's over? The stable's dead. Let's give up. We need to give up the NWO thing.
That was, I mean, that was, I mean,
that was even earlier than this. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because the injuries and it just, but you can't, okay, let me go back in time. I probably wouldn't have like hung it 100% on NWO because nothing was working. Nobody was rowing in the same direction at all. Goes back to the Bill Bush conversation. Bill, we better start rowing in the same direction. All of us. We're not getting anything done here.
Well, Jeff, listen, there's a shot of creative that's about to hit right in the arm for the NWO. I think this is where they thought it was all going to turn around. You ready?
Here we go.
Mark Johnson, referee, joins the NWO as the heel referee. So, you know, I mean, they were trying everything here, and they thought, listen, if nothing else is working, we'll have Mark Johnson be the new heel referee as part of the NWO stable. I mean, you can't make this shit up, bro.
Oh, bro. Oh, yes, you can, bro. No, old Slick Johnson.
Slick Willie.
But I mean, the story behind the story of how he was called to TV because he was buddies in the gym. I think.
Yeah, I've heard that you talked this before.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's a buddy of Lex and Sting and Steiner and Mark Bagwell, and they're all going to the main event gym. And hey, we need somebody as a referee. Mark Johnson, Slick, got on Nitro, never refereed a day in his match. And he was Scott Steiner's personal referee. What am I supposed to do? Just run around crazy, blowing the whistle at all times. Mark Johnson raised his hand. I can do that. Now, here we are, fast forward later, and he's being put in Mark, good referee.
Yeah.
He knew what he's doing, and he called on quick and figured it out and is a really good referee. But being inducted into NWO 2000, post Ron and Don Harris, Pat and Gerald. I mean, think about, again, this 18-wheeler. Now we're up to about 15 wheels off. I mean, it's just one thing after another. It wasn't good for anybody.
Well, Jeff, you become commissioner, kind of. I really don't know what's going on here, but Medusa demands that you make a woman's division, and you're going to put Oklahoma in charge of it. I mean, this is great. Was this a rub on your issues with JR at the time? A rib on all that?
I don't think so. I mean, who knows? That's a Russo question. You know, when you think about it, hell, I didn't think about it coming from that point of view, but maybe Russo and Ferrara thought, yeah, let Jeff be the.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Shit, Paul had a concussion.
Yeah, you don't even remember this. Well, here, it's about to get messy again. All right, here we go. We're going to give you some more Observer content, try to see if we can take out some of that, remove the cobwebs for you. Scott Hall is having issues when it comes to his sobriety, and this is what Meltzer had to say. Hall, who, despite his track record, was being pushed for the main event on the February 20th pay-per-view show as a three-way title match with Sid and Double J, Jeff Jarrett, appeared while getting on the plane to Germany that he hadn't slept in days. He had reportedly told other wrestlers the same story. He got sick on the first plane going over and was in no condition to perform the first night of the tour. Still, he did wrestle, and as punishment on February 11th in Hamburg, was asked to put over David Finlay, which he did. As he went to the airport to fly home with the rest of the crew, his condition had worsened to the point that authorities wouldn't allow him back on the plane. Terry Taylor, who apparently had trouble with him all weekend, tried to intervene, but with no success in getting the authorities just to allow him on the plane to fly to New York for Nitro. Because of his condition, he missed the Nitro show at the Nassau Coliseum, where he was supposed to be in a major angle to set up the three-way, which led to the booking of a Jarrett versus Vicious singles match on the show for the U.S. title, and Jeff Jarrett winning. Hall did get back into the U.S. in time for the Thunder tapings the next night in Philadelphia. There are varying stories over exactly what happened due to these incidents taking place just as this issue was going to press. What is confirmed is that in front of the crowd, the show was held up for more than 30 minutes while they attempted to do the scripted Hall promo, which was supposed to end with Hall breaking a guitar over Jarrett's head. Hall apparently said something that he might break the guitar over Taylor's head, and was taken seriously enough that he was pulled from the angle. Eventually, Bill Bush made the call that they weren't going to allow Hall to do the promo due to his condition. He left the building with Evan Courageous, and there were rumors going around that this would be the final straw. Terry Taylor instead took a guitar shot from Jeff Jarrett. Hall's future in the company was unclear, but he was out that night telling people that he hadn't showed up late and felt he had an ironclad contract, but that he might be sat down again. Jeff, we talked about Scott. You and Conrad did a few months ago after his passing, but obviously the Demons here in 2000 were back. Do you remember any of this going down with Germany coming back and this whole angle here?
I remember the Germany situation. I remember all of this and the unfortunate, what I know now versus what I knew then about the disease of addiction is it's not even the same stratosphere. I didn't even really know what alcoholism or addiction was and how it's a disease that controls the part of your brain where you make decisions. I just cached it as, man, Scott really tied one on. Man, Scott really tied one on. Oh, wow. He hadn't been to bed. He tied on. And this is the same bender that it's the same. He's running hard. He's running hard. I didn't have the context. I didn't have the set point to really understand Scott can't quit on his own. He's not going to quit on his own. And now all of a sudden we're taking him and, the situation in Germany, how ugly that could have been, because as American Airlines, they would not let him on the flight. Understandably so, but the fact that he wasn't arrested or taken to jail, and not that he was unruly or anything, but public drunkenness or whatever it may be, but just the fact that, okay, he's not in a good way at all. It's a really bad situation. He was in a bad situation going over there. It was a really run of the disease of addiction rearing its ugly head. And look, society in general, let alone this industry and other industries, are so much more educated on sobriety and the disease of addiction, all this. But in this time, okay, going to Germany, things were not going well. Over there, they weren't going well at all. It is because over there, not that it's a rationalization, but it's bus, show, throw hotels in there in between. You didn't have to drive. Foods were at every stop, all this. So it was just one continuous cycle for Scott, and then get him home and or get him back in the States, and to he goes from a bad situation, and now all of a sudden you're going to amp it up. You're performing. You're coming to a Nitro in Long Island. That was a really bad situation. So then all of a sudden okay, he's not sent home after that. We're going to the next town. Paul, it's just incredible. In a real positive way, I'll say, look how great the industry's changed today. It is amazing how things are dealt with differently. But back in those days, it was, hey, things didn't work out on Nitro. Let's give it a shot tomorrow on Thunder. What? I mean, that makes it, again, I had no concept, no idea about the disease of addiction. So back then it was commonplace. Hey man, he wasn't in shape for Nitro, but he'll be in shape for Thunder. That's just as insane thinking as Scott was going on with his insanity thinking. It's doubly insane.
I was thinking as you were talking, as much fun as we've had today, kind of picking and talking about the goofiness and the craziness of this time period of wrestling. Think about several of the things that the wrestling business has owned, identified, learned from just from this time, whether it's concussion related issues, addiction and alcohol abuse, and now is in a much better place because of learning from some of this stuff, man.
It's a game changer. The wellness policy that, and again, we're talking WCW, but as we know, is acquired, but the wellness policy put in place and how it's handled and how it's administered. And again, the locker room has changed. The culture has changed. Society's changed. The world is much more transparent. But, back in these days, unless you read a Meltzer or a newsletter, you had no idea that Scott Hall was on 5, 6, 7 day bender. You just didn't. Nowadays, the minute it starts, it's on social. So, there's a lot of good in social media out there.
A lot of accountability.
I was going to say accountability and transparency, but super unfortunate that, the ugly face of that disease was so obvious, yet untreated.
So listen, we'll transition kind of into what we were talking about there with Scott Hall and what was going on there. And we're going to talk about Nitro because you end up in the main event above Hulk Hogan and you're taking on Ric Flair. I'm sorry. In that matchup, you had Hogan taking on Flair, but you're going to defeat Sid to retain the U.S. title with a guitar shot. Imagine that. As you said on the last episode, guitar shots were flying everywhere, just not once a week, 2 and 3 times a week. But listen, buddy, that one ends up giving him a concussion. Sid got a concussion from the guitar shot. Did you know right away? I mean, did you know soon after that he had developed a concussion? Was the guitar just not gimmicked right? Was it something the way he took it? I mean, I'm sure, was that the first guy that got a concussion from one of your guitar shots?
Paul, let me think how to kind of navigate through this. I'd like to see a little videotape of this concussion shot.
Okay.
Because not long after the guitar shots were starting to be handed out multiple times, WCW transitioned into a LA-based, produced Hollywood guitar, if you will, in that I got pretty good bat speed, but it's not oak, it's not hickory. I'm just kind of throwing a flag.
Ah, I see what you're doing here. Okay.
If he got a concussion from this guitar shot, he may have been put on a deathbed if he ever took a chair shot from Terry Funk. I'll just say that.
So he may have had a little porcelain forehead. Is that what you're saying here?
I'm just saying that I don't believe a guitar shot would give him a concussion.
Okay. Got it. Loud and clear. Now everybody go back and let's rewatch that.
Marcus, can you find
Nitro?
Please, Marcus, social media. Can we find that Sid guitar shot?
Oh, man.
Let's do a Twitter poll. Did this cause Sid
yes
concussion? What do you think, Paul?
I think this should be a bonus show. Me and you watch the match together, and then we can do something fun with it. I don't know. We'll see. I like the Twitter poll idea, though. That's fun. Yeah. Get some interaction on it.
Which hurt more, the Beetlejuice guitar shot or the Sid Vicious guitar shot?
I like it.
I'm going to stand up right now. The Beetlejuice guitar shot, I put everything I had into that. I wanted to just annihilate. No, I'm kidding.
You just want to destroy that guy. Sid, on the other hand.
Oh, Lord. Go ahead.
There you go. Listen, at Super Brawl, I know, one of your other favorite events. It's the Cow Palace, Jeff. Scott does make the show, and the 3-way main event is Scott versus Sid versus you for the WCW title. The show opens with you beating up Kevin Nash, even though he wasn't there, and you're the commissioner again. Is this too much of Jeff Jarrett on TV, or can we never get enough of Jeff Jarrett on our television sets?
I don't think you ever get enough, but no, come on. Yes, it's too much. How can a working champion also be commissioner? It's not only just overkill, it's storyline massive confusion. Now that's just me, but no, it's an authority figure as a champion. It's just, again, we're an industry about stories, and you got to connect emotionally. So do you want the fan base to connect as an authority figure or to connect as a antagonist or protagonist? Difficult, very difficult.
Jeff, we have the recap, of course we do, from the Observer on this main event match. Sid Vicious retains the WCW title in a 3-way over Scott Hall and Jeff Jarrett in 7 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm not making that up. Hall decided to prove something and was good in the ring, as was Jarrett. The problem was there was little to the match besides beating up referees and no time to do it. Billy Silverman took one of the all-time worst ref bumps ever to go out first. Vicious chokeslammed both guys at the same time, but there was no ref. So then here comes good old Nick Patrick. He comes in for a series of near falls. After the first ref bump atrocity, at least Jarrett used his stroke on Nick Patrick, so you give him the old stroke to Nick Patrick. They had a good near fall where one of the Harris twins accidentally hit Jarrett with a chair, and Hall went to pin him with Charles Robinson making his way down. As referee, Jarrett then used the stroke on Robinson. I mean, what's happening? Then here comes Mickey J. Until then, Mark Johnson runs in. Hall used the edge on Jarrett, and Johnson counted the 2 and then sold a shoulder injury. The crowd was totally dead by this point because the ref bumps went past the point of redundancy. Finally, good old Roddy Piper, with one arm due to his torn bicep of several months back, comes back. Piper decks referee Johnson. Jarrett hits Hall with a guitar shot, and Vicious then chokeslammed both Jarrett and Hall and powerbombed Hall for the pin. On TV, they never acknowledged Hall being injured before they went off the air. 1 star and 3/4 for this match. Jeff, do you remember how bad Scott's injury from the guitar shot and powerbomb was?
Scott was not injured from neither.
He just wasn't injured at all.
What I mean, let's back up a little bit. But no, there was the heat was on, and it just Scott knew from the Germany incident, and look, it went from bad to worse. But okay, survival. I got to protect my deal. He got hurt. And look, I'm not saying the power bomb, the guitar shot didn't hurt Scott. Come on. It hurt like it didn't hurt Sid. If it did, I want to see him back in slow motion. And I want you to tell me, maybe another Twitter poll. But with that being said, think about sitting down and going, we're going to bump how many refs?
It was like 4 or 5 refs, man.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I do remember Charles. Charles takes a hell of a stroke. Charles is an underrated bump taker. He's really good. But so Nick Patrick, Mickey J, Slick.
It started with Billy Silverman.
And Billy Silverman took the worst. I'm up to 5.
Yeah.
And Piper came out.
What a shit show.
Come on.
I can't think of anything else to explain it.
The air in the arena is gone once they see the 3rd ref. And we're going to double down and go 4 and 5.
Listen, Derek Sabato, I have his notes in front of me, and his question right now, is this some of the worst creative you've been a part of in professional wrestling?
Yes. When I hear that match back, using 5 refs, under any circumstance, if you're going to do that, you better put the baby face over. Well, we did, and it still didn't work. When you think about it, I mean, it just is such overkill. Oh boy.
From creative to catastrophe. I'm telling you.
There you go. The title.
Whether you own or rent, Geico makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Go to geico.com today. So listen, Jeff, you wrestle Vampiro for what feels like weeks straight on Thunder and Nitro. And then there's a European tour where you missed the opening night because you couldn't find your passport. Let's tell the truth. Did you just really not want to go on this tour, or you really couldn't find your passport? Tell us the truth. My world. This is your show.
Does it really say I couldn't find my passport?
It literally says you couldn't find your passport.
Is that from?
This is from the Observer, the dirt sheets.
Can you quote this? Because I want him, because he's such, always 100% accurate. Can you quote? Do you have a little snippet of the Observer?
This is just, it's literally just says here, you wrestle Vampiro for what feels like straight. So this is kind of done in your voice, but it says, you missed the opening night because Jeff Jarrett couldn't find his passport.
And what date is this?
This is after Super Bowl, so it's probably towards the end of February 2000. Doesn't have a specific date tied to it.
So Germany?
Yeah, European tour.
It ain't because I didn't miss my passport. I missed a WCW tour in November of 2000.
It says that you only missed the opening night. So I guess you've made it over there, but
yeah, I didn't. It wasn't because of lack of passport. Oh, that's a nonsense. Jesus.
Well, this is why I'm asking you. You get to debunk all these rumor and innuendos.
Probably knowing WCW, it was either an appearance because I did. They ran me ragged on appearances, which I signed up for. I'm not, but I was doing lots of appearances and on sales and crickets and sponsor meet and greets and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't And again, remember my incentive contract. I wanted to go make the money.
Understood.
Interesting that Dave says I couldn't find my passport. That's such a no.
That's just like the biggest. Yeah, I get you. Hey, listen, that's why we do these shows with you guys, and we bounce up your knowledge versus,
I hear you.
The dirt sheets.
I hear you, Paulie.
So listen, the NWO, it's over. They dismantle. Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff both returned to WCW
In April, right?
That's right. And were you excited to no longer finally be an NWO member, Jeff?
We were doing the reset, but look, even through the research, did we ever put a fork in it? We're done. I don't believe we did.
I don't think there was any grain announcement. It just faded.
It just disappeared, right?
Yeah,
we did the reset and in Denver, that Nitro, that'll be a fun episode when we did, because the new blood and Eric and Russo coming together, I thought had a really, really cool dynamic in that there was some grit and reality based, if you will. And you had all those Millionaires Club. Again, I'm jumping ahead to another episode, but putting a pin and pulling the plug, shall we say, on NWO 2000. When you look at the iterations, Paul, what were the original four? Me, Hall,
Nash, and Hart.
Brett.
Yeah, you had champions, all champions.
Okay. Scott Hall went down.
Yeah. Bret Hart went down. You would go down with a concussion.
So 3 of the original 4 were out within
weeks.
Yeah, not even months, correct?
Yeah, because we talked in December it started, and by January, all of you guys are
3 of the 4.
Yeah.
Okay, put Steiner in. I came back from concussion. Brett's out. Scott Hall's out.
Yeah, and in the doghouse. So
yeah, big time. So it's me and Steiner and Nash.
Then they bring in the referee
and Slick Johnson.
Yeah.
And so NWO 2000 was from December till we'll call it March.
Yeah, March, April time frame.
A 4-month run. Do you know when I do conventions, the different, look, I sign different vendors will have, hey, here's a Bullet Club picture. Here's a Four Horsemen picture. Here's an NWO 2000. Here's a Slap Nuts. Here's King of the Mountain. Here's Hall of Fame. Here's a Double J with Rhodey. All these different. There are folks that still will see 7 or 8 photos on the table, and they'll go, "I want the NWO one." And it it always fascinates me that it was such a short thing. The thing was snake bit. It was super confusing. Derek Sabato said it's some of the best creative I've ever been in. Marcus, I'm kidding.
Well, that'll see if he's really listening or not. If
there are fans that'll come up and say, "I want Jeff in the NWO shirt. I want Jeff in the NWO guitar."
Wow.
We had guitars with NWO on it. Yeah.
There's one thing that no one can ever take away from you. There are people that are going to give you a hard time, Jeff, and say you were never a Four Horsemen. But there's one thing they can never say that you weren't a part of, and that was the NWO. So at least you have that.
Now, Paul, can they really say I was never a Four Horseman? Think about it. Now, straight up. Conrad is off on the beach or playing promoter somewhere, or I guess tending to his day job in the mortgage world, or who knows what Connie's doing. Who knows what that son of a gun.
We're about ready to send out search and rescue for him.
Listen, you can't honestly say you're not joining in their silliness, are you?
Hey, listen, I think it's fun because
hey, you're jumping around. Here we go.
I will tell you this. To me, the Four Horsemen were dead once Arn and Tully weren't apart. When Arn Anderson was no longer part of the group as a mainstay of the Four Horsemen, it just wasn't the Four Horsemen anymore, and they were just trying to bring guys.
What about when Ole left?
When Ole left, that was okay because I liked Wyndham and I didn't mind Luger. Wyndham was a great Four Horseman. But even after that group had finally disappeared, when Arn and Tully went on to WWF in those days, when they came back and they tried to rebrand it in the 90s, it still wasn't as good to me as it was in those Crockett days, man. That's when they were the most red hot, with Jim Crockett Promotions.
Okay, I'm going somewhere with Ole and Arn.
Yep.
And Tully and Rick.
That's right.
The original,
baby.
And look, all kidding aside, everything after the original 4 with JJ as kind of that unique mouthpiece because all of them can talk.
Yes.
Ole, Arn, Tully, Rick, none of them need a mouthpiece. Not a one. And candidly, at ringside, the tag and the two singles, they're just fine.
That's right.
With that. But kind of the magic of those five together, what was the to me, everything was diminishing returns after that. Back to our NWO. Hall, Nash, and Hogan is the NWO.
That's right.
When you know, DiBiase, X-Pac.
Starts getting watered down.
It really, once you get outside the original five.
That's right.
I'm counting JJ and the original four. It just, that's why that Bullet Club situation was really an anomaly because they subtracted one, added AJ, couple of other members. It was a unique set of time. Also, the Japan product really exploding, taking off here in the U.S. Anyway, we could talk factions, and I know Conrad's done multiple podcasts on all kinds of factions, different viewpoint, but this was a fun episode for me to dive into. I would have never dreamed when we launched this thing, hey, you're going to end up doing not one, but 2 episodes
Insane.
on NWO 2000. I would have said, you are insane. You're crazy.
I know.
But breaking it down the way it happened, and we got into it, and the members, and then the Brett, it's cool. Fascinating.
The injuries, the members, and so much that happened, personal issues with people. There was a lot to dig into. What is, before I get into some of the questions, because we got quite a bit of questions from our audience. What's your favorite memory, Jeff, and least favorite memory of this run?
Oh God. Well, the photo shoot we did in NWO 2000, Kevin Nash is, when he's on, and that's very often, that's when if he's in a bad mood, he didn't want to be funny. But when he's on and we got a little time, that photo shoot was a lot of fun. That was, and it's all, obviously my inside baseball behind the scenes. That was a fun. Least favorite, obviously I would say the concussion, but that's low-hanging fruit. The commissioner role, remember, the NWO is anti-authority. Hogan, Hall, and Nash is, you can't control me. I don't work for this company. I work for, the basis of the NWO is anti-establishment, but you're going to make them an authority figure? It never jived to me.
Jeff, let's do it. Let's get to the fan questions. We're going to start with Instagram, a wrestling historian. He says, fantasy booking, Mr. Jarrett. If the injuries hadn't occurred, how would have Jeff ended the NWO storyline?
Well, trying to put something, so you're hypothetically proposing that it would have been a successful run. And most people, it's very difficult to turn the water off and say, hey, we got all the water we're getting out of this spigot, so let's turn it off. But how would have basically off the cuff, little fantasy booking is have the NWO led by Hulk Hogan. He was still around. Hogan come back maybe in a mouthpiece role, and the original 4 take on Flair in his choosing of a 4 Horsemen, Benoit, whatever it may be. And whoever loses the 8-man war game has to disband. And
there you go.
And the Horsemen go over somehow, and the NWO disbanded, because then there would have been stakes, and the 4 of us in the NWO could have moved on. That's right off the cuff. Next question, pal.
All right.
Good answer, Paulie B.
I liked it. So you were considering yourself a part of that four for the NWO, or were you throwing yourself in the Horseman group? Which one?
You asked me to get Jesus.
Well, you figure you got Hogan, Hall, and Nash.
How would I have ended the 4 Horsemen?
The NWO.
I mean, the NWO 2000. That's what I thought he was.
Okay. All right. So you're part of the NWO group. Got it, with Hogan. All right. Bracken says, after all these years, can we get Jeff to confirm that he's the one who truly killed the NWO?
No, we're going to go ahead and go out on a limb. I think we should officially give that to Slick Johnson.
Slick Johnson killed the NWO.
The last member to be inducted. It sounds like it.
It was the last one that I see here. That's right.
And when they went to the WWE later, 7-8 years later, I don't think they added members. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slick, you killed NWO.
The WCW version of the NWO was Slick Johnson. All right, Francis Reyes, what did you enjoy the most, being in NWO 2000 or being in the Horsemen? And do you still have any NWO guitars from your time there?
Yes, I have an NWO guitar. And what did I enjoy about Horsemen? What was the question?
It said, did you enjoy most, being in NWO 2000 or being in the Horsemen? Which one did you enjoy most?
Being the lead Horseman was right up my alley, because Arn was on the shelf, Rick was on the shelf.
Lead. He said the lead.
What?
You said the lead Horseman, right? Is that what you said?
Wouldn't you call me that at the time? The lead Horseman? Was Rick an in-ring performer when I was the lead Horseman?
He was still getting it done here and there.
Well, no, but he had the vertigo. He had the inner ear issue.
Listen, this man's about to jump in the ring now, so
that's off to him. But back in these days, he was a little bit off and on the shelf.
Okay.
Arn was having his issues on and off the shelf.
So you were the lead dog. You were the lead Horseman.
Yeah, so I'd have to say I enjoyed that the most.
Okay. Jason Gunning, having known Bret prior to his time in WCW, what was your sense of him behind the scenes? According to Eric's podcast, Bret was essentially checked out. Do you agree?
I covered this a little bit on another pod, in that Bret, because there's impossible to describe an organization run in such a corporate environment, and not even a defense of Bret, but Bret broke in for his father's promotion. And so the buck stopped with Stu. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's the world he came from. He came to work for the WWF at the time. Vince did the hiring and did the firing. And so Bret going from answering to one individual and having obviously Montreal had ended on a sour note at that time, but Bret always knew where he could go get an answer. Even if he didn't like it, he could get an answer. Now he jumped ship and went to WCW, and he's dealing in a corporate environment. So I don't think Bret had checked out. I think Bret, I don't want to say shell shock, but was in a really unique environment for the first time in his career. And so it was not easy for him. And so he obviously saw really quick that this is a different organization. And if I'm not out for Bret, nobody's going to look out for Bret, because at WWE, the promotion looks out for their top talent. Yes, you got to scratch and claw, but there is a pecking order. WCW, the corporate environment, it was, as we've described in detail on this episode, such a unique, unproductive culture. It was a mess.
And Conrad does a nice job. I think he kind of talked about Bret in part one of this and the battle he was on in his own mind, as far as proving that he could do it on his own in WCW versus just not enjoying the whole soap opera side of what wrestling had become. And he just wanted to work and things of that nature. So thank you for the question. Eddie Mack is up next, and he says, man, I can tell the tone of this podcast with you and Conrad. What was it like killing off arguably the biggest and best faction ever? This is Eddie's question. What was it like killing off arguably the biggest and best faction ever in regards to the NWO?
Oh, and I thought he wanted to throw that, me being the lead horse was.
No. That's just blaming you now for the NWO.
Oh, okay.
You killed that one too. Yeah.
We kind of cleared that up, that I was the saving grace, that I came back from insurmountable odds. Bret was still on the shelf. Nash went his way. Scott went off on a tangent on Nitro. I held things together until Creative Control and Slick came by. In spite of them, I stuck it out to the very end, and then they went and changed and tried this, launch of the new blood, and Eric and truth be known, Russo and Eric killed the NWO 2000.
Jeff was Jeff was the wind beneath their wings, know? So that's what he was.
Yep. Sure enough.
Q Bette Midler. All right. Tyler's up next. Was there ever a long-term plan as to where the storyline would go prior to Bret Hart's injury? So that's kind of a funny question. Was there ever really a long-term plan with this group as far as this is where we're heading with this?
Twitter name here.
His name is Tyler. I don't have his Twitter handle. But.
Oh, Tyler, my friend, let's think about the phrasing of your question.
Long-term plan.
Long-term plan in WCW year 2000. That's kind of an oxymoron.
Yeah.
Like a long-term plan is from one Nitro to Thunder, or maybe Seg 1 in Nitro to Seg 11 in Nitro.
That's good.
That's the long-term plan.
That's right. Let's throw another guitar shot here before this show wraps up. JOPO Nutrition. He says, Mr. J, firstly, this is my favorite Conrad podcast, sir. Sorry to disappoint you guys today that Conrad's not here. Secondly, were any other members considered? Were any different color variations of the logo considered? So let's start with the first one. Were any other members considered that you remember for NWO 2000?
Not that I recall. Again, I was not in on these creative meetings and not really sure where the ultimate decision kind of laid down. My gut tells me, because Kevin was he was a founding member. My gut tells me, knowing Vince, knowing Eric, that Russo probably called Kevin and said, hey, what do you think of this? And, and that was probably kind of the soft pitch, if you will, but I was never looped in on which members were potential and which members were not.
Any different color variations of the logo considered? Thanks, Jeff. Gents, Jeff is my favorite Bullet Club member. So there you go.
Bingo. How about that? That person's in the majority. So
so did they think about maybe we go with that Bob Vila colored, yellow for the color? No,
black and silver and white and the whole vibe. No, that's
you were going for Raiders colors, right?
Exactly. No, but I do remember seeing kind of the creative services sheets that the different looks and the logo and all that. It had a vibe to it because black and white, red. Just the iterations of it, but it had a cool vibe to it. And, it was arguably, it's probably a good question, but would you say the NWO shirt is the best selling WCW shirt of all time?
Oh yeah. WCW shirt. Yes.
It would. Cause when you just put it in
absolutely. WCW. Yeah. But otherwise I'd say Austin 316 or.
But I'm thinking just WCW.
Yeah.
Gotta be it. By far, number one.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
far and away.
Again, I sold a lot of Four Horsemen shirts. I've sold a lot of MWO
shirts. I think you probably sold more. They can't see the faces I'm making.
I know.
Don't piss me off. Did you do okay with those shirts?
Oh, I did very well with those. Slapnut's the best. But no.
Okay.
The color scheme, back to the guy's question. We're having a lot of fun around here. But no, to my knowledge, it was like everyone was all in on that.
Gavin asks, legacy gimmicks like Tiger Mask and different versions of Bullet Club work in Japan. Why do you think similar attempts like NWO 2000 never stick with the American audiences?
When you look at Lucha Libre, there's, different, literally it's a generational thing. There can be Villano 1, Villano 2. They can be brothers, father, son, and they can pass colors and vibes and names and all that. Japan, the same. In the U.S., that's probably a great market research to try to really drill down. But I think culturally, U.S. is such an individualistic. People love the original, like the first in the
That's
space.
Right.
They love the first in the space, and anything can be kind of a knockoff, if you will, and it just doesn't resonate as well. That's a good question. I bet there's some really good data that backs that up, but also think there's some fascinating market research out there, because you just kind of look at, I hate to say it, but Coca-Cola at one time, they really screwed things up. The new Coke.
Yes.
Coke and the different color. And that's a brand that was almost, in a lot of ways, untouchable. You can't screw that up. Well, they did. They did.
It's the same thing with rebooted movies or TV shows that they try to do. It just doesn't capture the essence of the original. Yeah. And that's what we want. We want that essence. So there you go.
Exactly.
Devin Dowling, same thing. Colors. How did the silver and black become the colors instead of the black and white? And I think you already talked about that. Just felt like it was, it was a badass type color scheme.
Yeah.
Mitchell Barnett asked Jeff, how great did it feel to be reunited in a group with your fellow Click members, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash? And do you have any fun, crazy stories of the three of you during this period in your careers and lives as you guys were now Click and nWo brothers? So now he's got you in the Click. I know you've whatever. And so how was it reuniting with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash?
2 words. You ready?
Yeah.
It was too sweet.
Oh, we're full of ourselves today, man.
Yes. Riding with Scott and Kev was never boring. Never.
I can't imagine.
I mean, never. It was a lot of fun. Gosh, during this era at WCW, it was, gosh, you landed a flight, and there's one place that you knew was going to be a sellout. That's at Avis, because you go down to Avis, and we're going to rent every Cadillac that they have. The WCW, I mean, everybody had Cadillacs. So, but no. So, no, they were great to travel with. Probably not for podcasts. If you come to a live show, we may share some of those.
There you go.
Unique stories of me, Scott, and Kev, or whatever it may be. But no, a lot of fun. They're always fun. And Scott and Kevin both. Once you kind of get up on the highway and everybody's starting their groove on a 200-mile trip or 250 or 150, whatever it is, we talk business, and we would talk serious business. And Scott. Again, a guy that, and Kevin too, we would all, we loved it still to this day. Think it, breathe it, sleep it, analyze it, dissect it, and just kind of think things through, even just a minute point about a match. Hey, could we do this? Could we do that? Why don't we time here? All that kind of stuff. So a lot of fun, but also educational.
When you're so heavily involved in a business that's not only taking care of you and your family so well financially, but also when you walk out and getting that crowd reaction because of maybe an idea or something that you came up with, there's nothing more invigorating that'll stimulate those creative juices from flowing, than realizing that, hey, if I put some effort and energy and really push myself creatively, the sky's the limit. And it's got to be fun, like you said, with the two of you and all in those car rides, just brainstorming. Talk about creative brainstorming sessions in those car rides. I bet that was because Scott's the one who came up with the crow idea for Sting,
all kind of little things like that, little things in matches that was, I'm going back to the 94, 95 era that we'd been a car ride, and he'd say, hey man, why don't we try this and have the referee jump out on the floor as opposed to stay in the ring. And Scott's out there selling. And if the referee's inside the ring, that means I'm in there with the referee, and the referee needs to start the count or hold me back. And Scott would say, hey, bring the referee out on the floor with me. Let him check on me, then roll in the ring. Jeff, don't touch him. Stay off in your corner. Act like you're going to win on a count out, and let me beat the count back in at a 10, at 9.5. Little nuances of referee placement or timing or facials or body positioning or body language. Those are the kind of things that really take a good match to a great match.
All right. Zoe Lopez says, if you could build your own roster of nWo members from the WCW roster at this time, including yourself, which other 3 members would you choose to try and jumpstart the group? If you could build your own roster of nWo members from the roster at that time, so the WCW talent, you get to build it, Jeff. It's you and 3 more people. Who would you choose for the nWo to jumpstart the group?
I mean, that's armchair quarterback, and I would have to have like a legit roster in front of me, because I'm going to say, oh, I would have picked him over that. The original 4 that were picked made sense. Scott and Kevin a tag. Brett was a known heavyweight lineage.
And it made sense because he's former WWF, and it was kind of what they
all made sense. Yes.
Yeah.
The original 4 of NWO 2000 worked for me.
There you go. Brad Stanton. Jeff, you've spoken openly that you knew WCW was going downhill. With your 2022 mind, would you do it now?
Do what now?
Would you still go back and be a part of that whole, choose to be part of that organization for that time of your life?
You kind of got to remember Did I have a option? Yeah, probably. But I knew the writing on the wall that, yes, I do the same thing. Take the risk. Would I take the risk knowing the company's going to go out of business? Well, that's really trying to play. I mean, of course not. If you think the business company's going to go out, if you know the company's going out of business, you're not going to jump for 18 months. You're going to survive, stick it out, try to make it work. Obviously, I didn't have that knowledge, and I just kind of knew my options, and I didn't want to leave, but I felt it was the very best for my career.
Troy Roberts is up next. In all seriousness, nWo 2000 seems to have been snake bit for a variety of reasons. Does Jeff think anything could have been done to help salvage the unit? Were there any other wrestlers who could have been added to strengthen that group that weren't a part of it?
No, in reality, and again, these kind of podcasts kind of give you a great synopsis that we're talking a 4-month run. Well, you can't overcome life circumstances by continuing down a path that's not just going to work. So we obviously, Eric and Vince and everybody else shifted gears when we could. You just couldn't foreshadow Scott's issues, Brett's issues, my issues. It's tough.
Gotcha. Francis Reyes is up next. He says, was there any talk about you getting silver shades during your nWo 2000 run?
I had a pair, and I had 2 or 3 pair. One of my, I call it my good pair that looked right. It got shattered at a live event, but I had some silver shades, but I always stuck with the yellow ones. You could see my eyes, and I've always been taught people got to see your eyes in a promo. So I wore those. And anyway, I had some silver shades.
All right, here we go. Tyler says, which version of the nWo was more snake bit from the start? nWo 2000 or the 2002 WWF nWo attempt?
I wasn't obviously involved in that. It's hard to imagine the 2000 wasn't the most snake bit. In such a short period of time, less than 4 months, 3 out of the 4, for whatever reason, not all the same, were out. That's tough odds.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 3 more questions. Tony Schiavone's booster seat says, when Brett, Nash, and Hall heard you were going to be the other member of the nWo 2000, do you think they collectively groaned?
That's such a political, sweet question. Of course they didn't. No, I got along with all of them. They probably knew, Jeff will take all the bumps. I love it. Sign him up. Seriously.
Yeah.
That would be what my gut. If you say, what do you think the reaction was? Oh, great. Jeff will take the bumps.
Yeah, there you go. He went on to say, love you guys. That would be for you and Conrad. I can't wait for this episode to drop. Man, I hope we didn't disappoint you with this one, buddy. Thank you for supporting the show. Joshua Culver's up next. Did being a top guy just kind of trump a lot of the wackiness going on? Like, were you just riding it out as long as it would go in your mind at this point?
Guaranteed money. Still in my heart of hearts, something's got to change. The only thing that I didn't happen is I didn't think that it would completely go out of business. Just didn't. But yes, top guy, ride it out, stay the course, control what you can control, go out and bust your ass every night. So no matter who's in charge, you're going to be viewed and taken as hard worker that gets things done.
Final question for this week, Jeff, and this comes from Jeffrey. I'm not sure if this has been discussed before, but was there talk of having you being the leader of the nWo and bringing in new talent into the group when Brett's injury occurred, even though you were the leader of the New Blood group in 2001?
So what's the question now?
So I guess, you were the leader of the New Blood group in 2001. Was there ever talk of having you being the new leader of the nWo when Brett's injury occurred? Did they ever kind of just recognize you at that point as, hey, Jeff's the defunct de facto leader of the nWo at this point with Brett being out?
You got to remember on how quickly things kind of went down that and probably my promo skills and the different opponents that I could work with. And, because you think face value, well, Kevin would be the leader, but he had just come off those other runs of commissioner. And I don't know. That's kind of Russo question,
Yeah.
if you will. I just kind of viewed it as we all showed up and ran the play that we were asked to run. All right, folks. Well, I sincerely mean this. I appreciate you joining me today and listening. Man, for folks who are longtime listeners, people know that there's the BS side of things. That's before sobriety, and obviously, as I've work daily on my recovery, the gratitude list continues to get longer and longer and longer. And I am sincerely grateful for every My World listener, obviously the advertisers and the sponsors, the ad-free family who now can join us every week live, which is really, really cool. But 2022, what a year it was. In early 2021, when Conrad reached out and finally things just kind of fell in place, and I had no idea what to expect. But the My World listeners, from the very beginning, it just, things took off, and I could not be more grateful. But 2021 was, I guess you could say, getting our sea legs. But as 2022 rolled around, wow, what a year it's been. Conrad likes to joke and have fun and all that, but I really am grateful of this year. I can't do it as good as Conrad, but he likes to joke about, started off with old Effie back at the Hammerstein Ballroom in January, and the NWA and SummerSlam here in my hometown in Nashville, and then Ric Flair's last match, and AEW, both in and out of the ring. It has been an incredible year for myself, and I'm very grateful. For so many things, for my health, for my wife, Karen, for my kids, for my family, biological family, as well as my work family, my world family. I could just go on and on and on, but it really has been an incredible year. I really hate that Conrad, couldn't be here for the last episode. We would have had a lot of fun. But again, I said it earlier. I don't believe in coincidences, only convergences. So I guess it was meant to be for me to kind of be signing off in 2022. But I say it in so many different ways. And this sounds so cliche, but we truly could not do it without you guys. You are the straw that makes the My World drink go round and round and round. And I'm very appreciative of that. 2023, wow. Trying to think of how to tee this up. I'm a promoter by nature, and so I don't want to go too deep into the topics. The topics are going to be, they're going to be a lot of fun, but they're always fun. And Conrad is so good at what he does. He always knows how to push my buttons, whether it's get me irritated about a Stone Cold Steve Austin. And as of late, I won't even say the guy's name, but to our cutting up about football and him giving me a hard time about my baseball operations, or Moonsault Digital, my video game initiative, and now as of late, just all kinds of things going on. But I appreciate Conrad more than he'll ever know. We have had a blast, but 2023, I can assure you, probably ever since Ric Flair's last match, I'll say that. So that was the end of August. So September, October on, we have been really working on some unique set of circumstances that are coming to fruition in 2023. The topics are going to be off the charts. The live podcast recording, nobody does that. Certainly the way the ad-free team does. And, the ask questions, the engagement, and I've said it since the day I joined this family. The ad-free shows is, to me, by far the best value in professional wrestling. If you want to engage in your pastime, your hobby, or whatever it may be, ad-free shows, it's because the access is unheard of. Not just a Top Guy weekend. I'm talking about day in and day out, everything that's done. So folks, I appreciate you joining me on the MEGASODE. I appreciate you joining me in 2022. I hope everyone has had a fantastic holiday season. The new year is upon us. Please, folks, be safe, be happy, be grateful, be joyful. And I look forward to all of you joining us in 2023. And I'll close with, so now, folks, you can all choke on that. Slap nuts.